Chapter 1, Orphan. Late at night on July 15, 1991, London. In an alley, a blonde boy is confronting a dog with withered hair. The boy was holding a metal short stick in his right hand, which should have been removed from some kind of machinery, and there were burrs on the top of the short stick. The young man moved his right foot back and bowed slightly in a fighting style. Behind him were a few huge trash cans. The old trash piles in the buckets were still stinking. But the target of this person-dog confrontation is obviously this huge pile of garbage. In the darkness not far from the alley, two figures are watching this scene. One of the old men with a long white beard said softly, "Minerva, do you think he can scare the dog away? We can't watch that kid fight with that dog, he will get hurt." "Professor." The tall woman on the side seemed very dissatisfied, her lips pressed tightly, wrinkles on her face trembling with the opening and closing of his mouth, and she spoke. He also drew out his magic wand to move forward. The old man with the white beard stretched out his hand and stopped her. "Wait." At the same time, in the alley, the dog seemed to be unable to bear the hunger of the attached middle school, and his big mouth with fangs and saliva rushed towards the boy. On the other side, the young man stared at the black shadow coming over, and his body bowed slightly to the right to escape the bite of the dog. At the same time, the short stick in his hand was swung out. The initial speed of the short stick was not fast, but it suddenly accelerated in the middle, turning into an afterimage and smashing towards the dog. The dog fell to the ground while whimpering, and then quickly climbed up, his tail clamped tightly between his legs, turned around and limped and fled out of the alley. The stick just broke its right front leg. "It seems that our little Mike won." The old man with white beard narrowed his eyes and smiled. In the alley, Mike didn't seem to intend to just let the dog try to grab food with him. I saw Mike stepping quickly and approaching the dog, holding the short stick in his right hand and hitting the dog's waist. The dog was injured on his right front leg, and his movement speed was greatly reduced. With his back facing the microphone, he was limping forward. The sound. The dog fell to the ground again. And Mike is already sitting on the dog, and the short stick in his hand slams into the dog's head. I don't know how long it took, Mike panted heavily and stopped. The dog under him had long since died. The dog's head was already bloody, and a small pool of blood was slowly expanding under him. Took a breath, and Mike stood up, holding a short stick in one hand and dragging the dog toward the darkness outside the alley, not even looking at the trash can they were fighting for. Not far away, the two watching the battle looked at each other speechlessly. What happened in just a few minutes was beyond their expectations. These two people are ABS Dumbledore and Minerva McGonagall, the principal of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, the dean of Hogwarts Gryffindor College, and the professor of transformation. Originally they thought that Mike, a teenager who was under 11 years old, faced a vicious dog that was as tall as his waist. They should scare him away or repel him, but what they never thought was that Mike had chosen. Kill this dog and plan to make it your own dinner depending on the situation. Professor McGonagall turned his head stiffly to look at Dumbledore. After all, she is an orphan who has been wandering for 5 years. He might have died long ago if she was kind. He's still a child, Dumbledore. Professor McGonagall said in a tone. Persuasion meant that she knew Dumbledore too well, and Mike's actions would undoubtedly cause Dumbledore's dissatisfaction. Don't worry, Minerva. I can see that the child is not bad in nature, let alone our teachers. Dumbledore did not turn around, continuing to look at the darkness where Mike disappeared. And our Mike, apparently did not realize that two wizards had just witnessed what he was doing. At this time, he was walking on the empty road humming a little song. Mike came out looking for food this time. His original goal was the trash cans in his sight. These European and American countries may have excessive resources, and residents have the habit of wasting food. Thanks to this bad habit, Mike always gains something every day. And this time Mike's luck was obviously good. A dog came out to serve as Mike's dinner. With a better choice, Mike will naturally not go through those smelly trash cans. Even if you are a stray orphan, you don't have the right to dislike dirty, but it is better to be clean. It is too sloppy and easy to get sick. Yes, Mike is an orphan. In theory, he should stay in the orphanage, but Mike knew that not every orphanage was as beautiful as they said. In fact, many orphanages are engaged in human trafficking in disguise. Their clients are so strange that even couples who have serious criminal records and do not even have a marriage certificate can successfully adopt children. It stands to reason that most of them are not eligible for adoption, especially in the UK where the adoption conditions are extremely harsh. But as the saying goes, money can make the ghosts go. As long as you pay, those cumbersome and strict restrictions will open a window for you. As for the size of the window, it depends on how much you pay. Mike has never been in these orphanages, but he knows all about these things. Everything in this world needs money. If you want to enter a good orphanage, you can't have money. Old street orphans like Mike, no matter how long you have been wandering, even if you only wander for one day, the price will fall. Now only the free welfare orphanage built by the government is willing to take in Mike, and this is still after he was caught by the Social Welfare Department or City Appearance and Municipal Department, and he could enter after going through the formal procedures. But these orphanages, how do you put it? In the words of those city appearance and municipal officials, you little gangsters on the streets, you are only good for rotting in such an orphanage. Mike couldn't bear to remember the treatment of the orphans in these orphanages, and the most desperate thing was that no one would want to adopt the children in these orphanages. Even if they did, they would definitely be unwilling. After all of London everyone knows what kind of children are in these orphanages. So in order to avoid being caught by those hyenas and thrown into the orphanage, Mike had to stay away from the city and set up a shed in a forest in the suburbs. And our Mike also named the shack he built by himself as the trash house, which is very appropriate. Reading www.thehouseofuyugonshu.com is indeed built with garbage. And at this moment our Mike is lying on an old mattress in the trash room, his eyes fixed on the string of wind chimes on the roof. After staring continuously for 20 minutes, the string of wind chimes suddenly swayed without wind, making a crisp jingle. Looking at the string of wind chimes, Mike's small face burst into a bright smile. This is the first time he actively used his ability to make the wind chimes move. Mike thinks he is a superpower, and supernatural phenomena appear around him whenever he gets emotional. Sometimes the glass in my hand suddenly cracked, and sometimes there was a sudden fire around. The severity of these supernatural phenomena depends entirely on the intensity of his emotions, and it is completely uncontrollable. This is also the reason why Mike moved to the Grove by himself. If this supernatural phenomenon is frequently revealed in front of people, he will definitely be checked by the water meter, and he may be sliced and studied when waiting for him. Since Mike discovered that his ability is related to his emotional fluctuations, he has learned to control his emotions. Because he found that by mastering his emotions, he could control his abilities to a certain degree, and let his abilities perform as he hoped. Obviously, the hard work of the past 6 months has not been without results. When he was fighting with the dog, he successfully activated that ability. At that time, he was thinking about knocking the dead dog to death. So, his short stick seemed to have some magic attached to it, speed and power. Becomes huge. In this case, the next plan can be carried out. In the darkness, the boy's eyes were gleaming, and soon there was a slight snoring sound in the cabin. Tonight's 2 consecutive activation abilities were too tired for this thin boy. Chapter 2, Lucky Boy Mike and Letter. Mike's full name is Mike Tangley. He could be regarded as a successful person, if the standard of a successful person is to have money. I have to say that Mike is lucky. After all, it is not easy for a gangster who has lived in an orphanage since he was a child and wandered the streets after being driven out of the orphanage at the age of 14. It is not easy to buy a big villa in a wealthy New York area and get married and have children. All this is due to his amazing luck. Mike is just like the illegitimate child of Goddess of Luck. From the day he was on the street, as long as he participated in a fight or a gun battle, no matter how tragic the scene was, Mike would be unharmed. So people who knew Mike gave Mike a veritable nickname, Lucky Kid Mike. But luck didn't seem to have been taking care of Mike, or his luck was used up in the bank robbery. Mike, who successfully robbed the bank and owned a huge amount of belongings, encountered all sorts of in his middle age. His daughter determined to make and his wife gave him a green hat every other way. Such things are trivial. Unfortunately, his former enemy found him who changed his name. Finally, late at night on April 21, 2019, with a gunshot, the lucky kid Mike fell. But when he woke up again, he was pleasantly surprised to find that Goddess of Luck didn't seem to abandon him. He was reborn on a thin and wounded kid, and returned to 1991. After reading the child's memory, Mike found an anomaly. This kid, also named Mike but without a surname, has superpowers. Although he couldn't control this ability, and because of this ability, he was called a monster, and was beaten to death by the children who excluded him. But now all of this is Mike's. Mike doesn't care about the child's tragic experience. Mike has seen too many pitiful things at the bottom of society, and he is so numb. If this body does not have superpowers, Mike may have to go out to join the gang or enter the orphanages known as gangster concentration camps. I believe that with the experience of the previous life, Mike will be able to mix in it. After using these people to obtain a lot of money, they can retire bravely and thoroughly clean themselves in the investment industry. In addition, Mike has several investment plans that make sure that he does not lose money. When he was a rich man, he heard that others boasted a lot of successful experiences. What? You say studying? You let a bully, a bank robber go to study hard every day? Don't be kidding, you must know that what Mike hates most is reading. Even the basic English reading and writing was learned by Mike after he was rich, so that he could not be ashamed. And, this is in the UK. It is impossible for a vagrant orphan in this kind of old capital country to succeed by studying. It would be nice to be able to support himself. To use Mike's words, in such a society, people like him have to go through crooked ways to succeed. You will never have a chance to follow the rules of those who are superior. But his superpowers disrupted Mike's plan. If he had such power in his previous life, he would not be killed by a pistol. If he had this power in the previous life, he would have succeeded a long time ago and there is no need to risk robbing the bank. So Mike made up his mind to master this power, even if it took several years or more than 10 years to do it. Because as long as he has the power, Mike is confident that he can quickly gather those wealth and power in a short time. So, in the 6 months since he came to this world, Mike has been in the garbage room every day to exercise his abilities. The way of exercise is also very simple. Just let his emotions stabilize and stare at the wind chimes on the roof, thinking about making him move. Stand up. Mike still has some experience in controlling emotions. These experiences made him stabilize his abilities quickly, and he would never light the hut from time to time. However, Mike has not made any progress in making the wind chimes move. Mike felt that his idea of making the wind chimes move was not firm enough. And just last night, Mike found that he seemed to have succeeded. When fighting with the dog, the short stick followed his own hope and became faster and stronger. The excited Mike returned to his trash room and began his daily practice. As expected, the wind chime mind swing method that had never been successful turned out to be successful. At this time, inside the garbage house, Mike woke up, and the moment he opened his eyes, the wind chime on the roof came into view. When he saw the wind chime Mike, he laughed. In the past 6 months of practice, Mike watched the wind chime fall asleep almost every night, and watched the wind chime wake up in the morning. Although this wind chime was only made by Mike using the broken glass and fishing line he collected, Mike has decided that he will take this wind chime and leave this ghost place, and collect it, knowing that he is dead. Yes, Mike decided to leave the garbage room. Now that I have basically controlled my superpowers, it is time to make money. And his current body has been raised in the past 6 months. With his current height, the hyenas in the orphanage will not take him as a prey. However, just as Mike watched Feng Chime yelling at himself about marrying the gangster princess, becoming the gangster godfather, and reaching the pinnacle of his life, he found a letter lying next to his pillow. Now Mike was stunned, knowing that although his trash room is simple, his own protective measures are still good. Since the other party can put a letter by his pillow without knowing it, it means that the other party has the ability to kill himself without knowing it. Thinking of this, Mike picked up the envelope and opened it without hesitation. You read www.yuuganshu. Since the comm partner is here to deliver the letter, it won't be disadvantageous to me for the time being, otherwise I just have to do it while I'm asleep. After a long time, Mike finished reading the letter and sat blankly on the mattress. Hogwarts, isn't that Harry Potter my youngest son Jimmy's favorite? Because of Jimmy's relationship, Mike's father was forced to read the complete Harry Potter works to Jimmy several times, and accompanied him to watch all the Harry Potter movies. He can't be familiar with this children's book. At this time Mike finally understood what had happened to him. His superpower was basically the magic riot of the little wizard. You must know that magic riots are very dangerous. Many little wizards have died under magic riots, and during this period of time, I used it as a superpower to actively trigger and try to control it. As expected, Goddess of Luck still took care of her, otherwise she would have been bombed to death. At this time, a piece of parchment fell from Mike's Hogwarts admission notice. Dear Mr. Tangley, in view of your special situation, we will send someone to your residence to answer your doubts and give you necessary help. Please note that our staff will arrive at your residence at 8:30 a.m. on July 16, 1991. After reading the note, Mike subconsciously glanced at the electronic watch without the strap beside his pillow. The number on it showed 8:31. Mr. Mike Towney, it seems you have read the letter we sent you. Mike went to hear the reputation. The door of the trash room had been opened for some time, and an old man with a white beard was standing outside the door grinning. My goodness, this is Dumbledore. Chapter 3, Dumbledore and Number 039, S Sudden Home Visit. Mr. Mike Towney, it seems you have read the letter we sent you. Dumbledore was standing outside the door, and the soft sunlight outside the room shone on him, making him seem to be shining, especially his white beard. Mike stared at Dumbledore dumbfounded, and glanced at the letter in his hand from time to time, without knowing how to react. Dumbledore saw Mike's silly look, and continued. Excuse me for not introducing myself. I am Dumbledore, the principal of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. This time I am here to help a little wizard like you with special circumstances. Principal, Mr. Principal. Mike didn't seem to react yet. Mr. Tonley, don't you invite me in first when the guest is here. Dumbledore blinked at Mike, and some old boy smiled. Mike gave a joke, and then hurriedly invited Dumbledore in and asked him to sit on the only sofa in the trash room. Mr. Principal, is everything true in the letter? I was admitted to a magic school. Dumbledore sat down without disdain, and looked at the clean and tidy environment in the garbage room. Of course, Mr. Townley, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry is a long-established wizarding school. In addition, I have to say, your place is really unexpectedly clean. Mike's mind was chaotic at this time. Dumbledore came too suddenly. Fortunately, Mike had seen a lot of big scenes in his previous life, and he was very adaptable. Mr. Principal, why did the principal come here in person? Isn't it enough to send someone to do this? Of course, I don't suspect that you are lying to me, it's just too sudden. Mike flushed with nervousness, and subconsciously asked his most doubtful question. Mr. Mike, you don't need to be nervous. We are sure that you have magical talents and meet our admission requirements. I believe you have discovered a series of abnormal phenomena that happened around you. Dumbledore said. There was a pause. The reason why I came here in person is mainly because the Ministry of Magic discovered that you seem to be deliberately triggering a magic riot. You know this is very dangerous. I think it is necessary for me to come here in person for your special situation. Oh. Magic riots are those anomalies that happen around you. After all, Dumbledore glanced at the big piece of meat hanging on the steel structure of the shed. Mike has calmed down at this time, and the emotional control training during this period is still somewhat useful. I found that Dumbledore looked at the leftover meat last night, combined with what he said before, already understood that someone had been monitoring him during this period, and the abnormal situation Dumbledore said included him last night in addition to the magic riot. What you did? Mr. Principal, I haven't eaten meat for a long time. I didn't mean it. I just can't help it. Mike pretended to be aggrieved. Dumbledore was obviously a little surprised, the child was so observant. But it is also reasonable. After all, he is a stray orphan, and his ability to detect words and colors will suffer a lot. Mr. Mike, I don't mean to blame you. In fact, I have seen many children similar to you. One of them is very similar to you, with the same talent, and the same sadness since childhood. Dumbledore smiled kindly. I believe you are kind, and I believe Hogwarts will not let you down. Also, just call me Dumbledore, don't be so formal. Mike couldn't help his scalp tingling when he heard Dumbledore's words. He had a hunch that the child Dumbledore said was very similar to him was probably Voldemort. Thank you, Mr. Dumbledore. What are the charges at Hogwarts? I am like going to school, but I don't know if I have enough money. Mike controlled his expression and smiled stiffly. Oh, Mr. Tonley, I think you may have misunderstood something. Hogwarts School has subsidies for students with special circumstances like you. You only need to wait for our follow-up staff and there is no charge. Dumbledore explained with a surprised look. Mike pretended to breathe a sigh of relief, his eyes flushed, and a little choked. Thank you. Thank you. I have always dreamed of going to school, but, thank you. Mike still cried in the second half of the speech. What a poor child. Dumbledore's big hand stroked Mike's short blonde hair. Don't worry, as I said, Hogwarts won't let you down. Mike couldn't help feeling a chill when Dumbledore stroked his hair. You must know that Dumbledore was suspected of being gay, but he had to continue to look grateful. The two talked for a while, until Dumbledore offered to leave Mike and sent Dumbledore to the door with red eyes. See you at Hogwarts, Mike. Dumbledore nodded at Mike, and operated and left. And Mike stood at the door of the garbage room, silent for a long time. He really didn't expect Dumbledore to visit the house in person, and he also thought that his superpowers turned out to be magical explosions. But I just learned from the conversation with Dumbledore that his talent seems to be very strong. After all, the talent of the little wizard who is able to control his own magical burst without being hurt before the age of 11 can be imagined. This means that there is an amazing talent for silent and wandless casting. In fact, when there was no magic wand, only such people were considered to have magic talent. In modern times, because of the appearance of the magic wand, many people who were considered dumb guns in ancient times can also use magic wands to become wizards. Mike couldn't help but get excited when he thought of this. The wizarding world is completely different from the world of ordinary people. The individual power in the wizarding world is very powerful. Even Dumbledore, Voldemort, and others can fight the army alone. What it means to have a strong magical talent in such a world is self-evident. To a muggle wizard like him, who wants to make his mark in the wizarding world, that is almost impossible. Although Dumbledore and others have done a lot to raise the banner of peaceful coexistence between wizards and muggles, reading www.uuganshu.com, but the wizarding world is still the territory of pure-blood wizards. Muggle wizards are undoubtedly at the low end of the discrimination chain in the wizarding world, and even the dumb guns of some big families are better than them. This can be seen from the Weasleys. Ron's father, Arthur Weasley, worked in the Ministry of Magic's Department of Prohibition of Muggle Supplies and even wrote the Muggle Protection Act. But judging from the description of him in the original book, he obviously didn't know much about Muggles. Isn't there a Muggle-born wizard named Basser more suitable for this job? Of course there is, but the Ministry of Magic would rather let an incompetent pure-blood wizard die in this position than recruit a Muggle-born wizard. So, Mike wants to stand out either by overthrowing the pure-blood wizard's rule over the wizarding world, or having a power that is so powerful that the pure-blood wizard cannot ignore it, just like Voldemort and Dumbledore. Mike shook his head and threw the distracting thoughts out of his mind. There is one more thing imminent now. Just now Mike learned from Dumbledore that every little wizard born in a Muggle family can use the Hogwarts admission notice as a voucher, in Gringotts every year at the price of £5 to 1 gold gallon exchange for 100 gold canon. Mike's current deposit is only more than £400, which was picked up by Mike in the past 6 months. I have to say that Mike's nickname is really not for nothing. The purchasing power of the pound sterling in this era is very strong, and the more than £400 is no small amount. It's okay to sell the stuff in the garbage house again for more than £500. Thinking of this, Mike hurriedly packed up the things in the garbage room or maybe before, and went out with a big package on his back. Chapter 4, Diagon Alley. In the early morning, 2 people, one big and one small, were walking on the road in Yankerton. Among them, the tall middle-aged man must be at least 2 meters tall, while the other is a child, thin, wearing a pair of black-rimmed glasses that cannot be repaired by tape, and his hair should have been undressed for a long time, like a pile of weeds piled on his head, covering his forehead. This strange combination of walking on the road aroused the attention of the surrounding pedestrians. Some people even suspected that the child was abducted. After all, the giant did not look like a good person. But no one is nosy, even no one to call the police. After all, gang activities are not uncommon for the residents of Yankerton, but unscrupulous people like them are rare. These 2 people are Hogwarts hunting ground guard Hagrid and Hogwarts freshman Harry Potter. After a while, the 2 came to the door of a shack in the woods west of Yankerton. Hagrid cleared his throat and was about to knock on the door, but the door suddenly opened. Mike looked at the giant outside and recognized Hagrid and Harry Potter at first sight. Without waiting for Mike to speak, Hagrid put down his hand that was about to knock on the door and coughed to ease his embarrassment. "You are Mike Towney, right?" Let me see." Hagrid seemed to have forgotten the words, and read a note from his thick coat pocket. "Abandoned by my parents at the age of 2. Escaped from the orphanage at the age of 5. Wandering in London until now." Sorry." Realized that he had actually read the contents of the note, Hagrid became even more embarrassed, and hurriedly crumpled the note and stuffed it back into his pocket. In short, I am the hunting ground guard at Hogwarts. This time I am here to take you Harry to Diagon Alley." Mike didn't care about Hagrid's rudeness, and showed a sunny smile. "It's okay, Mr. Hagrid, thank you for coming specially." Hagrid didn't talk nonsense. Seeing that Mike knew what he was coming from, he took Mike and Harry to London. Harry was very nervous along the way and never took the initiative to speak. He originally thought Hagrid would use some magical method to take him to the wizarding world. He didn't expect Hagrid to take him to pick up a new student named Mike at Hogwarts, and then took them both by subway to London. Urban area. Harry is very fond of Mike. After all, Harry had always felt that he couldn't find anyone more miserable than himself in this world until he met Mike. Compared with the other party's experience, the sufferings that I have experienced seem to be nothing. Of course, it does not deny that Harry still had a little gloating thought in his heart, but this thought was quickly suppressed by Harry, and there was a strong sense of guilt that followed. I have to say that Harry is still very simple. And Mike is very talkative along the way, always talking to Hagrid with nothing to do. After the conversation along the way, Hagrid's embarrassment quickly disappeared, and Harry responded without a word to the topic of Hagrid and Mike. He was still very nervous. Not long after, Hagrid led them into the Broken Cauldron Bar. Broke Cauldron Bar, as a public entrance connecting the magical world of England and the world of Muggles, is obviously very famous. But as a famous place, it is too dark and dirty. Several old women were sitting in the corner of the room drinking sherry with small glasses, one of them was smoking a long pipe. A little man in a top hat was chatting with a barkeeper whose hair was almost stripped. The three of them attracted everyone's attention as soon as they entered the door. Bar owner Tom noticed the two people behind Hagrid just as he wanted to greet Hagrid, and after looking closely for a while, he excitedly stepped forward and took Harry's hand. "Gosh! You are Harry Potter, right? I'm so honored." As Tom's words fell, the whole bar boiled, and everyone scrambled to squeeze around Harry, hoping that the famous Harry Potter could shake hands with him. Mike noticed one of them dressed up like Indianason. He was stammering. Obviously, he was Quirrell, Hogwarts's defense against the dark arts professor this year. Haig was very proud, as if he was being forced to shake hands with everyone. However, he played his accusation, drove away the crowd and took them to a brick wall behind the Broken Cauldron Bar. "Count up 3 pieces, and then count 2 pieces across the line," he whispered. "Okay, stand back, little ones." He tapped his umbrella head on the wall 3 times. The brick he knocked on shook and began to move. A small hole appeared in the middle. The opening of the hole became bigger and bigger. Soon there was an archway wide enough for Hagrid to pass, leading to a winding path. The winding cobblestone streets with invisible ends. Mike looked at everything in Diagon Alley excitedly. This is the magical world. Mike and Harry couldn't wait for them to have 8 eyes, and they kept looking around, trying to see everything around them transparently. Hagrid smiled heartily when he saw the two of them look like a hillbilly entering the city. "Don't worry, let's go to Gringotts to get the money first, and we'll take you around later, Harry." Hagrid noticed the mic next to Harry. "And you, Mike, don't worry. Your school supplies are ready for you at Hogwarts and we can pick them up at Gringotts." Mike smiled and nodded. He could clearly feel that Hagrid treated him differently from Harry. While talking and laughing, they came to a snow-white building towering high above the surrounding shops. The fairies in scarlet and gold uniforms bowed to them by the shiny bronze gate. Harry was obviously curious and kept staring at the goblin. Hagrid saw what he said to Harry, fearing that the goblin would hear it, so his voice was so low that he couldn't even hear the mic standing beside them. Not long after left, a silver door appeared in front of the 3 of them, and the words were still written on the door. "Please come in, stranger, but you have to be careful about what it will end up with insatiable greed. If you ask for it for nothing, you will be punished the most severely. So if you want to take away a piece of wealth that never belongs to you from our underground vault, thief, you have been warned, beware that it is not treasure, but evil." Mike dismissed this. He was a bank robber in his previous life. Such bank warning slogans can only scare simple-minded people like Hagrid and Harry. A few people walked through this gate and came into the hall. About 100 or so fairies were sitting on high stools behind a row of long counters. Some used copper balances to weigh coins, and some used eyepieces to check gems while going to the large book. "Register hastily." There are countless doors in the hall, leading to different places, and many fairy bows draw people in and out of these doors. Hagrid and Harry walked towards the counter. Hagrid said a few words to the goblin at one of the counters and said to Mike, "Mike, just give him the admission notice for Hogwarts. He will give it to you. Harry and I will return it. Go to the vault to get something." Mike nodded in greeting, watching them walk away under the leadership of a fairy. "Hello, sir." Mike turned around and handed the notice to the fairy. "You reading www.ukansha.com." The goblin did not speak to Mike. After receiving the notice and looking at it with a magnifying glass for a while, He took out a large box from behind. Mike opened the box, and saw that there were many learning materials written in the notice. But there are traces of used, especially the crucible. The inner wall of the pot is uneven, the bottom is obviously much thinner than other parts, and there are large black stains on it. Mike even suspected that its previous user had cooked she with it, so much so that it still emits a stench even today. Mike closed the box and looked at the fairy who was looking down at the gemstone. You can exchange British pounds for gold gallons, right? Of course, 5 pounds is exchanged for 1 gold gallon, and the limit is 100 gold gallons. The fairy raised his head, a little surprised that Mike, the poor ghost, would ask this. Keep it secret to me. Mike threw out a small pocket, which contained sterling in various currencies. The little fairy opened his pocket and counted the coins in it. The speed was so fast that Mike was startled. After a while, the goblin put a pack of jinjialong into Mike's hands. We have a rule that every transaction that Hogwarts students exchange for Muggle coins must be reported to Hogwarts. The little fairy spread his hands on the counter, doing helplessness, but the smile on his face betrayed him. What a greedy guy! Mike took out 5 gold coins from his pocket and put them concealed in the hands of the goblin on the counter. In addition, tell the big guy who just went in, I will go around and gather at the Broken Cauldron bar. The little fairy got a bribe, and he nodded as if he was pounding garlic. Don't worry, sir, you have never exchanged jinjialong. Chapter 5, Magic Wand. Mike walked out of Gringotts. In fact, he was very puzzled about the fact that the magical world had handed over economic power to the fairies, but after learning about Gringotts and the fairies, Mike felt that he seemed to understand. Most wizards are not good at mathematical operations and logical reasoning, or even dull. This makes them incapable of the work of Gringotts, and the fairies have unique talents in this regard. 1 gold gallon is equal to 17 silver CK, 1 silver CK is equal to 29 copper nats. Such a strange and complicated exchange ratio, even those wizards with powerful magical powers can't guarantee that every transaction they make will be counted right, so this is very profitable. Shaking his head to disperse these strange thoughts, Mike still has one of the most important places to go. Following the memories from the time he came, Mike came to a broken and small shop. The sign of the shop has fallen off, and the font that was originally painted with gold paint has also become dull, and it says, Ollivander, an excellent wand has been made since 382 BC. Mike pushed the door in. A thin old man in the small room was packing up a mess of wand boxes at the counter. It was estimated that he had just finished a business. Welcome, young sir. Ollivander saw Mike. Unfamiliar face, I guess you must be a freshman at Hogwarts, right? I remember every wand I sold. Obviously this is the first time you came to me. What is your name, little guy? Mike, McTownley, sir. Then Mr. Tangley, who do you usually like to use? Ollivander waved his wand, and a measuring tape climbed onto Mike's body like a snake. Right hand. Well, let's try this one. 11 inches, cherry wood and unicorn hair, a powerful combination. After measuring Mike's body data with a tape, he quickly flew back to Ollivander. Mike took the wand, and before he waved the tip of the wand emitted a soft white light. It's great. It's not right. Suitable but not the most suitable. Ollivander grabbed the wand, searched behind him for a while and then took out a black wand. 13 inches, black prickly pear wood and dragon's heartstring. A strong combination, a wand belonging to a warrior. Mike stretched out his hand to take the wand, but Mike's hand just got close to the wand before he could grab it. The wand broke free from Ollivander's hand and flew into Mike's hand. The moment he held the magic wand, the tip of the magic wand launched an orange-red light ball, which exploded after flying far away, turning into orange-red light and dust flying down, turning the small shop interior bright red. It's amazing. For the first time, I saw the magic wand so eagerly to actively choose the owner. Ollivander almost jumped up excitedly. You will definitely do something big in the future. Mike stroked the lines on the wand, although he suspected Ollivander would say the same to everyone who bought a wand in his shop. But Mike is still very happy. No one doesn't like to listen to compliments, even if you know he might be lying. And getting the wand means that Mike has officially become a member of the magic world. After giving the Hogwarts wand redemption voucher to Ollivander, Mike walked out of the small shop. Ollivander's wand shop cooperated with Hogwarts and the Ministry of Magic, and every wand sold to the little wizard Ollivander can receive subsidies so that little wizards can obtain magic wands at a low price. Of course, this is only the first purchase. If you lose your wand later, so sorry, you can buy it at the original price. The original price of each wand is around 50 gold gallons, and the price of customized special materials is even higher. Mike, who bought the magic wand, was happy and walked into Lihen bookstore. Although Mike had guessed that the price of magic books would be expensive, he didn't expect it to be so expensive. A copy of Advanced Potions Making costs 9 gallons, and the salary of the Muggle wizard clerk at Lihen bookstore is only 42 gallons a month. And this is because this textbook belongs to Hogwarts, so it has subsidies. The price of other books of the same level as Advanced Potions Making is almost twice his price. No wonder Ron can only use his brother's old books, otherwise he can't afford them at all. On the recommendation of the clerk, Mike bought several books suitable for the first-year little wizard. The high price made Mike a little painful, but he knew it was a necessary investment. No investment in the world is more cost-effective than investing in yourself. Of course, there are second-hand bookstores in the magical world. Almost all the textbooks of the Weasley family are bought in a second-hand bookstore in the corner of Diagon Alley. The books here are about 1/3 the price of new books, but most of these books have missing pages. Books that have good student notes and are well preserved are even more expensive than new books. This is also one of the reasons for Ron's poor grades. Just imagine that these originally broken second-hand books fell into the hands of his older brothers. When Ron got the books, he didn't know the first hand. It is a bit difficult for Ron to learn magic well with this kind of book that lacks a lot of content, so Ron is really pitiful to think about it. It was already dark when Mike returned to the broken cauldron with a large box. He didn't intend to go back to the garbage room, but rented a room upstairs from Tom. Seeing that because Mike is still young, Tom gave him a preferential price, and only charged him 18 gold gallons a month, including lunch and dinner. Mike just got the book and couldn't wait to study the magic in the book, and he vaguely remembered that the little wizard would be warned for using magic in the Muggle world. Although I can't remember whether this is true, it is safer to stay in the Broken Cauldron bar and learn magic to be on the safe side. Mike just put the luggage in his room, and Harry and Hagrid arrived at the Broken Cauldron bar. Harry put his hands behind his back, as if hiding something. "Mike, I heard about you from Hagrid. It just so happened that I found out that my parents had left me a lot of Jinjialong." Harry's face flushed, and his hands kept rubbing behind his back. "I think we are friends, although we only met today, but, if you need money, this is for you." After lowering his head, Harry stuffed the cloth bag hidden behind Mike's hand, which was full of Jinjialong. Poor Harry, wants to use money to make friends. Mike felt the weight of his pocket and didn't know what to say for a while. He never expected Harry to give him money. Harry saw that Mike hadn't spoken for a long time and was anxious. I have no other meaning. You reading www.yuyuganshu.com just like to help you. I know how you feel, and I am also an orphan." Poor Harry, in order not to make his friends uncomfortable, would rather expose his scars to him. Mike thought so, he was indeed moved at this moment. Harry in this period was indeed kind and lovely, and he wouldn't do that as Mike. "I know, Harry, I know all. I admit that I need this money." Mike showed a gentle smile. "But I accept the money for no reason. I will give you an IOU." Although I may be in for a long time. The money will be repaid later, but I swear I will pay it back. You don't need to. We are friends, between friends. No, it's a principle. I don't want your kindness to become a charity to me. Mike interrupted Harry. Harry also smiled when he heard Mike's words. No matter what, Mike just accepts the money. As for the IOU? Go and tear him back. Harry thought so. In the night, Mike couldn't help but turn upside down the silhouette of Harry, who was gradually disappearing into the street. He didn't tell Harry that he didn't really need money to buy the crucible or something, but accepted Harry's kindness. Because one of the ways to quickly increase the relationship between people is to seek help from the other person. In other words, find a way to owe someone else's favor. Most of the friendships of adults are in this model. You owe me a favor, and I pay you back. In this way, the feelings that the two people only see become deeper. Mike's previous life told him that this method is very easy to use. Feeling the cool air outside, Mike returned to his room. He couldn't wait to start trying to learn magic. Chapter 6, Pride and Prejudice. The teaching materials of the wizarding world are just shit. Mike threw out the book in his hand after he failed to release the petrification spell for the 200th time. In the past 2 days, Mike spent all his time researching the Hogwarts first-year textbooks. Although they were old books donated by some senior students, Mike's luck was as good as ever. These books are all from the page number. It's complete. The little wizards in the first grade are not able to learn much magic, and what Mike wants to learn most is the petrification spell. This magic can make the target lose the ability to resist instantly, and if the magic level is high enough, it can even truly petrify the slayer. But it turns out that Mike is a bit whimsical. He can't learn petrification spells at all by reading books, not because his magic talent is not enough, but because the teaching materials in the wizarding world are really scumbag. These books are almost the same as Chinese recipes, they are full of a lot of small, moderate, and other quantifiers. But magic is not about cooking. You can eat more and less seasoning when cooking, but what magic requires is fast and accurate actions and spells. The ghost knows how much a slight increase in the tone of the mantra increases. This is actually understandable. After all, this is just a textbook written by the British wizarding community for little wizards. The entire wizarding community has a population of tens of thousands. This is equivalent to a few teachers in a small town in the United States who have written several textbooks for the students of their school. It is strange that the quality is high. Helpless Mike can only choose to ask the customers of the Broken Cauldron Bar. Go away. Mudblood. Go back to your mud pit. A drunk wizard said to the approaching Mike, "It is because of you mudbloods that the entire wizarding world is messed up." Hearing the sound of Mike's anger, he stepped forward and knocked out the wine glass that the wizard raised to his lips. "What did you say? You have the ability to say it again." The wizard did not expect Mike to do this. He stretched out his hand soaked in alcohol and threw Mike to the ground. At the same time, he took out his wand from his pocket with the other hand and pointed it at Mike. "You dirty mudblood! How dare to be rude to the noble pure-blood wizard!" Fuchsia! Mike just felt a huge force pulling his pants and hanging him upside down. The slack belts couldn't bear the huge force. Mike's pants were dropped to his calf, revealing his little red pants. Seeing Mike's embarrassed appearance, everyone in the bar laughed. Listening to the laughter of everyone in the bar, Mike felt that unprecedented anger was about to drown all his sanity. Ah! Following Mike's roar, a shock wave blasted from Mike's body and blasted towards the surroundings. With a loud bang, the cauldron bar was in a mess, and Mike's tables and chairs were all shattered. The wizard who had cast spells on him was set in the counter, but he was not injured. Just now Tom, the barkeeper, added an armor for him. "How dare you do this?" Tom walked out from behind the counter angrily. "Take your trash and get out of my bar. Right now. You are not welcome here." Mike knew that Tom was doing this for his own good. He would stay here and someone from the Ministry of Magic would come to investigate, but he was still not convinced. He stared at the face of the wizard embedded in the counter with cold eyes, and took this face firmly in his heart. Then he quickly left the Broken Cauldron bar without saying a word. When Tom saw Mike leaving, he ordered the waiter to throw Mike's luggage out, and then he squatted in front of the pure-blood wizard to check his injuries. On the other side, Mike didn't go far. At this moment, he was hiding outside the door of the Broken Cauldron waiting for someone. His Mike can't stand such a grievance. The shock wave just broke the fireplace in the Broken Cauldron bar, which was beyond repair by the repair curse, so customers in the bar tonight can only go to Diagon Alley to find other fireplaces or just apparate. Looking at the wizard who was slowly climbing up, Mike felt that he would definitely not be able to use such advanced spells in his state. I don't know how long it has been. The pure-blood wizard has not left. He still brags about how many Muggle wizards he has bullied in the bar and how good these Muggle-born witches are. Finally, until the bar closed, the pure-blood wizard walked out of the bar awkwardly. Mike hid himself in the dark night and followed the wizard in front of him. The wizard seemed to be too drunk and lost the ability to cast spells. He did not choose to go to the fireplace. Instead, he wandered aimlessly in Diagon Alley, and finally fell asleep in front of a shop. He couldn't wake up any more from his sleep. Mike took advantage of his magical burst effect before he passed, tied him to a big rock and threw him into a big river beside Diagon Alley. Riverside pure blood? Hey! Mike threw the money bag he found from the wizard in his hand, his expression relaxed, and in his pocket, 2 magic wands were lying quietly. In fact, being kicked out of the Broken Cauldron bar had little effect on Mike. That night, he opened a room in a hotel near the Broken Cauldron bar that was willing to entertain him. As for learning magic, with the wand contributed by the pure-blood wizard, reading www.yuyugonshu.com, Mike can now learn magic at will. Since the wizard who wrote the textbook is not familiar with the use of quantifiers, Mike can only use the elimination method to find the correct casting posture. And lucky Mike is indeed a person with strong luck. After trying less than 100 times, he found all the petrification casting skills and mastered this spell. As for the pure-blood wizard, his wand is engraved with the family crest of the pure-blood 28 family Bok family. Mike didn't care about this. What's a joke? That old man named Bok will be gnawed by a reasonable fish and shrimp at the latest 2 months with only bones, and the Bok family can't find out that he is only 11 years old. Child. Mike has always felt that he is a very tolerant person. If he has any grudges, he can pass the blame as long as he pays the right price. Mike thinks that the pure-blooded wizard uses his life and wand as a price enough. As for the Bok family, Mike does not intend to retaliate, and he can even cooperate if he has the opportunity in the future. After all, there are no permanent enemies, only permanent benefits. More than half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Mike has been studying the magic in books for more than half a month, and the sky has paid off, and finally let him master a few commonly used simple magic. At this time, he was dragging a big box and walking on the way to the King's Cross station in England. As he mastered more and more magic, he became more eager for magic, and he couldn't wait to learn more powerful at Hogwarts. It's magic. Ignoring the strange gaze of the people around him, he walked to the 9-quarter platform, where a magical door was waiting for him to open. And in front of the door, Harry Potter was talking to a group of people with red hair. Chapter 7, Hogwarts Express. Hey, Harry. Oh. Mike. Harry, who had been very nervous in the crowd of red hair, saw Mike as if he had found the backbone. Why did you come? I thought you were already here. Ah, sorry, Harry, that's because there is a black cat lying in front of me. Mike spread his hands and shrugged. Harry was puzzled. What? Do you like cats? It's okay, let's not talk about this for now. Mike didn't care when Harry didn't understand what he said about being late, and looked at the people with red hair. Don't you introduce your new friend? Oh, I forgot. This is the Weasley family. I'm asking them how to get into the 9-quarter station. Harry heard the sound and reacted. This is my good friend Mike. Nice to meet you, I really troubled you to take care of Harry. Mike put a sunny smile on his face and bowed to the Weasleys. Maybe it was Mike, the 11-year-old kid bowing too cute. Mrs. Weasley stepped forward and hugged Mike. Really cute and polite child. I have to say that Mike's face is so cute that it immediately captured Mrs. Weasley's heart. Look, my mother has a new son. The two tall red-haired teenagers on the side winked their eyebrows and made a weird look. Yeah, I'm afraid we will fall out of favor in the future. Mrs. Weasley turned her head and shouted at the boy, George. You have admitted the wrong mother, it is George. You, our mother, didn't recognize us. It disappointed us. The red-haired boy on the side was dissatisfied, and then the two rushed in with their luggage and laughed. 9 1/4 of the platform. These little rascals. Mrs. Weasley made a very angry look, but the smile on the corner of her mouth betrayed her. Okay Harry, Mike, you guys go in too, the train is about to leave. And you Ron, take this sandwich I made for you, don't be hungry on the way. The three of them rushed into the wall after hearing the sound of saying goodbye to the Weasley family. For the first time at the 9-quarter station, Harry and Mike were obviously very curious about everything in front of them. Ron was much calmer than them, and his attention was all on Harry at this time, as if he was hesitant to talk. Mike found a lot of old acquaintances, and Neville seemed to be being educated by his grandmother, with a look of grievance. Malfoy in the distance was saying goodbye to his parents. The temperament of their family was very similar, and they all exuded a self-righteous atmosphere. There was a large open space around them, and everyone was walking around them. The three of them walked quickly onto the train that was about to start, and sat down in an empty box. Ron, who was sitting down, was obviously unable to suppress himself. He plucked up the courage and said, Are you really Harry Potter? Harry opened his bangs and showed Ron the lightning scar. God! I was sitting in the same box as the legendary Harry Potter. Ron began to talk to Harry. Looking at the two hotly chatting, Mike felt he needed to join in. Harry, I have been inquiring about Diagon Alley these days, and I have heard about you. I have to say that the situation may not be as optimistic as we thought. Mike pretended to be very serious and said, Because you defeated the Dark Lord, many people who originally followed the Dark Lord are dissatisfied with you, especially those pure-blooded nobles. Mike started to instill his own thoughts into Harry, thinking that Harry is the easiest to brainwash. A simple-minded kid like Harry, Dumbledore can wash it, and his Mike can naturally. That's right Harry, those so-called nobles have nothing good, especially Slytherins, they are full of little Death Eaters. Ron on the side heard Mike's words and immediately agreed and began to agree. Mike looked a little funny. Ron himself came from one of the 28 pure-blood families. On the other hand, the pure-blooded nobles were so proficient in bad words. No wonder the Weasley family was called pure-blood traitors. Harry was obviously bluffed by the two, and hurriedly started asking them questions about the wizarding world. As the topic deepened, Ron also got enthusiastic about Mike. The snack seller came in and Harry bought a bunch of snacks for everyone to eat. Neville with a big round face walked in just as the three of them were eating snacks and chatting. Sorry, did you see my toad? Neville said with tears in his eyes. Harry and Ron shook their heads. I lost it again, it must hate me. It always wants to run away from me. He will be back. Mike hurried forward to comfort him when he saw this. Neville Longbottom was also a member of the 28 pure-blood family Longbottom family, and one of the few pure-blood families that tend to muggle, so it is necessary to talk to him. Good friends. Well, I'll accompany you to find it. Really, but forget it, I don't want to trouble you, thank you. I can see that Neville is an inferiority and self-closing child. It's so decided, let's go. Mike knew that facing such a child needs to be direct and tough, and took Neville out of the box. Harry, you and Ron won't use it anymore. Someone needs to take care of our luggage. Hearing the sound, Harry, who had originally wanted to come forward to help, sit down again. Mike took Neville through the carriages one after another. On the way, Mike kept asking the people in the box while Neville kept his head down and followed Mike behind him. When Mike opened the last car of the first grade, a girl with thick hair appeared in front of him, Hermione Granger, one of the trio of salvation. Looking at the Big Fangs girl in front of him, Mike couldn't help smiling with a successful plan. All this is Mike's plan, first instilling the savior that pure-blooded nobles are bad people. Give the Salvation Trio and Neville an impression of being helpful and capable. Did you see Neville's toad? Mike said to Hermione with a smile, his face stiffened all the way. What kind of toads? Do anyone really treat toads as pets? I mean, don't you think they are disgusting? You are also new students at Hogwarts. Hermione threw out like a cannon. Lots of questions. LeFou has the blood of the invisible leopard, let's forget it, we can't find it. Anyway, it will appear on its own later, should it? Neville raised his head and smiled at Mike, but the tears were still tolerated. Keep going down. Thank you for staying with me for so long, Mike. Navi, it's okay, you said that LeFou often disappears for a while and then suddenly appears again. Yes. Then the problem is not a big deal, Neville, LeFou is playing with you. I can see that he likes you very much, otherwise he will not come back after running away. Mike comforted Neville. We were looking for a circle at the end. It was really impossible to get to the school and let the teacher help us find it. Navi lowered his head to cover up the tears that he had burst out of his eyes, and kept thanking him in an inaudible voice. Well, madam, I'm sorry to disturb you. We are going to find Neville's toad. Wait. I'll go with you too. By the way, do you know magic? I tried a few simple spells at home, just to practice one, and they all worked. No one in my family understands magic, so when I received the admission letter, I was shocked, but I was very happy because, I mean, as far as I know, this is the best magic school, and I have learned all the textbooks. Of course, I just hope this works. Mike may be the first person of the same age that Miss Granger met along the way. When she saw him leaving, she would immediately follow Neville. She had already ignored her. Hermione was talking endlessly all the way, until the three of them returned to Harry's box and still had a lot of thoughts. Reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Mike reached out his hand to motion her to shut up. Because the door of Harry's box was blocked by two tall boys. I think I can tell who is out of the ordinary. When Mike squeezed into the box from between the two of them, he heard Harry speaking coldly to Malfoy. What happened? Mike. Mike. He is Draco Malfoy. Their whole family are Death Eaters. The two saw Mike scrambling to talk. Yet. Red hair, tattered clothes, I think you must be from Weasley. I don't think there is anything new all over your body. After all, your father's poor salary won't support you at all. Listen. Is it true that your mother even goes out to sell snacks to subsidize the family? Weasley. Draco flushed and stared at Ron. Seeing this, Mike stepped forward and grabbed Draco by the collar and looked at him condescendingly. Do you want to fight, boy? Hey? Do you want me to punch your white face? I swear I will beat you even without your mother's recognition. Past and present, Mike killed many people. Draco was staring at his murderous eyes as if he was facing a tiger. Gore and Crabbe wanted to step forward to help, but they were dragged by Neville, who was trembling all over. After a while, Draco broke out in a cold sweat. After struggling to break free of Mike's restraint, he tidied his neckline with trembling hands to conceal his embarrassment. You wait for me. My father is the manager of Hogwarts. I want him to fire you all. Draco left behind a cruel word, and took Gore and Crab to leave quickly. Even after walking far away, he could still hear him berating them. Chapter 8, Sorting Ceremony. Hat, roar incompetent. Mike shook his head, speaking with disdain. Well, who will tell me what happened? Harry and Ron surrounded him, and you explained to Mike what Malfoy had just come. Mike chuckled, he actually knew Malfoy's intentions. Mr. Malfoy came here with kindness this time, but he was obviously a spoiled child. He recognized Harry, but despised Ron. The most important thing is that he actually thought that Harry, who grew up in the Muggle world, could understand his theory of the supremacy of pure blood, especially under the premise that both Harry's parents died at the hands of the leader of the pure blood noble Voldemort. It can be said that the two are not born in the same camp. Want to win Harry? Simply whimsical. You will come to me when he comes again, and I will solve it. I have dealt with many of these things while wandering on the streets. Mark solemnly said to the two. You are so handsome. This is Ron and Harry. Hermione's focus is different from the two. What, have you been wandering on the street? Yes, I am an orphan. Sorry, I mean. Hermione realized that she had said something wrong and hurriedly apologized. Okay, let's not talk about that. Mike interrupted before Hermione was finished. The train is going to Hogwarts soon. Let's change our clothes. Madam, I think you need to avoid it. Also, thank you Neville. Your courage just now is amazing. You will definitely be classified. Landfinder. Hermione blushed and ran away. Harry and the others quickly changed into wizard robes. Unknowingly several people regarded Mike as the backbone. Mike also put on the second-hand robe sent to him by Hogwarts. This robe is obviously smaller and can only cover Mike's calf, while Harry's robe is tailored to cover his shoes firmly. Ron's robe is obviously also second-hand or even handy. He looked at Harry's new robe and felt a little inferior. Mike is different, he doesn't care whether the shabby robe on his body will attract the contempt of others. The stride took Harry and Ron down the train. Just getting out of the car, a tall figure attracted the attention of the three. Hagrid's size was hard to notice in the group of little wizards. First graders. First graders, come here. Harry, come here, how are you? Hagrid finally found three of them. Under the leadership of Hagrid, a black lake appeared in front of everyone. A castle stands on the hillside across the lake. Under the light of the stars, the entire Hogwarts castle is like a pearl dotted in the night sky. Compared with it, even the moon is eclipsed. Each boat cannot exceed 4 people. Hagrid led the little wizards onto the boat. Harry and Ron boarded the boat first, followed by Mike and Hermione. Originally Neville planned to take the boat with Mike, but seeing that Hermione got on the boat first, she could only leave with grievances. Hagrid rowed his small boat that might be crushed by him at any time, and the little wizards slowly followed. It didn't take long for Mike to feel the majesty of Hogwarts when they approached. Unlike when I was in the distance, the interior of Hogwarts is now brightly lit and the castle is full of spires, which is very shocking. Head down. Mike and others fell into a state of dementia, until Hagrid awakened them with a roar. Everyone walked along a dark tunnel to the pier under the castle, and under the leadership of Hagrid, they finally assembled in front of a huge oak door. The toad on the road in Neville finally returned to Neville's hands by himself, and Neville was so excited that he couldn't make a sound. Noticed the movement over there, Mike looked at Neville, who happened to meet Neville, and gave him an encouraging look. The door was suddenly opened. A tall witch in an emerald green robe looked at the little wizards standing in front of the door. Her expression was serious and her lips were pressed tightly. Her eyes drifted past Mike and Harry inadvertently. It is Professor McGonagall. Thank you, Hagrid, leave it to me next. She bid farewell to Hagrid and led a group of little wizards into the castle. Under the pressure of her aura, the little wizards who were chatting with each other were all silent, and one by one followed Professor McGonagall like a little chicken and an old hen. Passing through the huge castle hall, everyone finally stopped in a small room. "Welcome to Hogwarts," Professor McGonagall said, "but you still need to go through the sorting ceremony before you officially enroll to decide which college you will study in the next 7 years. The 4 colleges are Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. Each has bred countless outstanding wizards, and they have all made great contributions to the wizarding world. In addition, the school holds the College Cup every year, and I hope you can all perform well and strive to win honor for your college. The sorting ceremony will be held in front of all the teachers and students in the school in a few minutes. Before that, I suggest you tidy up your appearance." Professor McGonagall stared at the stain on Ron's nose and turned away. Perceiving McGonagall's gaze, Mike took out his wand and pointed it at Ron's nose to clean it up. The stain on Ron's nose disappeared instantly. Noting that Mike had released a new cleaning spell, Hermione opened her mouth in excitement. "You learned how to clean up?" "I haven't learned it yet, it's so difficult." Mike smiled politely at her without paying attention. At this time, his attention was all on the white transparent figures that suddenly emerged from the wall behind them, ghosts. He is very interested in these ghosts. What kind of life form are they? Does the soul really exist? Professor McGonagall returned soon, and she took the little wizards into the auditorium. Mike swears that he has never seen such a magical auditorium. The students in robes are sitting around the 4 long tables. Candles float in the air above the long table. When you look up, you can see the ceiling. I don't know what kind of magic they have put on the ceiling. The ceiling is as if it doesn't exist. The moonlight outside shines straight down, and dots of light are dotted in the night sky. Ha! Professor McGonagall coughed and drew the attention of the freshmen. There was a high wooden chair in front of her with a pointed wizard hat that must be patched and worn out. "Next, I will start to roll the names, and the classmates whom I can pronounce sit on the chairs and put on the sorting hats." Mike was a little surprised. This did not match his expectations. The sorting hat did not sing. But he didn't have time to think about it. Professor McGonagall started to roll the call, and the first name to be pronounced was him. "Mike Tony." Mike strode forward. He had already decided which college to go to, Ravenclaw. According to the original book and the information obtained in Diagon Alley these days, Slytherin is the gathering place of the pureblood family, so pass. Hufflepuff is a gathering station for mediocrities, UU reading www.ucancha.com also pass. The remaining Ravenclaw and Gryffindor, Mike chose Ravenclaw. First, the combat effectiveness of the Ravenclaw students clearly crushed Gryffindor, and the concentration camp of the schoolmaster is not for nothing. Second, Ravenclaw, like Slytherin, is also rich in dark wizards. You must know that Ravenclaw's literal translation is Raven's Claws, and it means greedy predators. Where did so many books in the Hogwarts library come from? Most of them were plundered by Ravenclaw and his students from elsewhere. Therefore, the students of Ravenclaw are good at fighting and do not reject plunder. This can be seen from their dean, Felius Flivi, that the dean of an academy is a fighting champion. If Ravenclaw were all nerds, then the dean would never be him. In short, Ravenclaw is simply a paradise for Mike to train his party members. Let us go back to the auditorium. Mike picked up the sorting hat. Although the sorting hat was dirty, when he didn't dislike it at all, he said silently in his heart, "Ravenclaw, Ravenclaw, let me go to Ravenclaw." Crow. The moment he put on the sorting hat, a strange voice rang in his mind. Wow, a weird little wizard. Ambitious and possessing magical talents to dispel, if it weren't for your bloodline Slytherin would definitely be the best academy for you. The sorting hat paused. What? Going to Ravenclaw? Not impossible, but maybe Gryffindor will be more suitable for you. Already decided? So all right. Ravenclaw. The sorting hat announced the result loudly. Suddenly, the students on the second table on the left gave a violent applause. The first freshman this year is theirs, which is a good luck. Chapter 9, A Good Life in Ravenclaw. Mike was greeted on the chair by the enthusiastic seniors and started to introduce themselves. When they learned that Mike was born in Muggle and was still an orphan, all the female seniors around them all began to comfort Mike with a flood of maternal love, and only a few people showed contempt. Mike looked at Ying Ying Yan Yan who was around him, and had to sigh, "It's really the right time to come to Ravenclaw." The Salvation Trio was assigned to Gryffindor as in the original book. Harry almost cried when he learned that he and Mike were not in the same academy. Although the time spent with him was very short, Harry had already regarded Mike as himself. Good friends. It was late at night when the banquet was over. Mike and the others followed the seniors to the entrance of Ravenclaw's lounge, in front of the eagle-head knocker. What is the most precious wealth of mankind? Excellent ingenuity is the most precious treasure of mankind. Ravenclaw said in unison. The door opened silently. Please remember this sentence. The female prefect said to everyone, our Ravenclaw students are the smartest among the 4 colleges and the farthest sailing in the ocean of knowledge. Hope this sentence can guide you. You go further. When everyone finally stepped into Ravenclaw's common room, they seemed to have arrived at a library made of pure blue. The bookshelves against the wall are densely packed with books. These are donations from the students of Ravenclaw. Most of them are the previous notes and homework of Ravenclaws, the other is some novels, biographies, and magic books. These books are one of the reasons Mike chose Ravenclaw. With these notes, Mike can get in touch with more curses that can only be learned by seniors. As for Ravenclaw's imbalance between men and women, boys have become a very small minority, which can only be regarded as a windfall. Because there are too few boys, Ravenclaw's male dormitory is also a single room. Compared with the bunk beds in other colleges, the conditions are much better. Mike's first class at Hogwarts was Professor Snape's potions class, and there were still 2 consecutive sessions. In class, Professor Snape gave his speech on death and glory as usual. Mike's guess was correct. Snape said these words to the freshmen every year. And Mike's thin-bottom crucible is obviously not up to the burden of making magic potions. Even the simplest sleeping potion, which is specially used to mobilize the enthusiasm of the little wizard, doesn't work, and it exploded. And to Mike's surprise, the gloomy Snape didn't deduct Ravenclaw's points after seeing Mike's thin and excessive crucible, but only verbally scolded him. Even left a special Mike at the end of class, and gave him a crucible that was second-hand but almost intact. And warned him that if today's things happen again in potions class next time, he will be locked up. Mike held the cauldron in his hand and didn't care about Snape's warning. You must know that he was a cook in a gang and was no stranger to chemical medicine. What surprised him was Snape's attitude. It seemed that Snape's viciousness was mostly only directed at Gryffindor and Harry Potter. There are not many classes at Hogwarts, so Mike has a lot of free time. He spends all of this time reading books in the Ravenclaw lounge. Different from the students in other colleges who just went crazy in the castle after class, there are many Ravenclaws like Mike who choose to read. So, Mike was happy. When I was tired from reading, I went to molest the female classmates around me. If I didn't understand, I went to consult the female senior. Staying with those women for too long, Mike even felt that he was wearing the fragrance of these women on his body. If it hadn't been for this body to be too small, Mike had even begun to act. You know, at Hogwarts, girls can enter the boys' bedroom at will. After a long time of study, Mike found that studying hard and working behind closed doors was not working. After consulting seniors, he felt that he had benefited a lot. The magic that he taught himself was simply flawed. But when he asked the seniors why their spell power is always so weak, no one could give him an answer. They only said that it might be because Mike's magic power was still too weak. Mike is dismissive of this. Have you never seen the scene when Brother's magic power broke out, saying that my magic power is not enough? Joke. Soon he arrived at Mike's first spell class, and it was their dean, Professor Flavie, who taught them. Professor Flavie taught them a simple spell, with a big stick in the front teeth. Mike, who had a foundation for a long time, made 2 large front teeth grow out of the little mouse on the table almost at the same time as Professor Flavie. It's great! Ravenclaw adds 10 points. I have never had such a talented little wizard. Flavie almost fell off the desk with excitement. Oh, the lady in Gryffindor, well done! Gryffindor adds 5 points. Hermione glared at Mike fiercely, and looked at the little mouse on the table with his big teeth, only to feel that the whole world was aiming at him, and her eyes blushed. But Mike didn't have time to pay attention to Hermione's reaction. He had to make a good impression on Professor Flitwick. After class, Mike did not rush out of the classroom like other little wizards, but waited until Professor Flitwick had packed his things and asked, "Professor Flavie, can I take you some time? I have some questions about the curse." "Of course. Mike, why don't we go to my office and talk about it? I happen to have something to talk to you." Professor Flitwick agreed. In the corridor, Mike found that Professor Flavie had short legs, but his moving speed was dissatisfied. He didn't need to slow down at all, instead he had to walk fast to follow Professor Flitwick. Finally arrived at the office, Professor Flitwick asked him to sit down at the table, and poured him a cup of tea by the way. "Dear Dean, I feel that the effect of my spell is very different from that of seniors." "Why is that?" As soon as he sat firmly, Mike couldn't wait to ask. He, there are many reasons for this problem. Why don't you release a magic for me to see?" Flavie is obviously happy that Mike calls him the dean instead of the professor. UU reading www.uuganshu.com laughed almost from ear to ear. Yugadam Leviosa. Mike took out his wand and released the levitation charm on the book on the table. The book immediately began to tremble slightly. After a while, it staggered and floated, but it fell on the table again before it floated too high. "Oh! Excellent floating spell! IMHO Mike, your spell level has surpassed most first-year students, and even many old students are not as good as you." Flitwick paused, "But I found that you still have room for improvement. Your emotions were not mobilized when you released the magic." "Emotions?" Mike expressed doubts. "Yes, the essence of magic is that the magic power in our body is released in a certain way, and the movements of the wand and the spells read when the magic is released are a process of mobilizing magic power. But this way of using magic is the lowest level, while mobilizing emotions is an advanced method. It mobilizes your emotions when you cast a spell. The stronger your emotions about the success of the spell, the better the effect of your spell. Until you reach your limit. The most advanced method is to completely control your own magic and let them operate according to your own ideas. This last technique requires a huge amount of knowledge and amazing talent. This is also the prerequisite for silent and wandless casting. Of course this is still too difficult for you." Professor Flavie said a long list all of a sudden, took the teacup on the table and took a big sip. "Thank you. Your guidance made me feel better, Dean." Mike bowed deeply. Professor Flitwick put down his teacup, looked at Mike with some sympathy, and said, "I have heard about you, poor boy. Foresee the future, please see the next chapter." Naughty GIF. Chapter 10, Malfoy and Number 039, S Provocation. "Poor boy, I heard about you." Professor Flitwick looked at Mike sympathetically. "I assure you that no one at Hogwarts dares to discriminate against your blood." Mike was taken aback when he heard the sound, then his eyes were red. He immediately realized that Professor Flitwick was talking about what happened at the Broken Cauldron bar before. He didn't expect it to reach the professor's ears so quickly. The British wizarding world is really small. Mike almost forgot about this incident. He always felt that he was not a person who held a grudge, and he reported it on the spot. But the look is still something to do. Fortunately, decades of life experience have given him perfect acting skills. Flitwick was almost broken when he saw Mike's aggrieved appearance, thinking that he was the same as the kid before him because his fairy blood was discriminated against by people around him. But his temper was very bad back then, no matter who it was, as long as Fluffy felt he offended him, he would take out his wand and ask him to eat a flaming meal. It wasn't until he won the duel championship that his temper slowly improved, because no one dared to offend him anymore. Oh, poor boy. It's okay now. Professor Flitwick reached out and stroked Mike's short blonde hair. Thank you, Dean Fluffy. You are the first person to treat me well. Mike wiped away tears that didn't exist. After another chat between the two, Mike bid farewell to Professor Flitwick. Thank you very much, Dean Fluffy. Mike bowed deeply at Fluffy. Can I ask you again in the future? Of course, my child, the door of my office will always be open for you. Hurry up, or you will miss lunch. Flitwick smiled and nodded at Mike, and seemed to think of something, then blinked weirdly at Mike. He blinked. By the way, Mike, don't experiment with magic in the lounge, it will mess up the lounge. You can go to the 8th floor and you should be rewarded. Thank you, Dean. After bidding farewell to Fluffy, Mike walked alone on his way to the restaurant. The tragic sale just now was very worthwhile. Not only got his own solution to the weak magic power, but also got the promise that Fluffy would support him. The most important thing is that Fluffy gave him a permission. The 8th floor is the floor where the House of Requirement is located. Fluffy's last words undoubtedly imply that he can enter the House of Requirement. This way he wouldn't have to worry that Dumbledore would doubt him when he entered responsive. It's not that Mike was overly cautious. According to the original work, Hogwarts Castle itself is a magical item. The principal himself is likely to have surveillance rights over the school's facilities. Was thinking, Mike had already walked into the restaurant. There were so many little wizards dining in the restaurant. Mike casually found a table and sat down. The plate in front of him immediately showed steaming food, potato stew and white bread. Mike. What are you doing these days? We always want to find you. Mike looked towards the voice, and saw the Savior 3 standing in front of him. Sorry, Hogwarts is so fun, I have been exploring it these days, although I haven't even explored the Ravenclaw lounge so far. Mike spread his hands and shrugged his shoulders jokingly. Hermione obviously doesn't believe this, and choked. I see some people have been busy hooking up with senior sister these days. I am not, don't talk nonsense. Mike hurriedly denied. You lied, I saw it all in the library, you kissed me with those senior sisters. Mike didn't expect Hermione to care about this kind of thing, and joked, oh? Why do you care about me so much? Do you like me? No. I just happened to, you, don't talk nonsense. Hermione's face turned red instantly, and she was about to run away. But a teenager with platinum blonde hair stopped her. Wow! Come and see everyone, Gryffindor's Master and Ravenclaw's blonde boy are getting better. What are you doing? Malfoy! Harry yelled at Draco. Get out of me! Is that how your parents taught you to treat a lady? You beast without a tutor! Mike stood up and stared at Draco viciously. It seemed that this look reminded Draco of his embarrassing scene on the train again, and his face turned pale. Madam? Can you be called a lady even with such big teeth? Draco said with drooling. But she is a good match for you, Mike. You two dirty mudbloods. Mike was also happy when he heard the last 3 words. As soon as the umbrella was held up, someone sent him to the door to make him stand up. He took out his wand and pointed to Draco and said, I'll give you a chance to reorganize the language. Draco is completely worthwhile. He doesn't believe how much magic a muggle mudblood like Mike can learn in just a few days, and he is a pure-blooded nobleman who has been learning magic since he was a child. Mud. Be kind. Draco said every word. All petrochemicals. A light barely visible to the naked eye hit Draco. Draco's body stiffened, his face still holding that hideous expression, and his body appeared as grey as a stone. This is Mike's petrification spell. The petrification charm. Mike just mobilized his emotions. This is not difficult for the Mike who has been training for half a year, and the effect of emotional release is also very good. The power of the spell is obviously stronger, there is no petrification curse before that gloss, and this is the sign of the petrification curse entering the room. Seeing Draco being petrified, everyone around him exclaimed, "You will be expelled. No spells are allowed in the hall, we should tell the professor." Hermione's tears burst out, and the poor child didn't understand how vicious the 3 words mudblood mean. Mike doesn't care about this. In places like Hogwarts, descent discrimination violates political correctness. He pays more attention to the effect of emotional spell casting on spells, which also confirms his conjecture about the nature of magic. Magic is like chakra, it is a fusion of physical power and spiritual power. Therefore, when the mood is high, the intensity of the spell will increase, and the magic power of the little wizard will increase with age. Besides, Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com, he has a backer now. Sure enough, it didn't take long for Professor Fluffy to walk to the hall with his short legs. "I want to see, which little dared to slap me in the face." "Aha! Draco Malfoy! You are so capable, just like your father." Professor Fluffy was very angry. He only slapped Mike with his front foot, but he did not expect someone to slap him in the face on the back foot. As for Mike's release of the petrification charm on Draco, he selectively ignored it. Instead, he would do it too much. "How dare you guys? How dare you violate the school rules so presumptuously?" At this time, Professor McGonagall and Snape also arrived. Professor McGonagall was obviously mad. He never expected that there would be new students within a few days of school. Dare to violate school rules, especially in public. And Snape stood beside McGonagall without saying a word. He was just nearby and witnessed the whole process, which is why Draco dared to be so arrogant. But Draco made a mistake this time. Mudblood. These 3 words are simply Snape's inverse scales. Because of these 3 words he lost his lily. You 2 will deduct 50 points each. Detained for 10 days. Professor McGonagall made a ruling. I protest. I can't listen to your McGonagall this time. Professor Flitwick obviously couldn't accept this kind of handling of the big 30s. Little Malfoy dared to call Mike a mudblood. He deserves the Sinopec spell. Hearing the 3 words mudblood, McGonagall's face also changed drastically. Slytherin deducts 100 points, and Draco Malfoy is locked up for 15 days, and I will be guarded by myself. Professor McGonagall looked at Draco's hideous face and pressed his lips. Mike Tonley was tight for a day. Closed. Guarded by Professor Flitwick. Chapter 11, Restaurant Event Follow-Up. Professor McGonagall announced the final penalty. Slytherin deducted 100 points, and Drake was closed for 15 days in the office of Professor McGonagall. Mike was closed for the day, and the place was in Professor Flitwick's office. The confinement time is from after dinner to midnight every day. This kind of punishment can be said to be very serious, especially for Draco. I was fined for 15 days and shut down for 15 days. It also affected Slytherin College. It was deducted 100 points. You should know that Slytherin has won the Academy Cup for several years in a row. What Draco did lettering has little hope of winning the cup this year. And Professor Snape had no reaction to seeing Slytherin being deducted, but Mike was not surprised. Snape, as Dumbledore's confidant, must have known that this year's College Cup had been assigned to Gryffindor. Mike was very satisfied with this result. He was locked up for only 1 day and was still in Professor Flitwick's office. This was simply a reward for him. He could ask Professor Flitwick for all night's questions. Think about it. Happy. Driven by the prefects, the crowd who had gathered in the dining room to watch the excitement dispersed, and Mike and Draco were also brought back by their respective deans. But the difference is that Draco and Snape were writing unlucky on his face, and his expression was like eating something disgusting. Mike walked with his head high and a little behind Flitwick, and many good people around were applauding at Mike. Most of these people were of Muggle origin or mixed blood. It has long been unpleasant to see those pure-blooded nobles. Up. I'm sorry, Mike. Professor Flitwick looked at Mike apologetically. I promised you clearly. It's okay, Professor, I can protect myself. My petrification spell is not vegetarian. Mike raised the wand in his hand. Ha ha ha. Professor Flitwick was amused by Mike's actions. Yes, your petrification curse is indeed the best I have ever seen in a freshman. But facing this kind of person, I personally like to use the flame curse. Forget that you still know how to curse the flame, it doesn't matter, I can hand it to you tonight. Mike was not too happy when he heard the sound. He had seen the record of the flame curse in Ravenclaw's library. This is not a too difficult spell, and the power is not very powerful. A clear water curse can be easily extinguished. But he still had to pretend to be happy. The two of them returned to the Ravenclaw lounge talking and laughing along the way, and at this time, the fact that Mike defeated Malfoy in the restaurant with a petrification spell has also been passed to the ears of these students, and they all gathered around to ask the details of the matter. Flitwick and Mike explained to the classmates for a long time before everyone went back to their original seats and continued to read the book. Professor Flitwick also returned to his office. At this time, a sturdy black guy stepped forward and said excitedly, "You did a great job. I've seen those pure-blood unhappy, those dissent discriminators." Mike remembered this guy. His name was Franklin Clinton, who was also born in Muggle. He was the tallest of their freshmen. Mike didn't understand him very much about joining Ravenclaw. According to his size, Gryffindor it should be his home. "Thank you, Franklin, this is what I should do. These pure-blooded garbage should be punished as they deserve." Franklin was not surprised that Mike remembered his name. He knew that his size would attract him a lot of attention. "That's right. I have made you a friend. Next time I have something like this, I will definitely call me, I will fight them all over the floor," Franklin said. "Of course, we so-called Moodbreds must unite with each other to fight against those who are dissent." Mike thinks the name is very American. Black is very interesting, maybe you can win it. Hey, do you know what? I saw your first at a glance, I feel that we are very destined. We will be friends in the future. If you have anything to do, please come to me and I will do my best to help you." Franklin was so happy. The black guy had been unhappy in the past few days. Everyone didn't want to get too close to him because of his size. Mike was the first person willing to be friends with him. It was another bit of tongue that Mike dismissed Franklin, who was still thinking about it. The boy was so excited. Mike, who got rid of Franklin, was about to go to the kitchen to find something to eat. He fought with Draco just halfway through the meal. Now it's time for the restaurant to serve food, and only go to the kitchen to trouble the little elves. As he walked out of Ravenclaw's lounge, he found that the Salvation Trio had been waiting at the entrance of the Ravenclaw's lounge early, and Harry and Ron hurried forward when they saw him coming out. "You did a great job. Did you see Draco's look?" In the end, the expression was like Bibido beans with earwax. Harry and Ron said in one word. "Yes, Professor Mike explained to us the meaning of Moodblood, he deserves it." Mike played with them casually, and he also noticed Hermione in the side corner. Hermione's eyes were still red, and she stood there with her head down, holding a paper bag in her arms, looking very aggrieved. Mike noticed that the paper bag should contain food, and the oil stains were soaked on the surface of the paper bag. UU reading www.uuganshu.com. "Hey, Hermione! Is this for me? Thank you so much, I'm hungry." Mike saw that Hermione was a little bit self-blaming about his confinement, and said so deliberately. I noticed that you didn't seem to have finished lunch. Hermione handed the paper bag to Mike. Blame me, you were locked up because of me. Hermione started crying again as she spoke. Mike hurriedly comforted, It's okay Hermione, are we friends? This time Malfoy came to me. I was the one who caused you. It seems that it is not a closed lock at all. If you know that Professor Fluffy is an expert in spells, he is confined in his office, but I can't ask for it. Really, don't lie to me. Hermione slowly stopped her tears when she heard the sound. Mike is one of her few friends. The students in Gryffindor don't like her very much and think she is just the bookish nerd. Of course, you don't need to care at all. You know we are friends, aren't you? Mike was hungry and stared at the gold star, and quickly opened the paper bag. Oh! Sausage and chicken legs. My favorite. Thank you so much. You got Hermione. Hermione once lowered her head to hide her shyness. Mike didn't care about Hermione's actions. In his opinion, Hermione and Harry Ron were little kids, even his son and daughter were even younger. A girl is still sensible. Mike exclaimed in his heart. Harry and Ron only cared about how handsome he was in the restaurant. Only Hermione noticed that he hadn't finished his meal, which reminded him of his previous daughter, Trish. Once upon a time, Kui Xi was such a filial and sensible little girl, but it was a pity that, for some reason, she wanted to make that kind of film. It was really unfortunate. Chapter 12, Not a Kind of Flame Curse. After bidding farewell to Harry and the others, Mike left for the transformation class. The only class in the afternoon was the transformation class. Professor McGonagall is not a professor who likes students to be late. Mike's talent in shape-shifting magic is obviously not as good as magic spells, or in other words, Mike is not very interested in shape-shifting magic. Compared to other offensive spells, transformation magic is really too complicated. After Mike was exposed to transformation magic, he found that it is very difficult to successfully cast spells. It requires you to have a very clear understanding of the composition of matter. In other words, to learn transformation magic well, you need to have a considerable knowledge of physics and chemistry. This is really difficult for Mike. He has not studied these two courses in his past and present life. The only research in chemistry was taught by his master when he was a cook. It's okay to deal with the potions class. He knows nothing about the composition of matter. But this does not mean that Mike's performance in the transformation course is poor. On the contrary, Mike's performance in the transformation course is better than most freshmen. Don't know much about physical chemistry? It doesn't matter, there are more wizards who have never studied physical chemistry. Wizards have their own methods to understand the composition of matter. After finishing the transformation lesson, Mike got up and went back to the Ravenclaw lounge to continue studying emotional casting skills. He was very satisfied with the petrification curse he had in the restaurant before. It was the strongest petrification curse he had released since he learned the petrification curse. Emotional casting skills have a very obvious effect on the amplification of spells, which can be most intuitively reflected from the fluorescent flashing. If the light emitted by Mike's fluorescent blinking charm is equivalent to the flash of a mobile phone, then the fluorescent blinking spell that uses emotional casting techniques and uses all the strength is a strong light flashlight. The light emitted is bright and penetrating. Emotional casting is actually not a kind of advanced skill. Most wizards will find this skill in the process of learning magic. Mike's seniors didn't tell him it's not because they didn't master this technique, but they didn't understand the nature of this technique. In their opinion, they only strongly hope that the spell can be successfully cast when they cast the spell, so they cast the spell successfully, and the magic effect is also very good. From this point of view, Professor Fluffy deserves to be an expert in spells. He used the most easy-to-understand language to let Mike understand the principle of this technique. Time flies quickly, and soon it's time for Mike to go to Fluffy's confinement. It's a bit incomprehensible for Professor Fluffy to teach him the flame curse Mike. According to him, he understands that the flame curse is not a kind of profound magic, and its power is not strong. But he didn't think deeply either. The top priority is to continue to please Professor Fluffy. The Dean of Ravenclaw is a person whose fighting power is equal to Snape. Although his performance in the original book is not brilliant, he is often a joke in the Professor team, but the title of the dual champion is not kidding. And from the appearance of this professor who is very different from ordinary people, the discrimination he has experienced is no less than that of a Muggle-born wizard. For himself, Fluffy will definitely feel the same. When Mike walked into the office, Fluffy was sitting on a special high chair looking at today's Daily Prophet. The legs of the chair had a ladder-like structure between the legs so that Professor Fluffy could climb. Go up. Mike, you are here. Sit down quickly. My black tea is very good. Would you like to try it? Fluffy greeted Mike enthusiastically. After seeing Mike nodding his head, Fluffy raised his hand and waved lightly, and the teapot and cups automatically flew to pour a cup of steaming black tea for Mike. After the two chatted with tea for a while, Fluffy started tonight's topic, Flame Curse. Mike has previewed the Flame Curse before. The release of this magic is not difficult. Mike successfully released it after a few attempts, but the power is very touching. The Flame Curse released by Mike is up to the sky. You can also light a cigarette. After Mike showed Fluffy his Flame Curse, Fluffy did not dislike Mike, but praised Mike a few words. After all, Mike is a Muggle-born wizard who can master such a magic. He can't be blamed for this. The Flame Curse is a simple and practical magic. You must not underestimate him, Mike. Flitwick paused. The Flame Curse is a very flexible magic. It can vary according to the caster's wishes. The form is released. Professor Fluffy said, waving his magic wand flaming. I saw an eagle made up of flames flying out of Professor Fluffy's wand. Every feather of this eagle was alive, just like a fairy of flames, flying in a small office. Flexible around every obstacle, finally disappeared in front of Mike. Mike was stunned, he never expected that magic could be used in this way. Prior to this, his understanding of magic was, a wand is like a pistol, and a spell is a bullet. Unleashing magic is like firing a bullet from a pistol. The power depends entirely on the magic power of the caster. But Fluffy's hand simply opened the door to a new world for him. It turns out that magic can still be used like this. It turns out that the fired bullet can still turn. To do this requires a very superb control of magic, which is too far for you, and it is not practical, too fancy. Fluffy was very proud to see Mike's appearance. Come on, let me show you something practical. After talking about Fluffy, he took Mike to the bookshelf in the corner. With a wave of his wand, the bookshelf opened automatically, revealing the room inside. This is a spacious spell training room. The surrounding walls are all made of high-grade alchemy materials, and the ancient magic texts are carved with special protective runes to ensure that magic cannot cause damage to them. There are several dummies standing at the end of the room. These dummies are not simple. They all come from the hands of alchemists, with unique alchemy spells attached to them. Reading www.yuyugonshu.com makes magic like Tarantella that have an effect on living talents also work on these dummies. Professor Flitwick, who entered the room, didn't say much nonsense. The wand in his hand pointed forward, and a deep purple flame spewed out from the tip of the wand and sprayed directly on the dummy in the distance. The temperature of these flames is so high that the air near the flames is burnt and distorted. Although the dummy is made of alchemical materials and has strong resistance to high temperatures, it is almost instantaneous under the burning of the purple flame. It started to melt, and was burned out in just a few seconds. Fleavy glanced at the stunned Mike and smiled triumphantly. Stretching out the magic wand is another finger, and the purple flame appears again, but this time it is a spherical flame, and one by one, it keeps flying from the tip of the wand. These purple fireballs flew extremely fast, and some of them were still moving irregularly in the air. Eventually, these fireballs accurately landed on the dummy and caused a violent explosion. When the explosion ended, the dummy had already disappeared, leaving only a scorched black spot where it was. Mike's eyes lit up. He didn't expect the flame curse to be so powerful that it could even be used as a fireball spell. Judging from Fluffy's cast just now, this is clearly a fireball machine gun. The spell is flexible, Mike. Fluffy interrupted Mike, who was in a daze. Most of the spells you are learning now are simplified. Although these simplifications make your learning easier, they are also it makes the curse you release dull and weak. Go to meditation, to feel the flow of magic power when casting a spell. Wait until you clearly feel the flow of magic power, then try to control it, let him accept you and become your hands and feet. Chapter 13, Magic Perception and Meditation. Mike was lying on the bed in the dormitory with his eyes open. The flame curse that Professor Fluffy had shown him before was so shocking to him that he didn't even know how he got out of the office and returned to his dormitory. Magic can do that level. It's ridiculous that he thought that releasing magic was as simple as waving a wand and chanting spells. Now in retrospect, he is completely a frog in the bottom of the well. Today, he saw the power of magic for the first time, and finally understood the pride of wizards. Just imagine how a group of supermen who can wield magic wands at will and can release spells comparable to the power of heavy artillery, face a group of mortals who have no talent and are like ants. How can they be treated equally? Mike even felt that it was a miracle that human beings weren't slaves or killed by wizards before nuclear weapons were manufactured. The wizards of the time faced muggles just like the Americans faced the natives when they opened up the American continent. They were not at the same level in power. I believe everyone knows the fate of those indigenous people, and they are almost wiped out. You must know that Fluffy releases a purple flame. Mike remembers that his master when he was a cook told him that the temperature of the red-orange flame is around 3000 degrees, which is also the flame we usually touch the most. And as the flame temperature becomes higher, its color will change until it finally becomes invisible to the naked eye. At that level, the flame is at least tens of thousands of degrees high. Purple flame. Although Mike doesn't know the specific temperature, it must be above 3000 degrees. A flame of this temperature can melt steel almost instantly. District Flame Curse can achieve this degree, so what about the more terrifying Fire Curse? It will almost never be extinguished without using the cracking spell, and the Devil's Flames that are getting stronger and stronger in certain circumstances are almost as destructive as nuclear weapons. Mike desires this kind of power. Compared with this kind of great power, my original ideal, to be a master, simply worthless. Thinking of this, Mike can't sleep with excitement. But Mike didn't have the slightest idea about the meditation and feeling the flow of magic that Fluffy said. First, feel the flow of magic. Professor Fluffy meant to let him feel the flow of magic while releasing magic, but when Mike released magic, he always waved his wand, and the spell succeeded at the first thought, and he had never felt any magic. Mike thought it might be that he didn't notice when he cast the spell before, and he released a fluorescent flicker, but just like before, he didn't feel anything. Now Mike has some muggles. For the increase of magic power, according to Professor Fluffy's words, he must be able to completely control his own magic power, but Mike cannot feel his own magic power. How can I control it? Experimented a few more times, Mike released almost all the magic he knew, but the result was still disappointing. In addition to exhausting himself, he didn't even perceive the so-called magic power. Gradually, Mike began to doubt his talent. Perceiving magical power may be a kind of talent, just like he is very lucky by nature. No talented person can't perceive magical power no matter how hard he tries. But Mike did not give up. His luck is so strong that Mike can be reborn even if he is killed. If he really needs talent to feel magic, then he must have this talent. After all, luck can really do whatever you want. Mike did not believe in evil and began to search his memory carefully, trying to find the so-called magic power in the past spell casting process. As the memory was opened a little bit, Mike once again made sure that he had never felt the so-called magic power in the process of releasing the spell. He suddenly thought of it when he was clutching his hair madly. Does not have to be when the spell is released. Compared to formulating magic with the help of spells and wands, the supernatural phenomena caused by the explosion of magic power are not caused by any external force. Then, are the fluctuations of the magic power when the magic power bursts easier to be noticed? Mike will immediately remember his most recent magic burst, the one at the Broken Cauldron bar. Although Mike was very angry that time and wanted to kill the wizard, he vaguely remembered that there indeed seemed to be a force released from his body at that time. The feeling was like running water. Mike, who had found hope, almost immediately wanted to have a magic burst to experiment, but reason stopped him. If the magic burst in the bedroom, it would definitely be in big trouble. You must know that Professor Fluffy had clearly warned him not to experiment with magic in the bedroom. Although Professor Fluffy's tone at the time was a bit like a joke, Mike didn't think it was a joke. The teachers prefer students with excellent grades and obedient students, and they caused Fluffy troubles during the day. That night, despite his warnings, they had a big explosion in the bedroom. UU reading www.uugonshu.com. This will undoubtedly cause Fluffy's dissatisfaction. Let's talk about the experiment later. Mike has an excellent experiment location, the responsive room. Mike restrained himself and decided to go to the responsive room tomorrow to experiment. Although finding the responsive room so quickly might attract the attention of the old B. Dumbledore, time is not waiting. As he ages, magic riots become less and less. The original Mike even needs to actively suppress his emotions to ensure that magic riots do not occur. And in so many days after entering Hogwarts, even if Mike let go of his knowledge of emotions, and even used emotion casting techniques, he did not trigger even one magic riot. At this time Mike is very doubtful whether he can trigger the magic riot. But all this can only be known through experiments. Mike, who has decided on tomorrow's itinerary, began to think about another keyword Professor Flitwick said, meditation. Had no idea about meditation Mike, he didn't even hear the word for the first time until today. Do not. He remembered. He once heard the word meditation from his wife Amanda. He remembers that his wife was very obsessed with yoga for a while. During that time, except for her yoga instructor, she was sitting on a yoga mat with a green hat and sitting still on a yoga mat. When Mike asked her, her answer was that she was meditating. Is meditation just sitting cross-legged and closed eyes? Mike sat on the bed as he remembered Amanda, but it didn't take long before he felt sleepy. His head with short blonde hair was in mid-air little by little, and finally, with a heavy nod, Mike fell asleep. Chapter 14, Franklin. The next day, Mike woke up in the sun. The sun hit Mike's face through the glass window, and the short golden hair reflected dazzling light in the sunlight. From time to time, there will be shadows passing through the window. It is the owl that sent the letter back. These industrious messengers have gone through a long journey all night, and now urgently need to go to the owl house on the west side of the Ravenclaw Tower to eat and sleep. With a regular knock on the door, Mike narrowed his eyes and sat up from the bed. Scratching his head, he realized that he might need to get a haircut. The original size has grown unknowingly, and it feels less comfortable to the touch. Adapted to the dazzling sunlight, Mike did not rush to open the door. He picked up the water cup from the bedside table and took a sip of the water that he didn't finish last night. Mike began to tidy up his clothes. Because of meditation last night, Mike fell asleep without taking off his clothes. Now his clothes are covered. He was full of folds. After cleaning up his clothes, Mike opened the door. There was a tall black guy standing outside the door. He was almost half a head taller than Mike. You should know that Mike is already taller among people of his age. This black guy is Franklin Clinton, a freshman in the same school as Mike. Hey, Mike, good morning. Franklin was not impatient because he waited for a long time outside the door. It looks like you have finished washing up. Let's go. There is a defense against the dark arts class this morning. We are already late. Up. Oh, good Franklin. Mike was a little surprised that Franklin, a classmate who had just said a few words with him, would come here to wake him up, even being late for class. I'm sorry, too much happened yesterday. I slept a little longer. Don't say that, are we friends? Friends should help each other. Franklin said with a smile showing his white reflective teeth, but we really have to go faster, we already late. Mike didn't care about Franklin's words, and said, Don't worry, the professor of defense against the dark arts is Quirrell, the stuttering clown. He also graduated from Ravenclaw, and won't embarrass us. That's good. Franklin breathed a sigh of relief and slowed his pace. But what does the clown mean? You'll know from now on. Mike licked his teeth and showed a meaningful smile. In fact, I was surprised that Quirrell graduated from Ravenclaw. He looks like this now. Shame on Ravenclaw. The two were talking and laughing all the way, and even went to the restaurant to get a breakfast. During the conversation, Mike told Franklin a lot about Hogwarts, including factional struggles between the four colleges and many anecdotes. When the two came to the defense against the dark arts classroom, Quirrell was standing on the podium holding a book and stuttering. Most of the little wizards under the podium were the same. Although I was sleepy, I still had to listen to the class carefully. Looks like. Kilo saw the two late arrivals, put down the books in his hands, and was interrupted by Mike when he was about to speak. Dear Senior Quirrell, please forgive us. Mike hid the breakfast that he had brought in his robe. Hogwarts is so big, we got lost on the way to the classroom. Okay, well, Mike and this gentleman, please, come in. Quirrell stammered after hearing Mike's words. This class was taught by Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff together. The classroom was divided into one yellow and one blue by the students of the two colleges. Everyone tacitly chose to sit with the students from their college. But Mike didn't care about this. He took Franklin to the most hidden corner of the classroom. There is also a small boy from Hufflepuff sitting here. This boy seems a little timid. Seeing Mike and Franklin, the two tall Ravenclaws seems to want to sit next to him and stand up straight, facing each other. The man bowed and ran to the empty seat in front. Mike naturally wouldn't care about this, and sat down calmly. Franklin hesitated, but saw Mike sitting down as if he was indifferent. Two shades of blue appeared in a large area of yellow. Even though the corner Mike chose was very hidden, it was still very eye-catching from the podium. But Mike didn't care. He chose this corner just to show her face to Quirrell. With Quirrell's current timid state, as long as he didn't provoke him too much, he wouldn't ignore him. Mike took out 2 slices of bread from his robe, and took out a sausage wrapped in greased paper from his pocket, untied the greased paper and made the 2 into a simple hot dog. Franklin on the side of was obviously not as bold as Mike, and sitting among a group of Hufflepuffs made him a little nervous. But seeing that Mike was eating zhengxiang, he also learned to make a hot dog and ate it 1 bite at a time. I admire you very much, Mike. Franklin stopped after taking 2 bites. You can get along with the professor and classmates so well. Just like just now, Professor Quirrell called your name and told me is called the new student. Mike ate the hot dog in his hand in a few bites. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com felt a little thirsty, so he picked up the kettle that Hufflepuff had forgotten to take and took a big swig. Is not water but some kind of drink, sweet and delicious. I just know your name, Franklin. In fact, I've noticed you a long time ago, a black man with well-developed limbs but not a simple mind. A young man who is not good at words but longs for friends. Mike put down the kettle. You don't need to blame yourself at all, you are my friend of McTory. You are no worse than others. To be honest, your magical talents just amaze me. Franklin's black face turned a little red with excitement, and it was the first time anyone had praised him when he came to Hogwarts. Mike looked at Franklin's choked expression and couldn't help being speechless. Isn't this kid too lack of love? I just instinctively came to a wave of business talk, and I was so excited. Professor Quirrell on the stage is still holding the textbooks and proclaiming the subject, but from time to time he casts his eyes on the blue shade of yellow. Franklin talked about everything about himself to Mike endlessly, from his terrible family to the strange look he had suffered after coming to Hogwarts because of his size and bad words. Mike responded to him without a word, and he had drunk the drink in the kettle unknowingly. It is reasonable to say that this drink is really good. When the get out of class is over, I will ask the guy what brand of drink it is. Finally, when the bell rang for the end of get out of class, Franklin finally closed his mouth. But his eyes were still hot when he looked at Mike. Mike was a little hairy when he stared at him. He speeded up and walked out of the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, and Franklin followed Mike's footsteps. Chapter 15, Follower. After the 2 lessons of Defense Against the Dark Arts in the morning, Mike started to hang out at Hogwarts. He was too full when he was in class and needed to digest. Ravenclaw, he doesn't want to go, Mike has already been shopping over there. After thinking about it, he decided to visit Gryffindor. The Dark Arts Defense classroom and the tower where the Gryffindor Lounge is located are not far away. After stepping on a section of the self-flying stairs and sitting for a ride, Mike finally came to the portrait of the fat woman after a while. Looking at the fat woman in the portrait who was combing her hair, Mike thought about it. The password for the Gryffindor Lounge seemed to be Dragon Scum. The password has changed, dear. The fat woman stopped her movements and looked at Mike. Oh, you are a student of Ravenclaw. The handsome little Ravenclaw, come to Gryffindor, what's the matter? The fat woman made a stinky look, and Mike only felt very sick. Look at who this is, isn't this our Prince Charming? That's right. It seems that our Prince Charming finally remembered his friends in Gryffindor. The Weasley brothers just came over from a distance. It's really time for you to come, George, Fred. I just want to go in and find you. Mike spread his hands and shrugged. What's the matter with Prince Charming? Don't you know? What happened to you in the restaurant that day has been spread. George made an exaggerated expression in surprise. Poor Cinderella, Hermione, was blocked by the evil young Malfoy in the dining room. Just at the very moment of his life, her Prince Charming shot and rescued him from the evil young. Fred held his hands in front of his chest. He looked up in the air with a very intoxicated expression and said. Mike was speechless. He didn't expect the restaurant incident to become a story of heroes saving beauty after being spread. But looking at the weirdness of the 2 brothers in front of them, I am afraid that the culprit is him. The Weasley brothers did not continue to tease Mike. They have a strong control over joking, which is one of the reasons why Mike is willing to make friends with them. George glanced at the black guy who was following Mike and said, by the way, who is this person, is this your new friend? Yes, this is a good friend I just made, Franklin. Mike shrugged helplessly here. Yes, that's right, Franklin has been following Mike since the Defense Against the Dark Arts get out of class, without speaking, just following silently. Poor Mike, in order not to make the atmosphere that the 2 saw was too embarrassing, there was nothing to say to him at the beginning. But after they walked several stairs, Franklin still didn't mean to leave, so Mike ignored him. After several people introduced each other, the Weasley brothers finally opened the door of the Gryffindor Lounge for Mike. As soon as he entered Mike's eyes, a girl with big wavy hair appeared. Mike, how can you enter the Gryffindor Lounge? Hermione's reaction was a bit big. The lounges of the 4 major colleges generally did not allow students from other colleges to enter, but she immediately realized that her attitude was a little wrong. I mean, how did you think of coming to see me in the Gryffindor Lounge? I'm worried about you, Hermione. When I left yesterday, I found that your condition was a little wrong. Mike opened his mouth and said the lie, where are Harry and Ron? Hermione curled her lips and said with some disdain, they are playing wizard chess in the dormitory, I will take you over. I really don't know what's fun in that, it's fun to play things. Under Hermione's leadership, the two quickly came to Harry's bedroom. The door was not closed, and the yelling of the two people inside could be clearly heard in the corridor. Hermione walked into the dormitory first. Girls can enter and leave the boys' dormitory at will, but the reverse is not the same. The boys who try to enter the girls' dormitory end up miserably. God! Hermione, this is the boys' bedroom. Even if you want to come in, please knock on the door first. Ron was surprised to see Hermione, who broke in suddenly, watching while hiding the he had thrown on the floor at random, arriving at Mike. Mike! Have you come to see us? Great, Harry and I are studying wizard chess. Would you like to be together? Mike and Franklin did not refuse. They were also very curious about the wizard chess and their two Muggle-born wizards. After introducing each other to everyone, the four gathered in front of the wizard chess. But Mike looked away after only a few glances. In addition to the chess pieces being able to speak and move, this is simply a copy of chess, which is really boring in Mike's eyes. Hermione was very happy to find that Mike was as disinterested in wizard chess as herself, and started to count Harry and Ron again. Franklin looked embarrassed on the side, and he was also what Hermione said was a plaything dejected. Mike didn't agree with Hermione's words, but instead invited everyone to eat at the restaurant. He has almost gone shopping, and he will miss lunch if he doesn't go to the restaurant. As soon as he walked out of the dormitory, Franklin immediately returned to his previous state and followed Mike silently. Mike strode forward indifferently, but Harry and the others seemed to see something, but didn't say anything. Today's lunch was roast chicken with mashed potatoes, which obviously suits Harry's appetite. He was delighted to eat a chicken leg with one hand. His hands were full of oil and sauce on the chicken legs, and there was a circle around his mouth. The dark brown thing is mashed potatoes mixed with roast chicken sauce. You should taste this, it tastes really good. Harry stretched out the chicken leg that he had not eaten in his hand and said to Mike, "By the way, Mike, I made an appointment with Ron to visit Hagrid in the afternoon, do you want to be together?" Mike escaped the chicken leg that Harry stretched out, cut a piece of chicken with a knife and fork and put it in his mouth and said, "I'm afraid it won't work." Reading www.uyugonshu.com. I still have something to do this afternoon. Before Harry could ask what was going on, Hermione interrupted, "Yes, Mike doesn't want to play all day like you guys. In the afternoon, let's go to the library and read books together." The second half was addressed to Mike. I'm afraid it won't work. Professor Flitwick has something to find with me in the afternoon." Mike felt that Hermione's attitude towards him was a little wrong, so he randomly made up a reason to prevaricate her. "Okay, then." Hermione was disappointed, and casually poked the chicken on the plate with her fork. "Can I follow along? This is Franklin." The kid seems to be leaning on Mike. He hurriedly asked when he heard that Mike was going to see Flitwick in the afternoon. Mike is helpless. Look like this. If he doesn't arrange a job for Franklin in the afternoon, the kid will have to watch him walk into Professor Flavy's office before he is relieved. "Let's do it, Franklin, would you do me a favor this afternoon?" Mike came up with a plan. Franklin on the side of was like a big enemy, nodded immediately and stood up, looking like he was not even ready to eat. "Oh, sit down Franklin, don't worry, it's just a small matter." Mike hurriedly asked him to sit down. "I think the pot of drink I drank during class this morning is very good. Can you help me ask what it is?" "Drinks?" Hearing Mike's words, Franklin sat down again, gobbled up the food on the plate, and said in a very vague voice, "Don't worry, I will do it after I have eaten, and I promise you will do it." Mike watched a gust of wind, and Franklin, who was walking towards the Hufflepuff lounge after lunch, couldn't help sighing, "This kid is not saved. But maybe it's a good piece." Mike thought. Chapter 16, Responsive Room. The 8th floor of Hogwarts is very deserted compared to other floors. There are no classrooms that little wizards use daily. Therefore, people who come here either have a purpose, or are lost or bored. And Mike is obviously the one with ulterior motives. At this time, he is standing opposite the tapestry where the giant stick beats the silly Barnabas. This is the place where the famous responsive room is located. It is said that the responsive room can meet almost any needs of the user, as long as you walk back and forth across the tapestry 3 times, and meditate 3 times in your heart what you want. Then a door will appear on the bare wall, and when you open it, you will find a room that is just arranged to meet your needs. It is said that Dumbledore once had an urgency and couldn't find the toilet after a reception. He paced back and forth in front of the responsive room when a door suddenly appeared on the wall. He entered and found that the room was full. A variety of luxurious potty. He also stored the potty he used that night afterwards. How Dumbledore discovered the responsive room is unknown, but what is certain is that many people know that the responsive room exists. Hogwarts has nurtured countless outstanding wizards over the centuries, and there are definitely some who are lucky enough. Mike looked at the wall in front of him and began to pace slowly. Now his top priority is to use the responsive room to detect the magic when the magic power bursts out, not to explore the secret of the responsive room. I need a training room for training spells. Mike repeated 3 times in his heart. A door appeared on the wall silently, and he succeeded. Inside the door is a room somewhat similar to Professor Flitwick's training room, but much larger than his. The surrounding walls look no different from ordinary walls, but if you cast magic on them, you will find that the magic resistance of these walls is amazing. This training room also has training dummies, which are the same alchemy dummies as Flivina's dummies, but the styles of these dummies are obviously more primitive and obviously not the product of this era. Tarantella dance. With Mike's wand flashing, an alchemy doll not far away tapped. It looks pretty good, Mike thought. Confirmed that the facilities of the training ground were intact, and Mike started today's experiment. He closed his eyes motionless, and began to arouse his inner anger. The strange thing is that a few minutes passed, but nothing happened. It seems that Mike's previous thoughts about the explosion of magic power are correct, and he is indeed slowly losing the ability of the explosion of magic power. But want to feel the magic, this is the only way Mike can think of right now. Helpless Mike could only close his eyes again, recalling the thing that angered him the most in his memory, his daughter Tracy in his previous life. Trish has always dreamed of becoming a star. If she is exceptionally talented in a normal academic school, maybe Mike will support her. But she is not willing to give up her dream because of her natural talent. In the end, she even volunteered to become the heroine of the company's new play in order to sign a contract with the film company. Normally, Mike should bless her. But that new play is that kind of indescribable little movie. Angry Mike rushed to the set with a gun as soon as he received the news. Thinking back to all of this, Mike's expression gradually became ferocious, and the temperature around him was rising rapidly. Finally, with a roar, a large group of flames erupted around Mike, and the flames scorched everything around him indiscriminately. Fortunately, it only existed for a while, otherwise Mike would have been burnt seriously today. The flames dissipated, revealing Mike lying on the floor with his hands covering his head. Mike was not injured, except that the robe on his body was burned torn, and even his hair was not damaged because of being protected by his hands. Tried his best to turn his body over, Makaha laughed, he clearly felt the flow of magic power in the magic burst just now. Please forgive Mike and the author for the lack of cultural knowledge. I really can't find the exact words and sentences to describe that feeling. In Mike's original words, the moment the magic bursts, he feels like piles of sticky pitch moving quickly through his veins. The process is extremely rough. It's hard to describe something similar to asphalt, but as long as you feel it once, you will never forget it. Finally reached the surface of his skin and shot out from every pore of his own like a bullet. Now Mike's whole body is hot and painful, and the backlash from the magical explosion just now is very strong. But he survived. Not only did he survive, he successfully felt the magic. Mike tried to climb to the corner table, where he had placed the wand before in case it was destroyed in the experiment. A light spot appeared on the tip of the stick, and Mike felt the flow of magic power again. Although faint to be negligible, he still felt it, and felt a burst of energy slowly converging from his body up and down, and finally released through his wand, forming the fluorescent flicker he is now releasing. UU reading www.uuganshu.com. Mike is relieved. If he still can't feel it this time, he will have to do it again or even a few magical bursts. It is too dangerous. Although Mike has strong gold fingers and is confident that he will not die under the explosion of magic power, it may be because he is too old. When the magic power broke out, he felt that his whole body was torn apart. It really hurts. Although it hurts to death, Mike still maintains the fluorescence flashing and carefully feels the weak magic flow. He must keep this feeling in mind. If he forgets before, he will be too busy. I don't know how long it took. Mike lying on the ground opened his eyes. Don't get me wrong, Mike didn't fall asleep this time. He had just been feeling the magic flow of fluorescence flashing. Just now Mike fell into a strange state, and only the weak flow of magic power remained in his perception. I don't know if it was an illusion. Mike felt that the weak magical flow became clearer after he withdrew from this state. Mike struggled to stand up, and he decided to stop here for today's experiment. Although the pain on the body has been better, the body and spirit are not exhausted. This is probably a sequelae of excessive use of magic power. Mike now just wants to go back to his bed to sleep. It was in the corridor that Mike found that the sky was completely dark. The corridor was pitch black. The only light source was the faint light on Mike's wand. Struggled up and walked towards Ravenclaw's tower. The sound of footsteps that originally sounded negligible during the day echoed in the corridor, spreading far away. When passing the door of a classroom, a pair of big hands stretched out from inside, and he covered Mike's mouth and pulled him into the dark classroom. Chapter 17, Philosopher and Number 039, Stone Story begins. Mike was shocked. In his current state, he couldn't cast offensive spells at all, but the inability to use magic didn't mean that he had no power to fight back. I saw his left hand brushing his waist, and a sharp knife appeared in his hand. Just as he was about to open a blood hole in the arm that was covering him, the man spoke. "Hey, it's me, Mike, calm down." Mike remembered the voice. It was the voice of the Weasley brothers. "Filch is nearby, please be quiet." Mike nodded, and the knife in his hand disappeared into his sleeve silently. "I didn't expect that our Prince Charming would have the bad habit of night wandering." George felt that Mike was no longer struggling and let go. "You don't look very good, are you just finished fighting with the troll?" Fred jokingly looked at Mike's embarrassed look at this time. "I had an accident, George." "Fred, can you take me back to Ravenclaw? I feel terrible now." "Of course, we are the famous Weasley brothers. Come with us, we know that there is an underpass near here that leads directly to the Ravenclaw Tower." George and Weasley helped Mike out of the classroom, and I have to say that they are indeed night wanderers. Mike can hardly hear their footsteps, and he is more like being framed, almost touching his feet. Not to the ground, which also caused his footsteps to be inaudible. After a while, the three of them came to the secret road leading to Ravenclaw. The entrance of this secret passage is also located on the 8th floor of Hogwarts. There are 2 armors at the entrance. It can be seen that people often come to clean it, and there is no dust on it. Mike, who walked out of the secret tunnel, finally returned to the Ravenclaw Tower. To be honest, he was very curious to know that the Ravenclaw Tower could be next to the Owl House. The secret road is not long, but it can reach the tower directly. "Do you really need to visit Madame Pomfrey?" When they came to the Eagle's Head knocker, the Weasley brothers asked about Mike. Declined the kindness of the Weasley brothers, Mike answered the question of the Eagle's door knocker and returned to the Ravenclaw lounge. His physical injury was not serious, and the only thing he needed now was a good sleep. It looks like our Mr. Charming is not like a normal person. Yes, the people at Ravenclaw are not normal, just like Franklin that stalker. You know I am not referring to this. I know, but Mike is our friend, we don't have to go to the roots. Let's go. Filch was led to the 8th floor. Let's go to his office and get our treasure back. George and Fred walked into another secret tunnel while talking. At noon the next day, Mike finally woke up. After a nap, he only felt refreshed, and the fatigue from last night was swept away. It's better to be young, Mike exclaimed, feeling the vitality in his young body. In his previous life, he was already in his 40s before crossing, and all the functions of his body had begun to age. Today is the weekend, so Mike doesn't have to worry about being late for class. He slowly sorted out his meters and walked out of the bedroom. Just opened the door and saw Franklin waiting outside the door, playing with the kettle in his hand. Seeing Mike going out, his eyes lit up and he stepped forward and handed Mike the kettle in his hand. Mike took the kettle instinctively before he could react, but because the weight of the kettle was too heavy, the kettle almost came off his hands. I saw that this kettle was about the size of an ordinary thermos, but Mike swears that the liquid in it is definitely far more than 10 kilograms. I went to find the Hufflepuff yesterday, but he told me that the drink was made by his mother and couldn't be bought outside. Franklin said triumphantly, so I figured out a way to get him to take all the rest. Give it to me, here, it's all here. Mike was a little dumbfounded, and said, how much? Franklin was even more proud when he heard the word money. I didn't spend any money, that Hufflepuff was so kind. If I heard I liked a drink, just give it to me. Mike couldn't help but mourn for that Hufflepuff. But Franklin seemed to be waiting at the door of his dormitory early in the morning, and he didn't hear a knock on the door inside. He should be afraid of affecting his rest. I have to say that Mike is still a little moved. Handed the kettle to Franklin to let him continue holding it. It was too heavy. Thank you so much, Franklin, you have been waiting outside the door for a long time, Mike said apologetically. Nothing, I just arrived. After a moment of greeting, Mike took Franklin to the restaurant, and his stomach was grumbled from hunger. Today's lunch was very rich, and it tasted very good, not at all what British food should have. Mike took a steak and ate it slowly, and from time to time he picked up the water glass with the drink in his hand and made a drink with Franklin. Mike didn't sit at the wrong table this time. He and Franklin were sitting at the Ravenclaw's exclusive table at UU reading www.uugonshu.com. But it turns out that sometimes even if you don't go to trouble, trouble will take the initiative to find you. Mike, do you remember the time we went to Gringotts together? Harry said to Mike, but halfway through the conversation he saw Franklin next to Mike also listening and stopped talking. Mike noticed his gaze, stuffed a piece of beef into his mouth, chewed and said, Franklin is my brother, it's okay Harry, you continue to say, what happened to Gringotts? Gringotts happened to be stolen the day we went to Gringotts. Hagrid happened to pick up a mysterious cloth bag from the vault that day. Harry paused. I suspect that the one who broke into Gringotts, that person, his goal is that cloth bag. Please, Harry. This kind of thing is too far away from us, you might as well take care of your own affairs. Mike tried to change the subject. I heard that you were targeted in potions class, what's the matter? After all, Harry was still too young. After being turned off by Mike, he started to complain about Snape. If Harry knew the grievances between Snape and his parents, he could understand why he was hated by Snape so much. Mike, who had finally dealt with Harry, drank the last sip of the drink in the glass, watching Harry as he walked away without a thought. According to Harry's words just now, he and Ron should have known something from Hagrid yesterday, and in Mike's memory, the cloth bag Hagrid took out from Gringotts was the Philosopher's Stone. This means that the plot of the Sorcerer's Stone has finally officially begun. I have to think carefully about what role I should play in the next plot. Chapter 18, Pinello. It has been a week since Mike discovered the magic. During this period, Mike would run to the responsive room almost every night. With the secret path that the Weasley brothers took him through, the time between the two places was greatly shortened. I have to say that the responsive room is really a good place. With it, Mike can finally experiment with magic without hesitation. There are a lot of magic books hidden in the room, and some books are not even in the Hogwarts school library, and there are many books on dark magic. The surface of these books are covered with a lot of dust. They have not been turned over for a long time. Only a few of them have less basic dust, which seems to have been turned over recently. There are many books on defense against the dark arts that are not in the textbook. It's like a dose when someone passes a pillow. Mike is worrying about how to improve his knowledge about black magic. You must know that the defense against the dark arts class professors in the past 2 years are basically trash. Quirrell will only read books in class, and Lockhart next year will be completely trash. Only in the 3rd year, Lupin, the werewolf, came to their defense against the dark arts class before they could really have a few sessions. After looking for a circle of books that did not record the specific process of black magic, Mike put these books aside, and now his top priority is to improve his combat effectiveness. The plot of the 1st grade Magic Stone has begun. He has to get a good place in the breakthrough game that Dumbledore arranged for Harry, so that he has a chance to show his face in front of the students of the whole grade. Of course, it would be better if you could help Ravenclaw win the Academy Cup. In that case the entire Ravenclaw students would remember his name. This will be very helpful for his future plans for the senior year. Mike's training did not focus on magic perception and meditation, because he found that the increase in magic perception and meditation in a short period of time can almost be ignored, although his perception of magic in the body will increase a little after each meditation. But Mike couldn't control these magical powers at all in a short time. And meditation is not like those written in the wizard's novels. It can even be used instead of sleep. Meditation is very energy-consuming. Mike can only meditate for about half an hour every day, after which he will feel exhausted. So he put meditation after the spell training, otherwise he would not have the energy to use the spell anymore. Every day before going to bed, he would drink a drink from that hapless Hufflepuff. Mike found that this drink was very helpful for rejuvenation. Drinking a drink every night would help him recover as soon as possible. I have time to find a way to get the recipe from that Hufflepuff, Mike thought to himself. On this day, when Mike and Franklin were doing their homework in Ravenclaw's lounge, Ravenclaw's celebrity Pinello found them. "Hey, Mike! How do you feel about your time in Ravenclaw?" "Yes. Senior Sister Pinello. You can meet so many beautiful seniors every day. My friends in Gryffindor can envy me. Most of the girls there are not so good, and they are better than Lavin. Crow's senior sisters are far behind." Pinello was teased by Mike, and as expected, women like to hear others praise them no matter where and when. It can be said that Pinello Mike has been admired for a long time. This Muggle-born witch really deserves these 3 words. Almost everyone in Ravenclaw praised her. Not only is she beautiful, she is also very talented in magic, and most importantly, she is a person with high emotional intelligence. It can be said that there is no leakage of water in the world. The little wizards in the 1st to 4th grades are willing to listen to her orders. Even many students in the upper grades respect her very much. "You're really glib. I don't know how many girls you want to cheat when you grow up." Pinello finally finished laughing. "I'm here to tell you this time. Professor Fluffy asked you to go to his office. I'm not a glib tongue, and what I respect most in Ravenclaw is you. You are not only beautiful, but also so capable. I can't believe that you are also a Muggle background." Mike flattered again. Hearing the words of Muggle origin, Pinello's smile solidified. "I'm nothing. I will graduate in a few years. I don't know where to go. Maybe it would be a good choice to find someone to marry." Pinello felt a little gaffe. "Pack up and go to Dean Flitwick's office. Don't make him wait in a hurry, I'll leave first. Looking at Penelo's leaving back, Mike couldn't help but glance at Franklin with a bewildered look, and showed a smile like that. And Franklin, he was still wondering why Penelo talked and laughed with them the moment before, and then left. Penelo is a wise man and an ambitious man. The most suitable place for such a person in the future is the Ministry of Magic. However, the Ministry does not recognize wizards from Muggles. Recruiting some Muggle-born wizards as cannon fodder like Hitters and Aurors is acceptable, but recruiting a mudblood as an official of the Ministry of Magic? Or a witch? Don't dream anymore. In fact, most Muggle-born witches will choose to marry pure-blood or mixed-blood wizards after graduation from Hogwarts. Only in this way can they be treated fairly in the British wizarding world, such as entering the Ministry of Magic. After all, after marrying, they represent their husband's family rather than themselves. You must know that married couples in Britain have to change their surnames. Some people may think that in order to maintain the purity of their blood, the family of pure-blood wizards will not allow family members to marry these mudbloods. This kind of family does exist, and there were many in the beginning. Reading www.uugonshu.com, but now they are old yellow calendar. The families that insist on bloodliness are either declining like Black and Gunter, or they are forced to accept these mudblood witches. But don't think that these witches will have a better life after they get married. Most wizard families still hold a blood discrimination attitude towards these witches, and these wizard families are all paupers. In fact, most wizard families in the wizarding world are the poor jingle, the rich are only a handful of people like the Malfoy family. Some families can only rely on those mudblood witches to go out to work to earn money to support the entire family. In their words, how can the noble pure blood go out to shame? These things are only the most suitable for you mudbloods. Yes, not only do you have to earn money to feed the whole family, but they don't appreciate it. A small number of witches will be domestically abused, and even have some ethical problems. I won't go into details about these, let's talk about being crabbed. That's why the original species Penelo chose to fall in love with Percy. If we think about it, we can understand why the Queen of Ravenclaw would like Percy. First of all, the Weasley family is one of the 28 pure-blood families, which will be of great benefit to her joining the Ministry of Magic in the future. In addition, the Weasley family are called pure-blood traders, and they are one of the very few wizarding families who have a fondness for Muggles. At least she will not be discriminated against in family gatherings after she marries Percy. In this way, it can be said that Hermione marrying Ron can be said to be a high level of Hermione, at least in those pure bloods. After all, a mudblood witch married into the pure-blood 28 family, instantly transformed from dirty mudblood become Mrs. Weasley, that's not what it is. It's a pity that Percy is unreliable. In the end, Penelo couldn't stand him and broke up with him. Chapter 19, Professor Flitwick's Surprise. Mike hurried to the front of Professor Flitwick's office, carefully checked his meter and found that there was no room for improvement, and then knocked on the office door. After Flivy's slightly high-pitched voice came out, Mike opened the door and entered. As soon as he entered the office, Mike smelled the rich sweet fragrance in the office. The cup on the table in front of Professor Flavy was steaming, and the smell came from there. "What are you doing? Please sit down." Flavy waved his wand, and a chair opposite him automatically opened. "How are you doing, Mike?" It's okay for Mike to say something to Flavy, but the attention is still on the unknown drink. The sweet fragrance is really sweet and a bit greasy. Noting that Mike had been watching the cup of sweet tea, Flavy waved his wand and replaced Mike with new tea. It was the last guest who drank it, and that guest especially liked sweet things. Mike thought he might have guessed who it was. "It looks like you have already discovered that room, how is it, isn't it?" Flavy asked. "It's great. That room is a wishing machine. I gave me what I wanted." Mike pretended to be very excited and said, "And there I also felt the existence of magic, that feeling. Indescribable. Do you perceive it? How is this possible?" Professor Flavy's surprised eyebrows seemed to fly. You are really the young Ravenclaw I have ever seen. Mike picked up the freshly brewed tea on the table and took a sip, looking very proud. The ability to perceive magic power means that you have the potential to become a true wizard. You must know that only those who can perceive magic power are considered qualified to learn magic when the previous spell has not been simplified. But even in that era of prosperous wizards, there are not many young wizards who can do this at your age. You really surprise me. Thank you for the compliment, Dean Flavy. The next thing you have to do is to meditate continuously. Meditation can enhance your ability to perceive and manipulate magic. But be careful not to spend more than 10 minutes in meditation every day. You are still young and your mental power is not strong enough. If you meditate for too long, it will cause you to lose energy. If you overdraw your mental energy for a long time, it may cause irreparable damage to your spirit. This is not a joke. Be careful. Mike nodded and agreed, but he was strange in his heart. He meditated for about half an hour every day, but he didn't feel anything abnormal. Is this because he is an adult in a previous life, so his mental power is particularly strong? Or is it related to the kind of beverages I often drink? Professor Flitwick on the side is still in an agitated mood. He has already jumped off the special high chair, walking around the office with his short legs, seeming to be looking for holding something. Aha! I found it! Mike, this is for you. Flavy threw a wooden box to Mike. The little wizard who performs well should be rewarded. Open it quickly. Mike took the wooden box and opened it. Inside was a pendant that looked like a raven. This pendant is pitch black but reflects a kind of gloomy light, especially the light flowing above the two eyes of the raven seems to be alive. The material of the pendant is indistinguishable, but it feels cool to the touch. It can be expected that if you put it on the flesh, it will be cool in summer. What are you doing in a daze? Bring it and try it. Professor Flitwick was impatient, and urged when he saw Mike in a daze. This is an old antique made by ancient wizards to help little wizards perceive and control magic power. There are no more than 10 people in the wizarding world who can make such pendants. Mike put on this pendant. Unexpectedly, the feeling of this pendant against the flesh is not as cold as he had previously guessed, but with a touch of warmth, a bit like jade. Does it have a name? Of course, it is one of the treasures left by Ms. Ravenclaw, called greed. It means never give up the thirst for knowledge. Are you greedy? I like it. Thank you so much, Dean Flavy. Flavy smiled and waved his hand and said, as I said just now, the little wizard who performs well should be rewarded. And how about your flight class? Speaking of flight lessons, Mike is really hard to say. Mike was a bank robber in his previous life, not the outdated robber of the 1980s, but the outstanding robber representative of the new century. Do you know what an excellent robber of the new century is? Is the kind of all kinds of black technology. Mike even felt that if he didn't pass the civil service examination, he would be able to work as a federal agent. Such a microphone is naturally not unfamiliar with flying, like parachuting, hang gliding, and even wings-mounted flying microphones. Mike with this experience is naturally a fish in the water when using the flying broom, but the flying broom in the wizarding world is really amazing. The broomsticks the school used for class didn't have the kind of magic cushion Mike expected. The students were riding on a wooden stick when they rode on the broomstick. Reading www.uugonshu.com. Not to mention how sour it feels, and the steering of the flying broom is particularly difficult, and it depends entirely on the user's center of gravity. Combining the two will be the end. You will turn upside down if you are not careful, so Mike's first flight lesson is over soon, and Mike can't stand it. Only those little wizards who are full of longing for flying for the first time can persist. But even so, McFly is much better than the other little wizards, after all, he is experienced. Okay, Mike said perfunctorily, why ask? Harry Potter joined the Quidditch team in Gryffindor, and he became the youngest member of the Quidditch team in history. If you have time, go find Pinello and let her show you Quidditch. I am very optimistic about you, Mike. After saying this, Fluffy smiled at Mike with a fatherly smile. Mike was shocked by this smile. You can imagine the scene of a fatherly smile on Professor Flitwick's face that looks like a fairy. To be honest, it's a bit scary. Mike hurriedly thanked Fluffy and left the office. Feeling the greedy pendant with warmth on his chest, Mike couldn't help but laugh. I never expected my dear Flitwick to be so generous. This pendant is a good thing. Mike can clearly feel that his magical perception has skyrocketed under the blessing of the pendant. There are also magical powers that could not be controlled at all. A trace of looseness. Such a thing, I am afraid that it will be robbed if it is put outside. With excitement, Mike hurriedly walked to the Ravenclaw lounge. He has no time to say his luck now. He has more important things to do. Chapter 20, Dolphin and Number 039, S Magic Drink. Mike, who returned to the Ravenclaw lounge, took Franklin, who was doing nothing, and asked him to lead the way to the little Hufflepuff with a drink in his hand. Based on Mike's use during this period, he was surprised to find that this drink has a very significant effect on restoring mental energy. Drinking such a cup every time I finish meditating can make my mental power recover faster. Even if my mental power is overdrawn, it will not affect my normal study and life the next day. And one more important thing, that drink is very delicious. Soon they came to Hufflepuff's lounge. Hufflepuff's lounge is different from all other colleges. There is no lock in their lounge, and anyone can enter at will. But Hufflepuff has never had an accident for this reason, because next door to them is the Hogwarts kitchen. There are hundreds of house elves in the Hogwarts kitchen. These little things have reproduced in Hogwarts from generation to generation. They were killed by the army of wizards who were almost suppressed during the Goblin Rebellion. For the house elves, this is a paradise. The man who brought them here is the founder of Hufflepuff College, Helga Hufflepuff. In order to repay Ms. Hufflepuff's great kindness, these house elves have been guarding Hufflepuff College for thousands of years. So Hufflepuff's lounge does not need a door lock at all. The elves protect Hufflepuff College 24 hours a day. The fighting power of these house elves is no less than that of adult wizards. Under their protection, anyone with bad faith will be attacked by them. It's a pity that Mike is the kind of person who has bad intentions. He came to find that little Hufflepuff this time for the formula of that kind of drink. For this reason, he even used a bit of extreme means. Under the leadership of Franklin, Mike quickly met the little wizard named Dorfin Carlo. The Carlo family where Dorfin belongs is also one of the 28 pure-blood families. Almost all members of their family graduated from Hufflepuff College. However, the Carlo family was avenged by Voldemort for supporting Dumbledore. The core members were almost slaughtered. Dolphin is already the only little wizard of the Carlo family's generation who studied at Hogwarts. It's not surprising that this kind of pure-blood family with a long heritage will have a potion that can restore mental power, Mike, but it seems that they don't know the value of this potion, just use it as a good drink. This is undoubtedly a good opportunity for Mike to pick up the bargain. Dolphin was obviously startled when he saw Mike and the others. He turned around and wanted to escape, but Franklin pulled him in front of Mike. Mike looked at the thin boy who was one head shorter than himself, and said in a gentle tone, "Dolphin, right? Thank you very much for your drink. This is definitely the best drink I have ever had." The teenager in front of him found that Mike seemed to be innocent and was a little relieved, and said, "That was my mother's. The drink my mother made is of course the best drink in the world." It seems that the last time Franklin frightened Dorfin, the child's body is still trembling slightly. It turns out that your mother made it. I really envy you having a mother who is willing to make drinks for you. I have never seen my mother. I am an orphan. Mike found that Dorfin's expression was obviously sympathetic. "Taste, so do you still have those drinks? I really like this drink, it reminds me of my mother." Or do you know how to make this drink? If you can tell us, I don't have to come to you every time." Hearing Mike said that he would come to him in the future, Dolphine was obviously taken aback, and hurriedly said, I know how to do it. Mom taught me. I will tell you now, first orange juice. Don't worry about Dolphin. Mike interrupted Dolphin, who was writing the formula with his fingers. Why don't you go get a piece of paper and write it down, right? Hearing the sound, Dolphin hurriedly ran back to his bedroom to get a pen and paper. He really didn't want to see these two fierce-looking people again. Mike turned his head and smiled at Franklin and whistled. He didn't expect this kid to be so cheating. Franklin was unknown, so he could only smirk at Mike and revealed 8 big white teeth. I have to say that the black teeth are really good, each one is white and translucent. After a while, Dolphin returned with a note full of recipes. Mike took the slip of paper and stuffed it into his pocket without looking at it. He was not afraid that Dolphin lied to him. The monk could not run to the temple if he ran away. Thank you, Dolphin. You will be my friend from now on, you can ask me if you need help. Mike tapped Dolphin on the shoulder and said. And Dolphin didn't seem to care, and said perfunctorily, thank you really, but we have Senior Cedric to help us, so please go away. Cedric? That good sir? I've heard of him, Hufflepuff's star. Mike raised his eyebrows. But are you sure he is really willing to help you with anything? You know he is your college a well-known figure, the little wizard who surrounds him every day knows wherever he goes, can he really help every little wizard? And, if you are bullied, can he really fight you back? I'm afraid not. He is a good student of discipline. But we are different. No matter who it is, as long as I bully my friend, I will fight him back. How about, does it sound pretty good? Hearing Mike's bewitching, Dolphine was obviously moved, and even his breathing became heavy. Mike didn't go on, he believed Dolphin would take the initiative to look for him soon. The kid at this age knows too well, and what he pursues is 2 words, loyalty. It's almost impossible for adults to pierce the knife for a friend. It is these children's pursuits. As long as they confuse them a little, they can get hot and get confused by the two in the same way, so that they can use it. Especially for a cowardly kid like Dolphin. After he said this, he was bullied and the first thing he thought of was definitely not Cedric, but his Mike. Even if a family like Carlo is dilapidated, there must be a lot of good things, that's the bottom line. Maybe I can get a lot of good things from Dolphin in the future. Thinking so, Mike and Franklin left Hufflepuff's lounge one after another, but before they could go far, a voice with the characteristic tone of a young man in the changing period reached their ears. You two stop me! Chapter 21, Le Cedric. Mike was very angry. He had just finished pretending his front foot in front of Dolphine, and the owner came to slap himself in the face before he left the Hufflepuff lounge. That's right, the person here is Hufflepuff's well-known figure, Cedric Diggory. A perfect Hogwarts student, excellent in character and learning, all the good qualities that a Hogwarts student should have in people's imagination are reflected in him. Mike felt that Slytherin would be Cedric's perfect home if it weren't for the Diggory family as a traditional Hufflepuff family. The Diggory family is not one of the 28 pure-blooded nobles, but this does not mean that the Diggory family is weak. On the contrary, the family of wizards like the Diggory family that tend to live in harmony with Muggle wizards is very popular in the wizarding world. The Diggory of the past generations are the stars of Hufflepuff. Almost every generation of their descendants will be the prefects of Hufflepuff. With the help of the huge number of Hufflepuffs, some of their families have even become magicians. Minister of the Ministry. It can be said that the Diggory family absolutely mastered the true meaning of the tactics of uniting the majority against a small group. Although their family has been suppressed during Voldemort, after these 10 years of recuperation, their current strength is definitely the wizarding world. Top. They are the new generation of nobles in the wizarding world, much more prominent than those old nobles who are listed as the 28th pure-blood aristocrats but actually have long been rotten. But that doesn't mean Mike is scared. Mike stood on the spot and twisted his neck, making a creaking noise between his neck, before turning his head to look at Cedric. "Look at who this is, Franklin." Mike looked bad. "The famous Cedric, what can I do?" "I know you, McTory. When my juniors told me that two tall Ravenclaws had come in the lounge and asked for trouble with Dorfin, I guessed it was you. But I warned you, don't think Hufflepuff is a bully." Cedric took 2 steps forward, staring at Mike's eyes with big eyes. "You really are a great saint, Cedric. But what I'm curious about is, did your eye see us bullying Hufflepuff students?" Mike was not afraid. "It's not important, I believe my juniors. This is Hufflepuff's lounge. People like you are not welcome. Get out of here." Cedric increased the volume. As the two confronted each other, more and more people watched the excitement around. "Please pay attention to your words. Hufflepuff's purpose seems to be to never refuse, right? Hufflepuff's lounge has no door locks or the like. Doesn't this mean that everyone is welcome?" Silken air appeared on Mike's face. "What do you mean by people like us? Is it that even Hufflepuff has begun to discriminate against blood? Please explain it clearly." The black thornwood wand appeared silently in Mike's hand. When he saw him take out the wand, the surrounding wizards all exclaimed. Some senior Hufflepuff students also took out their wands and prepared to come forward to help. Cedric's face is very bad. He thinks that this one-year freshman should be off immediately after being warned by a well-known old student like him, but he didn't expect Mike to be so difficult to deal with. No matter who wins or loses, he and Mike will not have a good reputation, especially now that Mike has given him a big label of dissent discrimination. Although Hufflepuff students are willing to believe in themselves, other colleges, especially Ravenclaw, they must be more willing to trust Mike. I'm talking about people like you who bully classmates. Cedric began to panic. Where is Dolphin? Get Dolphin to confront him. After all, Cedric was still a teenager, and his experience in life was not enough. He hurriedly ordered the little wizards around to look for the client, Dolphin, and wanted to quickly clear up the suspicion of discrimination by his blood. If he was found to have discriminated against by blood, then not only will his reputation at Hogwarts be hit, but also the prestige of his family in the wizarding world will be hit hard. However, the person involved, Dorfin, has long since disappeared. The timid little wizard disappeared the first time he saw Cedric appear. Looking at the surrounding Hufflepuff wizards frantically looking for Dolphin in each bedroom, Cedric's face became increasingly ugly. If the person concerned does not show up, he can't explain the matter clearly. At this time, Mike on the side put away his wand and prepared to end the farce. If they were to find Dolphin, it would be difficult to end. Dolphin is a very important friend of mine, how could I bully him? Mike fiddled with the note with the magic drink recipe in his hand. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com said to Cedric with a smile, "Have you misunderstood something, dear senior Cedric?" Cedric could see that it was Mike who was giving him a step, and he could only smile stiffly, and the reply should be a misunderstanding. "Since it's a misunderstanding, it doesn't matter, but my weak heart is hurt a lot because of your misunderstanding, senior. Please apologize to me, senior." Mike has no mercy. Cedric's smile disappeared, and he found himself in the pit by Mike again. Now that I have admitted that the previous matter was a misunderstanding, Mike has become a victim. If he doesn't apologize to Mike, his reputation will be bad. Apologize. Cedric said every word. He knew the truth about how big a man can bend and stretch, but he couldn't swallow that breath. Ha. Mike heard the answer he wanted, so he went back to Cedric and left the Hufflepuff lounge with a chuckle. Cedric behind them was dark and scary. Mike was very happy on the way back. This time he not only got the formula he wanted, but also stepped on Cedric's foot. I believe this will spread to the 4 colleges soon. But what he didn't expect was that the kid Dolphing would run away at this time. Cedric had obviously come to help him just now, perhaps because he was afraid that he would retaliate against him in the future? Is such a silly boy, who would dare to help him out after this incident? But that's okay. In the future, Dolphin's life in Hufflepuff will be very sad, and then he will only have to ask his friend for help. Thinking of this, Mike's mood improved, and even whistled. He and Franklin laughed all the way back to Ravenclaw's lounge. Chapter 22, Hermione and Number 039's Complaint. Time flies quickly. A week has passed since Mike got the magic drink formula from Dolphina. The ingredients needed in the recipe are not valuable, even if you think about it. If it is really an expensive magic drink, Dolphin will not drink it as a drink. After confirming the authenticity of the recipe, Mike immediately contacted the Weasley brothers. He worked so hard to get the recipe not simply because he liked to drink it, but also to make money. The Weasley brothers are a pair of strange people. They know Hogwarts well, and they know most of the secrets. Their dream is to open such a magic joke shop after graduation. For this reason, they have already started to do business to save money. So far, they have become the smuggling group with the largest amount of goods in Hogwarts. All kinds of things that are explicitly prohibited in school regulations, such as butter beer, etc., they can help you get them. The little wizards may not be very familiar with the Weasley brothers, but among the senior wizards, the Weasley brothers' big names are quite impressive. After talking to the Weasley brothers about 5 to 5 points, Mike gave the formula directly to them. Mike was so busy learning mantras and meditation every day that he didn't have time to do these things. He believed in the behavior of the Weasley brothers, and they would never betray their friends for this benefit. So, Dolphin's magic drink spread at Hogwarts. That's right, Mike named this magic drink Dolphin, and he didn't avoid the source of the magic drink formula. Anyway, he just made a quick cash. After completing these things, Mike can finally concentrate on learning magic. On this day, Mike came to the Hogwarts library after a long absence, looking for a book not in the Ravenclaw collection, but accidentally found Hermione. Hermione is surrounded by books, and these books are piled high, hiding little Hermione behind the books. If it weren't for seeing Hermione's iconic big brown wavy mic, he might not be able to recognize it. Hey, little Hermione! So you don't see if you miss me? Mike sat next to Hermione. If you want me to tell you that you should pay attention to your appearance, a clean girl will make you like it. Don't talk to me in such a childish tone. Aren't you a kid too? Hermione gave Mike a roll of eyes and moved aside in disgust. I was kidding you. How about Harry and Ron? Why aren't they with you? Mike spread his hands and shrugged in compromise. Anyone who talks about Harry and Ron, Hermione blows up. You know Harry and Ron. Find them yourself. Don't ask me. Quiet. Get rid of you if you are arguing. Mrs. Pins shouted angrily with a feather duster. Mike sent the old woman who came to bother him to molest Laurie and said, "What's the matter, you quarreled with them? Tell me." Hermione's eyes were a little red, and she took a few deep breaths of the tears she was about to leave under the air pressure. They went out at night to duel with Malfoy, and even ran to the room where the headmaster had forbidden us to go. They didn't care about the Academy's scores at all, which I earned fortunately. Hermione's voice became lower and lower. Ron secretly called me Miss Know-How. Hermione seemed to think of something suddenly, and her voice became louder again. And you? I don't know how you learned, never come to the library to read, but every time I get more points than me. Get out of here. Mrs. Pins finally couldn't bear it. Hermione was startled, her eyes were red again, and she picked up the book and ran out of the library. Mike hurriedly followed, and put his right hand on Hermione's shoulder to comfort him. It's okay, don't cry. I didn't come to the library because Ravenclaw has its own library with a large collection of books. Now the library can't go, or go to me. But, I'm Gryffindor. Hermione was obviously unaccustomed to Mike's sudden physical contact, and she twisted her body slightly to shake off Mike's hand without success. It's nothing, let's go. Mike didn't talk nonsense with her, and pushed her to Ravenclaw's lounge. After entering the Ravenclaw lounge, little Hermione has been in a state of dementia. This is the first time this little girl has come to the lounges of other colleges. Different from the Gryffindor lounge, Ravenclaw's lounge is significantly cleaner, and the young Ravenclaws are more hygienic. In this environment, even the little wizards who don't care about hygiene will do so. Be assimilated, otherwise you will be excluded. Many little wizards in the lounge were sitting and reading. Mike found a sofa and pulled Hermione down, and handed her a bottle of Dolphin's magic drink. How about it? Not bad. Mike sat on the sofa next to him. If you want me to say, you should come to Ravenclaw. Hermione, who was sipping the magic drink, was attracted by Mike's words, and Mike continued without waiting for her to speak. The students in Ravenclaw are the best learners in Hogwarts, followed by Slytherin. I believe you can feel the atmosphere here. It is completely different from Gryffindor. The learning atmosphere here is very good. Don't underestimate the impact of the environment on people. I guarantee that if you join Ravenclaw, your learning efficiency will definitely increase several times. After all, you can't work behind closed doors. Hermione lowered her head, and the drink bottle in her hand was squeaked by him. The Sorting Hat also suggested that I go to Ravenclaw, but I insisted on going to Gryffindor. Before I came, everyone said that Gryffindor is the best college in Hogwarts. Actually, you don't need to worry. Even if you don't have a good time with Gryffindor, you can always come to Ravenclaw. Mike sat on the sofa and lifted his legs. I'm your friend too? And I believe the problem of the eagle-head door knocker will not help you either. But... Hermione wanted to say something, but Mike interrupted. It's nothing, Ravenclaw is different from Gryffindor, no one will drive you away. Here are the notes of the Ravenclaws of the past. If you don't understand UU reading www.uugonshu.com, you can also ask the seniors around you. The learning efficiency is not higher than that of reading in the library alone? Hermione was obviously moved. Mike didn't say anything. He also unscrewed a bottle of Dolphin's magic drink. Before Mike could take a sip, Professor Flitwick's voice came over. Is our little Mike dating Miss Granger? Hearing the sound, Mike stood up and saw that Professor Fluffy was walking up with a book, and Pinello followed Fluffy silently. Good afternoon, Dean Flitwick. Mike said with a polite, I just invited Miss Granger to visit our college. I think Ravenclaw is more suitable for her than Gryffindor. Hermione on the side also stood up and saluted Professor Fluffy. Fluffy just waved his hand to indicate that they didn't need to be polite and said, actually I feel the same way. I have rarely seen Lily since graduation. Such a smart and easy to learn little witch. I remember that Lily is also a student of Gryffindor. Why do all outstanding little witches love to go to Gryffindor? I really don't understand. Mr. Dean, in fact, Hermione wants to come to Ravenclaw to study often. Mike opened her mouth to Hermione. She thinks the learning atmosphere in our college is better. Hermione lowered her head shyly, and squeezed the soft flesh from Mike's waist. She couldn't communicate with the professors like Mike. Welcome. Fluffy laughed from ear to ear. Ravenclaw welcomes any smart little wizard. You two are my favorite students. You must help each other in the future. Then several people said goodbye to a few unnutritious words. Before leaving, Pinello glanced at Mike. His eyes were as if he was looking at Lian Tungpi, and Mike's heart was straight. Chapter 23, Halloween. The next day, Mike did not see Hermione in Ravenclaw's lounge. Although the shy little girl had obtained Fluffy's permission, she still did not dare to come to the Ravenclaw lounge. Although Hermione did not come, the other pair of Gryffindors did not matter how many. As soon as Mike arrived in the lounge after class, he saw the bored Weasley brothers. Do you know how much money we made? You can't believe it. When the Weasley brothers saw Mike, they surrounded him, and the two of them spit wildly. Calm down, I think you guys came to give me money today, right? Mike said a little disgustingly. The Weasley brothers looked at each other and George took out a heavy cloth bag from his robe. We have been to the bars and tea houses in Hogsmeade these days, and Mrs. Patty's Tea House accepted our proposal and added our drinks to their menu. Yes, this drink is amazing, and they are asking us for more drinks every day. Plus the ones sold at Hogwarts, we have earned a full 100 gallons these days. This is your 50 gallons. Brother Weasley, you talked to Mike about what they did in the past few days, and put the bag in his hand. Mike was a little surprised. To be honest, he really didn't expect the two brothers to be so talented in business, and they even knew how to find restaurants to cooperate. No wonder I can see some senior wizards holding the same dolphin drink in their hands recently. Turned upside down the heavy Jinjialong in his hands, and the two in Mike's heart silently gave a thumbs up. It seems that our magic drink is sold well outside the school. I saw a lot of senior students drinking it. McIngaran stuffed it into his robe. But what about the lower students? Did you give them? Forgot? You know that women and children are the best earners. The two Weasley brothers became fierce after hearing Mike's words, and hurriedly asked Mike what he had done. Halloween is coming soon. Mike paused. If we provide every wizard with a glass of Dolphin's magic drink at the Halloween dinner, will anyone who thinks it tastes good find a way to buy it? Hearing the words, the Weasley brothers were taken aback, and then excitedly stepped forward. One person grabbed Mike's arms and the other grabbed Mike's legs and threw Mike up constantly. Still shouting in his mouth. Mike our Prince Charming! Mike our Prince Charming! Mike our Prince Charming! Drew curious glances from the passing Ravenclaws. Fortunately, the Weasley brothers know the scale of joking well, and they put the mic down before the crowd gathered around them. We have to go stock up soon, goodbye Mike. As soon as the voice fell, the two ran out of Ravenclaw's lounge arguing. Mike looked at the two going away and shook his head. The two are good at everything, but they are a bit too lively. Halloween is coming soon, and Mike sitting on the sofa in the Ravenclaw lounge is not even sitting on the hot butt, and Penelope goes to help decorate the Hogwarts Hall. This girl has been enthusiastic about Mike since she heard Professor Flitwick call Mike his favorite student last time. Will appear in front of Mike from time to time these days, greet him with warmth. Is really a girl who is good at seeing the wind. But Mike is not disgusted by Penelope's kindness. After all, Penelope is a beautiful woman. Compared to Hermione's little lowly, Mike prefers Penelope who is 3 years older than him. As for seeing the wind and turning the rudder, isn't this the way most people in the world are? Likes to surround the strong, eager for the strong to drop some debris when eating meat. Once they fall, they will pounce on like a vicious dog to grab food. Mike has seen too many people in his previous life, and he also likes to deal with these people, at least they are simple enough. As long as there is no greater interest in front of them, they will never betray you. Helps to decorate the hall to get college points, so the prefect of each college will organize students to help. In fact, these little wizards can't help much, and there are even some Gryffindor rascals who specifically help. The main force of these tasks is the house elves, who have to clean up the mess left by the little wizards during the day every night. This is actually a labor experience class given by Hogwarts to the little wizards, and it is not much different from the Tianqiao Elementary School students who were taken by the teacher to pick up trash outdoors on the International Environmental Protection Day. Most of the little wizards who participated are in the 1st and 2nd grades, and the younger wizards of higher grades are busy dealing with the increasing amount of homework. Mike is undoubtedly a celebrity in the whole hall. His magic power and spell level are far better than these little wizards, and others must stop and rest when they use the floating spell to carry 2 or 3 large decorations. And Mike can keep working all afternoon. Finally, after 3 days of hard work, the hall was finally set up on Halloween morning. Dumbledore and the teachers of the 4 major colleges held a luncheon for all the students participating in labor at noon. UU reading www.uugonshu.com. During, Mike was greatly praised by Dumbledore, and he added 50 points to Ravenclaw Academy. This Ravenclaw Academy score surpassed Gryffindor and was second only to Slytherin. Professor Fluffy clapped excitedly, his hands were flushed red without knowing it, his eyes were almost out of sight with a smile. Mike had been looking for Hermione's trail at the luncheon. He knew that Hermione would be blocked by the troll tonight in the women's toilet. He wanted to avoid this from happening. Because of my arrival, although the world still maintains the original plotline on the whole, the details have been changed a lot. He couldn't guarantee that Hermione would survive the attack of the troll this time, he must avoid her encounter with the troll today. However, to his disappointment, there was no Hermione on the Gryffindor table, only Harry and Ron were devouring food. Mike remembers that they only came for one day and then gave up because they were too lucky. Mike wasn't in the mood to eat. After accepting the compliments from the professors, he left the hall, and the most important thing was to find Hermione right now. Mike found many places, the library, the Gryffindor lounge, and the classrooms of various professors, but they found nothing. Seeing that the sky outside was getting dark, Mike was frustrated and could only return to Ravenclaw's lounge. In the next time, he must replenish his energy, and at night there is a giant over 3 meters tall waiting for him to deal with. But when Mike walked into the lounge, a figure he had been searching for an entire afternoon appeared in front of him. Is Hermione? She was hiding alone in the corner of the empty Ravenclaw lounge, her nose and eyes flushed. Chapter 24, The Hunt Begins. Hey, see who is this? Mike slowly moved closer to Hermione. Oh! A little tabby cat. Hermione heard Mike's voice and did not respond, but quickly turned her head to prevent Mike from seeing her face, while rubbing her hands on her face, trying to prevent Mike from discovering that she had just cried. Mike saw Hermione's posture and couldn't help thinking of his daughter in his previous life, thinking that it was the same way when Trish was wronged. Who is bullying you? I'll kick them in the ass. Mike handed over a handkerchief. Don't wipe your eyes with your hands. It's bad for your eyes. You don't want to wear big glasses like Harry does. That would not look good. After listening to Mike's gentle words, Hermione could only hold back the tears that she felt she had been able to hold back again. They all hate me. Mike patted Hermione's back with one hand, the child cried so excited that he coughed. It's okay, don't you still have me? I will always be your friend. Hearing the sound, Hermione turned her head and threw herself into Mike's arms, crying loudly. Tears and nasal mucus soon soaked the robe on Mike's chest. Mike held Hermione, who was crying, in his arms, patted her back, and kept talking about the coaxing words of his previous life. It took a long time for Hermione to stop crying, but she did not leave Mike's arms. She buried her face in Mike's chest and said in a dull voice, "Am I particularly annoying? Who said that? You tell me who said it, I will kick him in the ass." No one says that to me, but I think so. The poor girl is still protecting her friend, afraid that Mike will actually kick Ron in the ass. Mike is very good at coaxing children. He has accumulated a lot of experience in his previous life, and a few words made Hermione stop crying. Well, it's Halloween today. Let's go to the auditorium. Mike took Hermione's hand. You shed a lot of tears today, you must eat more later. Hermione hit Mike angrily, but didn't refuse Mike to hold her hand. Mike led Hermione to turn left and right in the castle. At the beginning, Hermione didn't care. After a while, Hermione finally noticed the abnormality. This doesn't seem to be the way to the hall, right? Really? Maybe I remembered it wrong. Mike played Hermione casually, which was also in his plan. Took Hermione to find the troll together, and immediately asked Hermione to find the professor after finding it, and dealt with the troll alone. In this way, even if you can't defeat the trolls, you can delay waiting for the professors to come and support, which is regarded as a piece of insurance. Hermione didn't doubt that he had him, but Mike led him forward. Finally, after turning a corner, a humanoid monster with a height of 3 meters appeared in front of them. "Go to the professor for help, I'm here to stop him." Mike let go of Hermione's hand. "No. You want to go with me? You can't let it wander around in the castle, go." Mike spoke to Hermione loudly in a commanding tone. Hermione's eyes were red again, startled by Mike's harsh tone, but instead of letting the tears fall, she turned and ran towards the hall. Mike watched Hermione disappear in the corner and turned to face the giant monster in front of him. The black prickly pear wand appeared in his hand silently. The hunt has begun. Mike was very fond of hunting in his previous life. He once went to Africa to hunt large animals such as lions and rhinos, and he knew very well the knack for dealing with these large creatures. The legs are stiff and dead. A leg-locking spell accurately hit the troll's right leg. To deal with such large creatures, it is necessary to find a way to reduce their movement speed. Because you can't kill them in one blow, and they usually become more violent after being injured, and you can definitely not run the trolls with 2 legs. I saw that the right leg of the giant monster who was studying the door of the women's bathroom was hit by the leg-locking curse and twitched, but it did not close with the left leg. The leg-locking spell was forcibly broken away by it. Just as the troll was scratching his head wondering why his leg was cramping, 2 more leg-locking spells hit its right leg. This time its right leg finally fits the normal left leg at a strange angle under the effect of 2 leg-locking spells. Mike even heard a creak, and he could be sure that it was a fracture. The giant roared in pain, and with this roar resembling a lion, the giant fell down. The troll that fell on the ground finally found Mike, the little bug that caused him severe pain. It endured the pain, crossed its hands and left foot, and approached Mike at a fast and unscientific speed. Mike immediately began to run to the side, and while running, he continued to release obstacles and curses. This kind of moving casting method to hit a moving target requires superb shooting skills. Normal wizards can hit crookedly. But Mike is different. He was a well-known sharpshooter in the industry in his previous life. I saw the speed of the twisted and crawling monster getting slower and slower, and every time an obstacle fell heavily on it, it would roar. Its current way of moving hurts its right leg a lot, and almost every twisting will bring a sharp pain from its right leg. Gradually, under the obstacles and spells that Mike kept releasing, the troll's moving speed was reduced to the same level as Mike's running speed. Mike no longer releases numerous obstacles when he sees this, and instead uses rapid imprisonment, which is a spell that can imprison the whole body of a creature. Following the imprisonment spells falling on the 2 arms of the troll finally stopped. Its hands were tightly bound behind its back, and it roared unwillingly when he watched Mike, who was still strengthening the spell not far away. After confirming that the troll couldn't break free in a short time, Mike panted and came to the troll. The movement cast just now consumed a lot of his energy. The giant monster in front of it is still roaring. With its roar, a smell that is more disgusting than the women's toilet that has not been used for many years rushes into Mike's nose. Mike was almost spit out, and quickly pinched his nose. The troll looks very miserable at this time, and the right leg, which is still close to the left leg, twists in a strange posture. In the process of crawling just now, the twisted bone in the right leg had already pierced the flesh, and a huge wound was drawn on the right leg. The blood was flowing like a stream, forming on the ground soon. A large stall of bright red. Reading www.yunsha.com. Looking at the monster in front of him who was still yelling at him in a miserable form, Mike raised his right hand holding the wand and pointed it at the monster's growing mouth, which was his strongest curse. Flaming flames. A red and yellow flame spouted from the tip of the black pearwood wand, and in an instant it drowned the giant head of the monster. The flames poured into the monster's mouth along its open mouth, burning its mouth and throat. The giant monster is struggling with pain and screaming in his mouth. But the more it grows its mouth, the more flames will flow into its throat. Mike controlled the flame and approached step by step. With the help of the greedy necklace on his chest, he could clearly feel the magic power in his body flowing from his body up and down to his wand. But in the process, some magic power will break away from the large force of magic power flowing, and eventually dissipate in the air. Mike tried to control these escaped magical powers and followed the large forces into the wands. These magical powers were extremely difficult to control. Mike only felt that his head was about to explode. At this time, the greedy necklace on his chest exuded bursts of coolness, alleviating the pain, making it within a range acceptable to Mike. As more and more magic power was controlled to enter the wand, the flame that burned the troll began to gradually change color. Eventually these flames changed from red and yellow to a bright yellow close to white. This bright yellow flame is extremely powerful, and the damage caused to the monster in just a few seconds is greater than the sum of the previous red and yellow flames. Soon the troll lost its sound, and Mike continued to burn for a while, until he was sure that the troll was dead, and then stopped the release of the flame curse. Mike won this hunt. Chapter 25, Doubt and Suspicion. After successfully killing the trolls, Mike only felt that he had no strength in his body. He struggled to get up and leaned against the wall, put a more comfortable posture, and waited for the professors to come. The first one to arrive at the scene was Professor Flitwick. It is hard to imagine how his short legs rushed to the scene in front of all the professors. But this is also understandable. Mike is a very promising student. If he died in the hands of a stupid troll, he would blame himself for a long time. When he rushed to the scene, what he saw wasn't the scene where Mike was chased by the trolls. Instead, Mike sat in the corner with a black prickly wood wand and gasped to rest. Not far from him was the troll that caused them to pause the Halloween dinner. It's just that now this monster can no longer move, its entire upper body is cooked. Especially the skull and neck, almost burnt, only the burnt bones. Its hands are still firmly fixed behind the back by the imprisonment curse, and the whole body is arched in an extremely twisted posture. The right thigh has been broken, and the exposed bone spurs can be clearly seen outside the wound. There was a large pool of dark red liquid on the ground, which was blood that had been solidified by the monster. The air is full of strong stench, and there is also a little roasted meat scent in it. This kind of mixed taste ensures that people will not want to eat roasted meat for a lifetime after smelling it. The McGonagall and others who arrived later were shocked by this scene. They had also thought that perhaps Mike, a first-year freshman, could defeat the trolls with his own wisdom. What I didn't expect was that the troll would be killed in an almost brutal way. As for Hermione and Harry, they had already vomited a lot of fun. Are you not hurt? Professor Fluffy loved Mike the most. When everyone else was shocked by the troll's death, only Professor Fluffy responded and began to inquire about Mike's state. It's okay, Dean, I'm just a little relieved. It's okay. You did a great job. Beautiful flame curse, I was far worse than you when I was your age. It seems that Fluffy doesn't care about the life and death of the troll, he only cares about Mike's safety. But some people don't think much. How dare you? How dare you do this? Professor McGonagall screamed, do you know how dangerous this is? A troll can easily crush you with a finger. Hearing Professor McGonagall's words about Mike, Hermione was unhappy. She resisted the nausea and said, it's all my fault. Mike encountered the troll because he took me to the auditorium. It was also because I was protected. Leave it to hold the troll. Professor McGonagall was a little embarrassed by Hermione, but at this time Professor Flitwick relieved her. Okay, it's enough for everyone to be safe and sound. Fluffy lifted Mike up, also in recognition of Mike's bravery and wit, Ravenclaw will add 20 points. Mike is a little touched, he has been in this world for so long, and Professor Flitwick is still the first person who really treats himself nicely. He could feel that Fluffy looked at him as if he was looking at one of his promising juniors. He hadn't felt that kind of look in his 2 lives combined. Well, this place shouldn't stay for long. Let's go back soon. Mike needs to go to Mrs. Pomfrey to check. After that, Flitwick and Hermione helped Mike out of the smelly women's bathroom door. McGonagall has mixed feelings in her heart. Hermione is a student she likes very much, and her personality is very similar to her when she was young. At this time, watching Hermione who was supporting Mike together, Professor McGonagall felt that his cabbage was eaten by a pig. Looked at Mike and Hermione, then turned to look at Harry and Ron who were still vomiting. McGonagall became more and more angry, picked up their ears and walked towards Gryffindor. Snape was left alone on the scene. He didn't say a word just now, and he even had a pitiful sense of existence, which did not fit his personality. At this time, he did not choose to leave like everyone else. His eyes scanned the field circle after circle, trying to restore the entire process of the battle just now, which was not difficult for him. In the end, his gaze stayed on the giant monster's hands still tied behind his back and the right leg that was still stuck to his left leg after being broken, and he hadn't left for a long time. Miss Pomfrey was eating pumpkin pie when Hermione and Professor Flitwick sent Mike to the infirmary. The dinner just now ended because of a troll matter before she was full. It was late at night when Mrs. Pomfrey helped Mike to complete the examination. Although Mike was just off her work, Mrs. Pomfrey decided to let Mike rest in the infirmary for the sake of safety. After confirming that Mike was okay, Hermione reluctantly left the infirmary under the eye of Professor Flitwick. At this time, in the principal's office at Hogwarts, Snape was reporting to Principal Dumbledore what he had just seen. Our dear Mr. Tonley is a cruel character, not only has an amazing talent in combat, reading www.uugonshu.com, and has a cruel heart. Snape used his signature low voice. Said. Principal Dumbledore, who was sitting on the desk opposite him and not knowing what was written, did not speak, but raised the hand holding the pen to signal Snape to continue. He first used the leg-locking spell to limit the movement speed of the trolls. This is very clever. Snape walked to Dumbledore's table. Only those wizards with rich experience in hunting can understand how to deal with giant creatures. Method. Mr. Tonley could actually get out of his body after the leg-locking curse took effect, but he didn't do that. He chose to use the imprisonment curse to make the troll unable to move, and finally used the flame curse to burn the troll to death. Do you know what this means? This means that Mr. Tangley still chose to kill an enemy who had completely lost his ability to resist. This is not what a first-year wizard should have. Dumbledore finally stopped his movements, raised his head and said to Snape expressionlessly, "Thanks for your hard work, go and rest." Snape turned around when he heard the words, not at all vague. The office has become very quiet, even the crackling sound of the firewood in the stove can be heard clearly. Dumbledore did not continue with the work at hand, he stood up and walked to the corner stand beside Phoenix Fox, who was tidying his feathers. He scratched the back of Fox's head lightly. Fox was very comfortable scratching him, squinted his eyes and tilted his head back hard. "It looks like we need to find time to talk to little Mike." The voice was so soft that it was almost inaudible from Dumbledore's mouth. Fox didn't seem to hear what Dumbledore was just saying, and opened his eyes to stare at Dumbledore with a puzzled look. Chapter 26, Troll Killer. The next day, it was noon when Mike walked out of the infirmary. Maybe it was because of the lack of strength. He fell asleep in the middle of the examination last night, and he didn't even know when Professor Flitwick and Hermione left. When Mike came to the restaurant, it was already crowded. Yesterday's dinner party was interrupted in the middle of it. Professor Dumbledore ordered all students to follow the prefects of each college and return to their college. This led to the waste of the food prepared by the house elves for the dinner. Fortunately, this world is a magical world. The house elves are proficient in various housework magics. Of course, keeping food fresh is the foundation of the foundation. So the food that was served on the table last night became the lunch of the little wizards today. But these usual little wizards loved the food, but not many people enjoyed it today. Everyone gathered at the Gryffindor table, and in the middle of the crowd was the ecstatic Ron. At this time, he is telling what he saw and heard when he followed the professors to the death of the monster last night. The saliva he talked about was flying, and from time to time he would take a sip of the juice that others handed him. In his story, it seems that Mike defeated not a monster, but a dragon. But it is undeniable that Ron does have a talent for telling stories. The little wizards around him were all dumbfounded, and even the food at hand was forgotten. Look! It's Mike the Troll Killer! A little wizard who tried to squeeze into the crowd several times but failed at the periphery of the crowd found Mike and immediately screamed excitedly. With this scream, the crowd surrounding Ron quickly dissipated and surrounded Mike. They asked Mike about what happened last night. Mike was overwhelmed by all this and dealt with the enthusiasm of the little wizards in a panic. Fortunately, someone who can help Mike out has arrived. Disperse it all to me. Snape's low voice, although not loud, reached the ears of every little wizard present. As soon as Snape's voice fell, the little wizards who surrounded Mike immediately scattered and returned to their dining table. Mike even saw a few timid little wizards who were trembling with Snape's legs and could only be supported by their companions. Walking. This is the power of Professor Snape. There are only 2 people at Hogwarts who can do this kind of thing. One is Professor McGonagall and the other is Snape. Mike wanted to thank Snape for helping him out, but before he could speak, Snape spoke. Disrupt the restaurant order, Ravenclaw deducts 5 points. After speaking, Snape shook his black robe and turned away. Mike's scalp was numb during the operation show, but he had no choice but to sit down at Ravenclaw's dining table. When Mike sat down, a little Ravenclaw witch next to him trembled with excitement, but before she could speak to Penelope, she ran to ask her to change positions. As for the senior elder sister, the little witch obviously didn't dare to resist, so she had to change positions with Penelope in disgrace. Do you know what they call you? A monster killer. Yes. Did you really kill a giant monster? If you said the one last night, I should have killed it. As soon as Penelope sat down, he threw out a bunch of questions as if he had fired a cannon. After receiving Mike's confirmation, Penelope's eyes lit up, and the whole person involuntarily moved closer to Mike and asked, "How did you do it?" "Luck, I'll do this, then that, and then the troll will die." Penelope's face is only about 10 centimeters away from Mike's face. Mike can clearly smell the scent from her. It is a scent similar to pear blossoms, which is very good. "It's too close, Sister Penelope." Mike pulled his head back a little uncomfortably. It turns out that little Mike is still shy. Penelope saw Mike this way and smiled, stretched out his hands and squeezed Mike's cheeks. Being so excited by her, Mike, who was not used to it, straightened his body immediately. Just kidding, he was a person who had been rolling in the flowers in his previous life, so would he still be afraid that this little girl would not succeed? Now it was Penelope's turn to be shy. Mike suddenly straightened her body and shocked her. She blushed and retracted the face that was reaching for Mike. "You are so amazing, I have never heard of anyone who can kill a giant monster in the 1st grade." Penelope Stu eased his embarrassment by changing the subject. "Normally, the elder sister is really good. The whole Ravenclaw is well managed, but Professor Flitwick often mentions you, saying that he would be in trouble without you." Mike looked at Penelope. The gesture of the youngest daughter can't help but feel a little funny. This wave of commercial exchanges obviously scratched Penelope's itchy flesh, and saw her cover her mouth and smile non-stop. The blush on her face became more and more obvious. Mike thinks it's still fun to molest the young lady sometimes, and continues, "Especially senior sister Penelope is so beautiful, I think there must be many boys who like you." "No, you are you reading www.yuyugonshu.com. You are so handsome and so strong. Many elementary school girls in the school are your little fans. Even some of my best friends are right. You are interesting." Penelope gave Mike a white look, and said with a sigh, The next meal time passed unknowingly in the wave of business exchanges between the two. What Mike didn't notice was that Hermione was staring at him on the Gryffindor table not far away. Dead Mike. Stinky Mike. Looking at Mike, who had a good conversation with Pinello, Hermione just felt her lungs explode. It was late at night when Hermione returned to the dormitory last night. She didn't sleep all night because she was worried about Mike's safety. She hurried to the infirmary to see Mike at dawn, but Madame Pomfrey refused to interrupt the patient's rest. In the next potions class, he accidentally fell asleep because he was too sleepy, and Snape deducted 20 points. As a result, the person involved, Mike, has become a celebrity throughout Hogwarts. Forget it, now he is flirting with his beautiful senior sister in front of her. Is really a deceitful man's mouth. What I said to myself in the Ravenclaw lounge last night was fake. Hermione got more and more angry, chewing the chicken in her mouth desperately, as if it was not the chicken in her mouth, but Mike's arm. Harry, who was sitting next to her, stopped filling his mouth with food and looked at Hermione in surprise. He just heard the sound of bones being crushed clearly. Hermione, just broke the chicken bones and eat it. Harry thought. Looking at Hermione's expression of wanting to eat people again, Harry couldn't help moving away from Hermione with the plate. Hermione is so scary now. Chapter 27, Hunger Marketing. After lunch, Mike took Franklin to the Gryffindor lounge. Franklin, a straightforward boy, was still complaining that Mike was not friends enough, and he didn't even take him with him for such fun things as challenging trolls. But he was still a kid. After Mike explained the ins and outs of the matter, he followed Mike again. The two people came along this way and attracted countless eyes. After the spread of what happened last night this morning, most of the wizards in Hogwarts knew that Mike killed the troll alone. Franklin is still thin-skinned, and he is not used to being watched by so many people for the first time in his life. Unlike some people who don't care at all, they head straight to the Gryffindor lounge. He came to Hermione this time. He saw Hermione in the restaurant just now, but Hermione seemed to avoid him deliberately. After hearing Mike call her name, instead of stopping, he speeded up and left. At the restaurant, Mike had no choice but to come to Gryffindor to find it. Stopped a little witch in Gryffindor and asked her to help them shout the password, and the two finally entered the Gryffindor lounge. The little Gryffindor witch found that Mike stopped her and immediately began to ask about what happened last night. Mike had no choice but to tell her the story of his fight against the trolls truthfully, coaxing her eyes to shine. As if seeing an idol. After listening to the story, the little witch was still not satisfied, and started talking with Mike again. The conversation between the two people got farther and farther, and they all involved the question of whether Mike had a girlfriend. In the end, it was Franklin who frightened the little witch away with a black face. He was originally a black face. Mac silently gave Franklin a thumbs up. This kid was not as a dumb boy as he showed him. On the contrary, Franklin was actually very smart, and he could always surprise others in a crisis. Mike, you were really amazing last night. Such a powerful monster was defeated by you alone. Harry and Ron were near the entrance of the lounge, and they immediately surrounded Mike and Franklin when they saw Mike and Franklin come in. That was a fluke. I was lucky enough to defeat it. Mike waved his hand. Hermione, I just wanted to find her in the restaurant, and she disappeared. She's in the bedroom, but she doesn't seem to want to see you. Harry said with a strange expression. Mike was a little surprised, and asked in surprise, why, didn't you get well last night? Harry wanted to answer that he didn't know, but before he could speak to a girl in the same bedroom as Hermione, he interrupted him. You still have the face to ask why? Humph! Stinky man, go, Hermione won't see you. After speaking, he swaggered back to the dorm. Harry, Mike, and others were all taken aback by the little witch's actions, and it took a while for Ron to react first. By the way, Harry was selected to the Quidditch school team, don't you know?" Ron looked proud, as if he was selected. When he mentioned this, Mike also remembered it, and said, "I heard Dean Flavey say, I really congratulate you, Harry." Harry, who was mentioned about it, grabbed his hair a little bit, and said, "By the way, my first game is about to start. Come and watch." Mike nodded and agreed. Pinello also invited him to watch the Quidditch match just now during the meal, which happened to be able to show Harry's game by the way. After a while, the two of them went back to class. Since Hermione didn't want to see him, he didn't need to bother. Maybe it was just a child who had a temper, and it would be fine in 2 days. However, Hermione kept avoiding Mike for the next few days, pretending not to know Mike in class or in the library, and turned a deaf ear to Mike's greetings. The time came soon when I agreed with Pinello to watch Harry Quidditch's debut together, during which the Weasley brothers came and gave Mike another money. This time I sent more money than the last time, a full 200 gold gallons. After understanding the situation in detail, Mike had to sigh that the Weasley brothers are really business ghosts. The two people listened to Mike's suggestion and put a small bottle of Dolphin's magic drink on each little wizard's seat before the Halloween party. The small bottle here is really a small bottle, probably only the amount that Mike can drink in one sip. Although there are not many drinks, they have worked the bottles. Not only do they have the names of the Weasley brothers and Mike, but also their trademarks specially designed for the Dolphin magic drink. The trademark of Dolphin magic drink is very simple. It looks very similar to the Coca-Cola logo in appearance. The English letters of the word dolphin are written in red ink in a very elegant way. In addition, text magic was released on it, and the 3 big characters of Nodolphine glowed like silk, and they were able to flutter in the wind like a streamer. The exquisite packaging immediately attracted the attention of the little wizards. Many people opened the bottle cap and took a sip almost immediately after learning that it was a drink, and then drank it. The next day, the name of Dolphin was spread throughout Hogwarts. It happened that the story of Mike's fight against the trolls also spread that night, so the Weasley brothers took advantage of Mike's reputation to beat him. Wave advertising. This is amazing. The order flooded the two of them like raindrops. The goods they had prepared before were sold out in half a day. In desperation, they could only find some senior students to help configure the Dolphin magic drink together. The two of them could not satisfy the enthusiasm of the students even if they were exhausted. UU reading www.uucannonshoe.com. Of course, those senior students who gave up their studies to use their spare time to help them are charged, and the price is not lower than the Muggle-born salespeople in Diagon Alley. You must know that the pressure of studying at Hogwarts is very high, and the salary given to them is actually not that much. But even with the addition of manpower, it is still a drop in the bucket for massive orders. Originally Mike could get more money, but because the output was not enough, after removing the cost, only 400 gold gallons were left. The Weasley brothers were heartbroken about this. They could have made more money, but they were all just students, so it was not convenient to increase production. To this Mike gave a solution that shocked the Weasley brothers: hunger marketing. Since there is no way to increase production, then simply do not increase production. I still sell at the previous price on the official page, but in fact, there are few pitiful goods on the official side, and it will almost be sold out as soon as it is on the shelf. Then he sold most of the goods to the scalpers in private at a price increase. When the drinks were in the hands of the customers, the price would have been doubled without knowing it. This marketing strategy in previous lives is almost universally known, but no matter how many people know, it's useless. People can still make a lot of money from hunger marketing. Using this method can increase profits several times without increasing production. It can be said that it is the best method today. Regarding the selling price, Mike intends to increase the private price from the original 5 silver seco to 10 silver seco, but the Weasley brothers disagree. They directly proposed that a 500 ml bottle of Dolphin magic drink be priced as a golden gallon. The price has nearly quadrupled. He is indeed a business genius, and his heart is much more than McKay. Chapter 28, Quidditch. The weather in the UK has never been so good. It was only in November that the weather became very cold and the sunshine hours began to shorten. Mike was woken up by Franklin on this day, and today they are going to watch Harry's Quidditch debut with Penelope. Originally Penelope planned to take them to the game between Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff, but Mike offered to watch Harry's game together, and Penelope had to agree. Is not interested in Quidditch. Mike, he feels that this kind of game with loopholes is not interesting at all. But the strange thing is that almost all wizards in the world have a high enthusiasm for Quidditch games, and they even regularly host the Quidditch World Cup. Wizards who performed well in the Quidditch World Cup will become well-known Quidditch stars, gain a lot of wealth and fans. This is no different from the Muggle world. Interestingly, there is no pedigree discrimination in Quidditch. Whether you are pure blood or Muggle, you can become a star as long as you are skilled enough and handsome enough. This also attracted a large number of Muggle wizards to become Quidditch athletes. Of course, this is a digression. When Mike and Penelope came to the Quidditch venue after eating breakfast slowly, the game had already started. As it was the first Quidditch show of the Savior Harry, the scene was very lively and the number of spectators was faster than that. The Quidditch finals last year, everyone wants to see if the little Savior Harry's talent on Quidditch is as high as his talent on defense against the dark arts. It is worth mentioning that the commentator of this game is Lee Jordan. This guy is a good friend of the Weasley brothers. As the so-called things gather people into groups, this guy's temperament is exactly the same as that of the Weasley brothers. Even his commentary is mainly funny, and he can often make the audience laugh. Mike looked up for a long time before he found Harry in the sky in a red and gold Gryffindor Quidditch uniform. At this time, Harry was flying aimlessly in the sky on a broomstick, looking around from time to time, looking for the golden snitch. As long as he can catch the golden snitch as a seeker, the game is over. His moving speed is much faster than other players, thanks to the latest flying broom sponsored by Professor McGonagall, the Lightwheel 2000. From this we can see that although Professor McGonagall appears to be selfless on the surface, he still prefers his college in essence. While Mike was watching Harry in the sky, Penelope started talking to Mike. I heard other first-year students say that your flying talent is also very outstanding. Have you considered joining the Quidditch school team? Because the scene was very enthusiastic, Penelope could only speak to Mike's ear in order for Mike to hear her clearly. Mike just felt breath exhaling in his ears, and turned his head unnaturally. I'm only in the first grade, and I don't necessarily fly Quidditch well if I fly well. Harry is only in the first grade. With him starting to join the Quidditch team, no one can say anything. Besides, Professor Fluffy is so optimistic about you, as long as you tell him he will definitely agree. You can practice with Ravenclaw's school team for a few days to see if it fits. I have a good relationship with the captain of the Ravenclaw school team, Roger Davis, so I can arrange it. Mike saw that Penelope wanted to sell him a favor, but he didn't say anything, but just kept playing her. Gradually, Penelope also understood that Mike was determined, so he stopped persuading him and introduced the members of the Quidditch school teams to Mike. Mike didn't plan to join the Quidditch school team in the first grade. One was because he had too many things to do during the first grade, and he really didn't have time to participate in Quidditch training every week. The second is because Mike knows very well that this year's Quidditch champion must belong to Gryffindor. This is one of Dumbledore's newbie gift packages for Harry. He is not interested in playing a losing game. Mike and Penelope bit their ears and chatted with each other, and Hermione, who was sitting not far away, felt uncomfortable. After so many days, her anger almost disappeared. Originally I heard that Mike would be watching Harry's game this time, so I planned to find a chance to reconcile with Mike today, even afraid that too many people would watch the game. Mike, the bedridden, will have no place to sit when he arrives late, and he deliberately reserved a place for him beside her seat. Unexpectedly, the late Mike was led directly by Penelope to the seats reserved for them by the Ravenclaw students, and they bit each other's ears shortly after sitting down, not to mention how close they looked. Hermione's two apricot eyebrows were almost squeezed together, and her cheeks bulged even higher. She is not actually jealous anymore, and she doesn't have the kind of relationship between men and women for Mike. She is not that age. She just felt that her friend was robbed by Pinello. It was obvious that she and Mike had become good friends first, but Mike left her out of the cold because of this woman. What's so good about that woman? Isn't it just good looking? Hermione thought. While Hermione was still angry about Mike, the surrounding crowd exclaimed. Following the gaze of the crowd, it seemed that Harry in the sky seemed to have something wrong with the flying broomstick. Flying twists and turns in the sky, as if it was about to fall off in the next moment. Hermione, who was astonishingly observant, saw when he looked at Harry that Professor Snape in the stand next to him was also looking at Harry. His mouth was still plausible, and he instantly made up the matter that Snape wanted to kill him. Harry. On the other side, Mike and others were also attracted by Harry's abnormal behavior in the sky. Unlike the others, Mike was not worried at all. He saw Dumbledore just when he came here. As long as he is in Harry, it will be fine even if Quirrell's curse finally gets him off the broomstick. As expected, Harry in the sky soon returned to normal. Not only that, he also caught the golden snitch during the loss of balance. The game was over and Gryffindor defeated Slytherin. The scene boiled almost at the moment when Lee Jordan announced the result of the game. The savior Harry did not let them down, proving that he also possesses superhuman talent in Quidditch. Mike also got up and applauded. At the same time, he noticed that Professor Snape's robe was on fire not far away. He was trying to slap the robe in an attempt to put out the fire. The action was so big that Professor Quirrell, who was sitting in front of him, was even squeezed over. Mike couldn't help showing a disdainful chuckle when he saw it. Snape's acting skills were so bad, it was obviously a trivial thing that could be solved by clear water. After the game, the three did not stay long, but quickly left the game. When the three turned into an unmanned corridor, Mike asked Franklin to return to Ravenclaw first. He and Pinello needed to be alone for a while. Franklin didn't ask why, so he left without hesitation, but before leaving, he shook his eyebrows strangely at Mike and gave a hidden thumb. Sorry everyone. There was a bug. There was a bug. Pinello should have only been in the 4th grade when Harry was in the 1st grade. At this time, she was not the prefect of Ravenclaw. Each Hogwarts college selected a man and a woman in the 5th grade that year, and served as the male and female prefects, and continued to hold the positions in the 6th and 7th grades. 2 in 5th grade, 2 in 6th grade, and 2 in 7th grade. After graduating from 7th grade, select 2 from 5th grade, and so on. At present, I have revised the previous plot. This is just a small bug, you don't need to look at it from the beginning. Chapter 29, Control Curse. There are only Mike and Pinello left in the narrow corridor. There is no electrical lighting equipment in Hogwarts Castle. In addition, the weather is not good today, which makes the surrounding environment very dim. Mike turned to look at Pinello. His eyes were not as gentle as usual, but with a gloomy look. Pinello was startled by Mike's eyes, and he couldn't help but shrink back, and there was also a panic on his face. She found that the teenager in front of her didn't seem to be what she thought before. Mike looked at the expression on Pinello's face, and the black prickly pear wand appeared in his hand. Sister Pinello, I need your help on something. What is it? Pinello became more nervous when he saw Mike taking out his wand. I looked at the exit behind me uncomfortably, with an urge to turn around and run away. Mike quietly walked around behind Pinello and blocked Pinello's retreat. The entrance when they came was the only source of light in the entire corridor, and the surrounding light was instantly dimmed by Mike. I need a specific learning method for the Phantom Mantra. Mike went straight to the subject. That's the curse of control. Only graduates who want to apply for the Auror can submit an application to learn the curse of the Phantom. I can't help you. I believe you must have a way. Are you not Ravenclaw's social queen? Mike paced slowly around Penelope. Mike's face was particularly gloomy against the surrounding dim light, and the figure, half a head shorter than her, put Penelope under great pressure at this time. Don't you have Professor Flitwick? If you talk to him, he will definitely teach you. If it is so simple, do I still need to come to you? Mike slandered inside, but it didn't show up on the surface. Do you want to be the prefect? Senior sister. Seeing Penelope's reluctance, he could only throw a big move. Hearing Mike mention the prefect, Penelope's expression changed drastically. She struggled to please Mike during this period of time just to get him to say a few more words to Professor Flavy. Unexpectedly, Mike not only knew what she meant, but also used it to coerce her. Penelope was silent. Seeing that Penelope hadn't spoken for a long time, Mike didn't worry, and gently rubbed the black prickly wood wand in his hand, waiting for Penelope's answer. Mike is not afraid of Penelope's refusal at all. From the contact during this period of time, it can be seen that this woman is far more eager for power than he previously estimated. And Penelope also has the ability to get him a detailed learning method of the phantom spell. You must know that Penelope also has many suitors among pure-blood graduates. Phantom Body Curse is a kind of invisibility spell. After using this spell, the caster will feel a kind of liquid flowing down his head, covering his whole body. After the operation is completed, the user's skin will become like a chameleon, and it will change with the color of the environment, but the effect of the phantom spell is much stronger than that of a chameleon. In addition, the cloak of invisibility is actually a cloak with an illusion spell attached to it, and due to the limited duration of the illusion spell, the general invisibility cloak needs to be reattached to it every once in a while. The cloak made of common materials can only last for a short time, so the material used in the cloak of invisibility is magic material. Only this kind of material can make the phantom spell last longer. Harry's cloak of invisibility in the original book is different from ordinary cloaks of invisibility. It is a real artifact with a permanent phantom curse solidified on it, and the invisibility effect will never disappear. But this does not mean that you can make an invisibility cloak after you have learned the illusion spell. Attaching the illusion spell to the invisibility cloak requires a very deep knowledge of alchemy. This is a magic spell that Mike must learn this year. Mike had previously looked for detailed learning methods for the phantom spell in the Ravenclaw library and the Hogwarts library, but found nothing except some simple introductions. The phantom body curse belongs to the control curse. It is a curse that must be learned to become an Auror. Ordinary wizards will never have access to this curse for a lifetime. There are many other control spells that belong to the phantom spell, the most widely known is the unforgivable spell. But there are many ways to learn these control spells within the family. This is the so-called knowledge barrier. Ordinary Muggle wizards who want to learn the phantom spell, besides joining the Auror, can only submit an application to the school in Hogwarts 7th grade. This application is not something anyone can submit. You must have 2 or more professors to sponsor you in order to qualify for the application. According to Mike's understanding, the last person who submitted an application to Hogwarts and passed the application was named Tom Riddle. After submitting the report, the professors will conduct a rigorous review of the applicant, and only after confirming the applicant's talents and morals, will they be given a specific learning method for the phantom spell. UU reading www.uugonshu.com. Of course, Hogwarts must have a collection of magic spells in the Forbidden Area, but with the curses that Mike currently masters, there is still no good way to prohibit the magic in the Forbidden Area. As long as these magic prohibitions are triggered, they will alarm Dumbledore in the Hogwarts principal's room. If you want to enter the restricted book zone, you have to wait at least until Dumbledore is not in school. And this year, there will be such an opportunity. At this time, Penelope finally spoke. Okay, I do have a way to get the phantom curse, but you must ensure that I can be the superior next year. At this time, Penelope's expression was not as flustered as before. Now that he understands Mike's intentions, there is nothing to be afraid of. You will be the superior, I promise. Mike stepped forward and looked at Pinello's eyes. Then, happy cooperation. Pinello said coldly while looking at the boy who was half a head shorter than him. When he got the answer he wanted, Mike didn't stay for long, put his wand away and strode towards the responsive room on the 8th floor. Halfway through, he seemed to have thought of something, then stopped and turned his head and said, "Christmas is coming, hurry up. Time." After that, he left quickly. Pinello's teeth bit her lip. She understood what Mike had just said, it was nothing more than to remind her to hurry up. There is only 1 month away from Christmas. This seems to be a long time, but it is not enough time to put the specific learning method of the Phantom Mantra in the mouth of those graduates who have signed the non-disclosure agreement. The Mike on the other side doesn't matter so much, it's best for Pinello to help him get the Phantom spell before Christmas. It really doesn't work. He has a second plan, and doesn't need to hang on her tree. Chapter 30, Mirror of Eris. That night, Mike, who had practiced in the responsive room as usual until late at night, dragged his tired body out of the responsive room. Since discovering the responsive room, Mike will come here to practice almost whenever he is free, and after mastering meditation, Mike has added a meditation to his practice. This caused him to be in a state of exhaustion and zombie almost every time he walked out of the responsive room. Mike supported the wall and walked into the secret passage leading to the Ravenclaw Tower. Fortunately, this secret passage is extremely unscientific. The place where the responsive room is located is very far away from the Ravenclaw Tower. It only takes tens of seconds to arrive. At the beginning Mike had doubts about it, but now Mike is really fortunate to have this secret path, and now he just wants to go back to his bed and sleep. The inside of the secret path can't see 5 fingers, Mike can only rely on the fluorescent light to move forward. A minute later, Mike found that there seemed to be something wrong with this secret passage. At his usual walking speed, he should have already seen the exit of the secret road at this time, but now Mike still sees darkness beyond sight. Mike energized himself. Right now, he might have triggered the mechanism and changed the destination of the secret path. I don't know how long it took, the exit of the secret path finally appeared in front of Mike, but Mike did not rush out. Ravenclaw's tower is located next to the owl's house, where the lighting is very good, even at night, Mike can see the situation around Love. But judging from the light coming through the secret tunnel, the destination of this secret tunnel is definitely not the Ravenclaw Tower. Mike extinguished the fluorescent flicker in his hand, and moved slowly against the wall to the exit of the secret passage. This is a very spacious room. It looks like an abandoned classroom, with dusty desks and chairs piled up in the corner. In the place where the podium should have been, there is an item that is out of sync with the surroundings, a huge full-length mirror. Under the shining of the moonlight outside the window, everything in the abandoned classroom was unobstructed, and the full-length mirror was quietly placed there, reflecting the moonlight on the mirror, looking ghostly. Mike walked out of the secret tunnel cautiously. The moment he left the secret tunnel entrance that had been opened on the classroom wall disappeared silently. Mike fumbled for a while on the wall where the secret passage was originally located, and couldn't help but sink in without finding any mechanism. Fortunately, the door of the abandoned classroom is still open, so Mike doesn't have to worry about being trapped here. After observing for a while, Mike, who didn't find anyone else in the classroom, turned his gaze to the only anomaly here, the full-length mirror. When I got closer, I found that this mirror was astonishingly large, reaching the ceiling. The frame was golden and decorated with extremely ornate wood carvings. The top was engraved with a line, Aristaru Ayubikafrua Iten Vohis. Mike was surprised, isn't this the Mirror of Eris? He was moved to Hogwarts so early. In the original book, Harry discovered the mirror only after Christmas. The Mirror of Eris is called the Mirror of Desire in the legend. It can display the most desired things in the user's heart in front of the user's eyes. Many great people in history have worshipped under its magical power. Among them is the famous Merlin. Although he knew that he might be immersed in the illusion created by it, Mike couldn't help but look at himself in the mirror. He really wants to know what he desires the most. In fact, most people don't know what they want most in their hearts. Everyone just follows their own instincts and lives in a muddle manner. Being able to see what you want is a necessary quality to be a great man. Mike saw himself in the mirror. Although his face was very different from his current appearance, Mike still recognized him. It was his previous life, the middle-aged greasy man. There were many people standing around the greasy middle-aged man, all relatives and friends in his previous life. His wife Amanda hugged him tightly in a wedding dress. In the mirror, she was not as old and dazzling as Mike was when he died in his previous life. She still maintained the dazzling face of her youth. Mike swears that it was what he saw. The most beautiful woman ever. There were 3 people standing behind them. His eldest daughter, Trish, was dressed in a gorgeous evening gown, and she was graceful like a princess from a fairy tale. His youngest son, Jimmy, was wearing a doctor's uniform. There was also a roll of paper tied with red silk, and Mike knew it should be a diploma. A little further away, a slightly bald man was holding a wine bottle and looking at the family of 4 with a smile, taking a sip from time to time. Kui Buddha. You reading www.yuyugonshu.com, Mike whispered. Mike looked at everything in the mirror ignorantly, tears unknowingly wet his cheeks. He stretched out his hand to touch Amanda's face, but what came from his hand was not Amanda's warm skin, but a cold, smooth mirror surface. It's been almost a year since he came to the world of Harry Potter. This year Mike has been using his painstaking practice to numb his thoughts of his family and friends, and this suppressed emotion finally broke out tonight. Mike's emotions finally broke down. He slumped to the ground with the help of Eris's mirror and cried loudly. Mike always thought that he was still the uncaring chic boy back then, and family and friends are all dispensable. But I didn't expect that it was them that I cared the most in the end. In the shadow of the classroom, Dumbledore looked at Mike, who was crying bitterly. He is no stranger to Mike's reaction, as he did when he first saw his family in the mirror of Eris. Seeing Mike at this time, it seems to be seeing himself. Dumbledore sighed silently, his figure gradually becoming transparent, and finally disappeared. Today, he specially brought Mike to this abandoned classroom, in order to use the Eris mirror to test Mike. Originally, I wanted to show up suddenly when Mike fell into the illusion of Eris's mirror and couldn't help himself, and teach Mike a lesson about love. However, I am afraid that it is not needed anymore. Mike performed very well, much better than the best scene Dumbledore expected. Mike is different from Voldemort. There is no love in Voldemort's heart, but only desire and hatred. But Mike still has the love for his family and friends in his heart. Mike like this will never be the next Voldemort. Chapter 31, Mike and Number 039's Plan. The next day, when Mike opened his eyes, what caught him was the photo of himself and his family in the Eris mirror. He slept in this abandoned classroom last night. After a whole night of thinking, he has guessed that the experience of last night should have been designed. From the time he came out of his own room to respond to his own requests, he suddenly led to this abandoned classroom with his usual secret path. There is only one person capable of doing this, and that is Dumbledore. The reason why Dumbledore did this, Mike can roughly guess, it's just that he wants to test his own temperament. From the time they met for the first time, Mike noticed Dumbledore's dissatisfaction with him. In fact, it was a little unexpected for Mike that this test did not come until now. He originally thought that Dumbledore would talk to himself soon after enrolling. However, Dumbledore did not show up last night, and it seemed that he had passed the test. Mike walked out of the classroom under the dazzling sunlight outside the classroom. After the events of last night, he already understood what he wanted most. He wanted to go home. In the next few days, Mike worked harder to learn magic, and he had to be strong if he wanted to go home. After the battle with the troll, Mike also had a clearer understanding of his combat effectiveness. He is currently about the same as the students in grades 6 and 7 in terms of combat effectiveness, but if you want to talk about the amount of magic mastery and understanding of magic, Mike is even worse than students in grades 3 and 4. What I want to mention here is that Hogwarts' teaching model is rather strange. The first and second grade wizards are almost free-ranged, and what they learn is some of the most basic things in the wizarding world. But this is understandable, after all, to take care of the little wizard from Muggle. From the third grade, you can choose elective courses, and Hogwarts began to teach the little wizards. It can be said that this is the first crossroads in the lives of little wizards, and the elective courses you choose will have a great impact on your future. At the same time, from the third grade, the students' learning pressure also began to increase. From the third grade to the end of the fourth grade, the pressure of study will be more and more year by year in these 2 years, because they will face the first wizard rank exam, the O.W.Ls exam, at the end of the fourth grade. After the O.W.Ls exam, students should choose the N.E.W.Ts course according to their own grades. The O.W.Ls exam is like a college entrance examination, and the N.E.W.Ts course that can be selected after the exam is like a university course. Many NEWTs courses have their own scores, and the scores of popular subjects like potions and spells will be very high, but if you study these courses, it will be great for your future employment and your strength's help. Very poor students can only choose some low-demand courses like Muggle studies, but after graduation, they will face the trouble of graduation equal to unemployment, unless you have a mine at home. Since the 5th grade, Hogwarts students have been divided into 2 groups. One is students who have studied difficult courses like potions, and the other is those who have taken junk courses. The former will have endless homework and books every day. Although the latter is harder than the first and second grades, it is not even as hard as the third and fourth grades. It can be said to be very easy. Finally, there is the N.E.W.Ts exam. This is the highest academic certificate that Hogwarts can give, and it is also the most abundant academic certificate in Europe for hundreds of years. After graduation, whether it is employment or marriage, people will use your N.E.W.Ts scores and subjects as standards. If your grades are good enough, even if you are a Muggle wizard, you can live very well in the wizarding world. But on the other hand, the study pressure of 6th and 7th grade graduates is beyond imagination. In the original book, Hermione used the time converter to participate in all elective courses in the 3rd grade, which caused her lack of energy, but this kind of learning intensity can be said to be the normal state of the 6th and 7th grade students. So almost all the senior wizards you see on the Hogwarts campus look hurried, and they rarely participate in entertainment activities like Quidditch games. Not because they don't like entertainment, but because they are too busy. But fortunately, the learning brought about by the rapid growth of strength, the level of spells and the number of spells mastered by the 6th and 7th grade students are no less than that of most adult wizards, so Mike's combat effectiveness at this time is really strong. You have to know that Mike still has conventional attack spells like armor protection and weapons other than you. The reason why his combat effectiveness is so high is largely due to his previous combat experience. Attacking with a magic wand is like shooting with a pistol, requiring very high accuracy. The low combat effectiveness of many wizards is because their range is too short. If you are far away from them, they can't hit you. However, Mike was a sharpshooter in his previous life. Shooting is as easy as drinking water for him. And Mike also has the blessing of emotion casting skills and magic control skills. The magic he emits far exceeds that of wizards with the same magic power level as him. At present, in addition to learning new magic, what Mike has to do is to improve his magic perception and magic control. The higher the magic control ability of Mike, the stronger his magic. But a lot of magic is too difficult to read just by reading a book. Reading www.yuyugonshu.com. This is not because Mike has no talent, but that the teaching materials of the wizarding world are really cheating. You can't learn the above magic just by looking at the teaching materials. You must combine the teachings of others. Only those private notes of others have real learning value. Mike had also consulted Professor Flitwick, but when Professor Flitwick saw that Mike was asking him for all high-level spells, he persuaded him not to go too far, and master the spells he has learned now. Mike strongly suspects Dumbledore had hinted to the little old man. Mike couldn't help gritting his teeth at the thought of this. Dumbledore, the old bee is very bad. But Mike is not completely helpless. There must be a place where there must be a detailed method of casting those advanced spells, and even the release method of the unforgivable curse is hidden. There is the Forbidden Book area. He asked Pinello to help him with the magic spell for the purpose of entering the restricted area. Dumbledore will leave Hogwarts during the first-year final exam. That was the best chance for Mike to enter the restricted area. As for the ban on Mike in the restricted area, there is also a solution. Since the last time he fought with the troll, Mike felt that his magic perception ability had soared. Now Mike can vaguely perceive the magic power outside his body. After discovering this, Mike immediately went to the library. As expected, Mike felt the existence of magic power before the entrance to the forbidden area. That is the magic power that runs across the wall like infrared rays. Although these threads are intertwined to form a net, it is not inaccessible to Mike. Now it's up to Pinello if he can get the phantom spell. If Pinello can't get it before Christmas, Mike may not have time to learn this complicated spell. At that time he was about to risk asking Harry to borrow the Cloak of Invisibility. Chapter 32, Christmas. Unknowingly, it was mid-December, Hogwarts entered the winter very early, and the sky began to snow from time to time at the end of November. By now, the entire Hogwarts campus has been uniformly changed into a silver outfit. Because of Christmas, most of the little wizards have already gone home on holiday, which is indeed good news for Filch. Because of the snow, many mischievous little wizards like to have snowball fights in the snow, which makes their bodies often wet. When these naughty ghosts returned to the castle, they would leave their dirty and wet footprints along the way, which greatly increased Filch's workload. This poor old dumb gun, obviously a thing that can be solved by cleaning it up, he needs to use those outdated cleaning tools to clean for a long time. When our Mike woke up on this day, he found many owls gathered in front of the window. When he saw Mike opened his eyes, these owls immediately pecked the glass with their beaks and signaled Mike to open the window. Mike quickly got up and opened the window for these owls. He forgot that last night was Christmas Eve. The custom of Christmas in the wizarding world is completely different from the custom in the Muggle world. In the eyes of wizards, Christmas was initially just an excuse for them to be lazy, and then passed down into a grand holiday. So naturally, there is no such legend that Santa Claus enters your home from the chimney, and then puts gifts in the socks beside your bed. Therefore, on Christmas Eve in the wizarding world, every household will leave a gap in the doors and windows, so that the owls can deliver gifts silently at night, so that they can see the Christmas gifts in the room at first sight when they get up in the morning. But our Mike obviously forgot. Mike did not receive many gifts, only 7. Among them, Franklin directly handed the gift to Mike in person yesterday, and he is not used to sending things with owls. Mike opened it and saw that it was a bag of bee candy, which surprised Mike. You must know that there is no way for a first-year wizard to go to Hogsmeade. If you want to obtain this exclusive candy from the Duke of Bees, you can only get smugglers like the Weasley brothers. Of course, you know the price. Mike also gave a gift, his own study notes. This is the most valuable of the gifts he gave, and he chose the dolphin magic drink for all other gifts. Mike has regarded Franklin as his confidant, and Franklin's talent for spells has not let him down, so Mike decided it was time for Franklin to start a plug-in. Continue to flip through the Christmas presents. Harry gave him a big box of Bibido beans. Ron gave him an old Gryffindor scarf with a large stain on it. Mike took a look and threw it into the trash can. Hermione gave him a copy of Lockhart's novel, but she didn't expect this little girl to become fascinated by Lockhart so early. The Weasley brothers gave a gift together, a big bag of dung bombs. Mike was shocked when he opened their gifts. You must know that these big dung bombs are not very stable. If so many big dung bombs explode in his dormitory will not be able to live. Professor Fluffy gave a set of combat wand sets, which are different from ordinary wand sets. This set of combat wand sets has the word combat. Well, this is nonsense. The battle wand set is one of the Auror's equipment, and the equipment is on the forearm. Its structure is actually a bit like the hidden blade in Assassin's Creed, but it is driven by magic. You only need to move your mind to make the wand pop out and enter the battle state instantly. In addition, this set given by Professor Fluffy also has a flying curse attached. In the future, even if Mike's wand is blown away by the disarming curse, you don't need to worry about it. The additional flying curse on the wand will be automatically released and the wand will return to the user. Hands. Mike put on the wand sleeve and moved his arm, and found that it did not affect his activities, so he nodded in satisfaction. Professor Flitwick really deserves to be a fighting champion, and the simple and violent gift he gave has directly improved Mike's combat effectiveness. The next thing is the highlight. The gift that Miss Pinello gave to Mike was a notebook, a study note for a senior pureblood graduate on the phantom spell. The cover of the note also reads, "For my beloved, Pinello." However, there is nothing other than this passage, even without a signature. It seems that this is a Christmas gift from a certain licking dog to Pinello, and then Pinello gave it to himself overnight after receiving it. Mike opened the notes and found the spell of the phantom mantra and the way of waving the wand to experiment. The result was as good as Mike expected, and there was no response at all. Mike put the notes in his drawer and did not continue to read it. Today is Christmas, and Hogwarts holds grand celebrations throughout the day. Perhaps because the professors are afraid that the students who stay in school will feel lonely, Hogwarts is decorated very beautifully today. Mike walked all the way and found that not only Ravenclaw's lounge was decorated with a festive look, but also the corridors and aisles were decorated with new decorations. Even the usual cold armors were put on Santa's red hats. It looks very cute. Not to mention the hall, a tall Christmas tree was placed in the center of the hall. www.readaloud.com. This Christmas tree is straight into the sky, standing under it and looking up, you can't see its top. There are a lot of Christmas decorations on its trunk, which sparkles in the light of the magic ceiling. There should be some magic attached to the branches and leaves. And there are constantly falling pieces of crystal snowflakes. Unlike the mass of snow outside, these snowflakes form a perfect hexagon as described in a fairy tale. These snowflakes slowly falling, but disappeared when it fell to the ground. In such a magical scene, Harry and the others, who had arrived early, were already playing crazy. They chased the snowflakes, caught a piece of it, and watched it slowly disappear in their hands. After a while, they were distressed. Continue to grab a piece of snowflakes, looking at them, it seems to be like taking a piece back as a souvenir. Row is that Mike's mental age is far older than the little wizard present, and he can't help but lose his mind. This is much more real than any 3D movies in previous lives. The little wizards were taken by professors from various colleges to sit together. Dumbledore did not make any speech. With his eat, a variety of delicacies appeared on the plate in front of the little wizards. The little wizards cheered and went into the battle to destroy the food. Dumbledore sat on a high place and smiled and looked at the little wizards feasting on the stage. Driven by the surrounding atmosphere, Mike's appetite also increased greatly. After the Weasley brothers snatched a chicken leg from his dinner plate, a fight for food was out of control. And the professors are not angry either. Professor Flitwick even joined them, and even Professor McGonagall, who is usually the strictest, smiles. On this day, everyone was immersed in the joy of Christmas and put aside all the troubles. Chapter 33, Nicole May. After experiencing Christmas in the magical world, Mike devoted himself to learning the magic spell. The notebook Pinello gave is really good, not only the handwriting is correct, but also the understanding of the phantom spell is very deep. The original owner of this notebook should have guessed that Pinello wanted to learn the Phantom Mantra in advance, so he also wrote a lot of tutorials for novices. It seems that the ink should be written not long ago, and all this is now cheap. Mike. Thanks to these novice tutorials, Mike successfully released the Phantom spell before the end of the holiday, but it was only a semi-finished product. The effect of the Phantom spell that Mike first released was not good. Not only was the release speed very slow, but the Phantom spell would fail as long as his movements were a little bigger. Mike had to work harder to learn. In addition, in this Phantom curse note, it also mentioned how to avoid magic prohibition to achieve perfect invisibility. The dragon and phoenix dancing in this text show that the writer is very proud of it. There are a total of 3 methods mentioned in it. One is to use one's own powerful magic ability to break the magic prohibition, the second is to use a high-level potion called Absolute Magic Powder to isolate its own magical fluctuations to achieve the effect of deceiving the magic prohibition, the third is to use something with powerful magical power to cover up the ban on self-monitoring. Here, the 2 microphones in front are all ignored, and only the third microphone can do it. It is very clear in the note that most of the prohibitions are based on the detection of targets through magical perception, and if you carry an item that emits a lot of magic power at all times, then the prohibition will ignore you. It's like you use a thermal imaging camera to see baked sweet potatoes in a stove, you can't see clearly at all. Mike was very happy to know the way to bypass the magic ban. At the end of the semester, his plan to invade the Forbidden Book Zone was a little more certain. On the other hand, Harry received the invisibility cloak given to him by Dumbledore on Christmas Day, as in the original book, and under Dumbledore's intentional guidance, he also accepted the test of the Eris mirror. But he was different from Mike. He was completely fascinated by the mirror of Eris, and Harry would stand in front of the mirror of Eris almost every night. In the end, Dumbledore had to come out and give Harry some psychological counseling, which allowed Harry to be honest. Harry, who was honest, remembered that he had promised Hermione to look for that Nikolai May during the holidays. Nikolai May figured out what Hagrid took from Gringotts that day. Key intelligence. They have been in school for such a long time, and they have nothing to do. The 3 of them first discovered the trapdoor guarded by the 3-headed dog, and then analyzed from Snape's behavior that Snape wanted to get that the thing under the trapdoor, and finally learned from Hagrid that the thing guarded by the 3-headed dog Loe was an important item they took out of the Gringotts that day. Now I almost know what that thing is. I think we can ask Mike, he is a celebrity now, maybe he knows. Ron said to Harry with some envy. Harry didn't have much hope for Ron's proposal. After all, he knew that Mike grew up in the Muggle world like him. It's unreasonable to know that even a wizard from a pure-blooded wizard family like Ron doesn't know things. With the mentality of giving it a try, they still went to Ravenclaw to find Mike. After all, they had to do something too, otherwise Hermione would definitely be angry. But when they came to Ravenclaw's passage, they were dumbfounded. When did the first Goblin Rebellion occur? Ying Xiao asked the knocker. Harry and Ron looked at each other. Damn! Professor Binns of the History of Magic is like singing a lullaby. They are sleeping in almost every class. How boring is it to listen to the old ghosts lecture? 520 years. In desperation, Harry had to make up one. Error. 521 years. Error. A Ravenclaw first-year student who was standing in line behind Harry and Ron waiting to enter the Ravenclaw lounge was impatient. AD 201. He said lightly. Correct. Ying Xiaoknocker opened the door. The first-year young Ravenclaw triumphantly squeezed Harry and Ron into the Ravenclaw lounge and gave them a contemptuous look before leaving. Harry and Ron flushed with shame, but still bite the bullet and followed him into the Ravenclaw lounge. If they do not grasp this opportunity well, they may not be able to enter the Ravenclaw lounge for the rest of their lives. When Harry and Ron found Mike, he was sitting on the sofa in front of the stove reading a book with Erlang's legs tilted, and from time to time he picked up a snack on the side. Seeing Harry and Ron coming, they put down their books and asked them what they were coming from. "Wait until Harry and Ron can speak and I will explain the ins and outs of the matter, and Mike has finished the snacks on the side." That's the way it is. We want to ask if you know who Nikolai May is." Harry was a little embarrassed because he felt that everyone in the Ravenclaw lounge was watching the incident at the Eagle Head Knocker. His eyes were looking at a fool, which made his face flush. Fortunately, they are standing by the fire now, and others will only think that his face is red. "I know." "If you don't know, what?" "You know." Harry couldn't wait to leave here, but Mike gave him an answer that surprised him. "Yes, if you are careful enough, you will find that the magic card that comes with the chocolate frog contains Nikolai's introduction, which is on Dumbledore's card." Mike changed his seated position. "Nikolai May is the sole manufacturer of the famous Philosopher's Stone, and the sole owner of the Philosopher's Stone today." Harry and Ron looked dumbfounded when they heard that, and saw that they were puzzled. Mike had to continue explaining. "The Sorcerer's Stone has the ability to turn stones into gold, and it can also make people live forever. I heard that Nicholas Lamay and his wife are hundreds of years old now, and this is the blessing of the Sorcerer's Stone. Then what Hagrid took at Gringotts that day must be the Philosopher's Stone. Snape must have wanted the Philosopher's Stone," Harry said excitedly. "Yes. A little stone becomes gold. Who wouldn't want it?" Ron's eyes exuded Jin Jialong's light. "Mike, Ron, we must tell Dumbledore Snape to steal the Philosopher's Stone now." Looking at the two people in front of him who were so excited that he couldn't help himself, Mike shook his head calmly, picked up the book again and replied, "I won't go, I still have to read." "But..." Harry wanted to continue to persuade Mike, but Ron took him away. "I think he's silly reading now. You know that Ravenclaw is a group of nerds. Hermione would have become like this if it hadn't been assigned to Gryffindor." Ron said that no one could hear him. Said to Harry. Mike, who had heard everything just now, glanced contemptuously at the two people who had gone away, and raised his legs again. He is not going to participate in the decryption game specially arranged for Harry by Dumbledore. Chapter 34, Dorfin and Number 039, S Request. The Christmas holiday ended soon. The students returned to school one after another. Hogwarts also became lively. Everyone was very happy, whether they were staying at school or returning home. They exchanged their own Christmas experiences and talked happily. However, not everyone is very happy, and Dolphin had a not-so-happy Christmas. The Carlo family used to be one of the noble 28 pure-blood families, but it has now fallen. In the past hundreds of years, the Carlo family has always refused to marry Muggle wizards, resolutely to maintain their noble blood, only with the direct pure-blood marriage of the 28 pure-blood family. But after hundreds of thousands of years of mutual marriage, the blood relationship of the pure-blood 28 family is very close. If you continue to marry, it will be no different from getting married with close relatives. The result of doing this is that there are fewer and fewer members of the Carlo family, and there are more and more dumb guns. It is well known that there is a very high chance that a close relative will give birth to deformed and mentally handicapped children, but there is also a small probability that super geniuses will be born. This is why many people insist on the pure-blooded aristocracy. The vast majority of well-known wizards in history came from extremely pure-blooded wizard families. Originally, if the Carlo family could give birth to a genius with superhuman talent by doing this, then they could lead the Carlo family to rise again. However, it was obvious that they did not have that luck. In fact, Dolphine is the only offspring of their generation, and almost all the others have lost their fertility. However, this is not the most terrible. The top priority now is that the Carlo family has no money. A pure-blooded family like the Carlo family, they are still immersed in the glory of the past, and they all pursue the ultimate luxury for food and clothing. It is conceivable that there are such descendants, no matter how much wealth their ancestors accumulated for them, they will be defeated. So Dolphine was taken by his parents to the Christmas dinner at Malfoy Manor. They hoped that the Malfoy family would be able to give them some help in the sense that everyone is a pure-blood 28 family. But things backfired. At the dinner, the children headed by Draco humiliated Dorphin in every possible way. The reason is Dolphin's magic drink. In Draco's view, the magic drinks sold by Mike and the Weasley brothers were named after Dolphin, so their relationship must be very good. So Dorphin was miserable. He had no playmates of the same age since he was a child. When he was a little older, he was always looked down upon by children of other wizard families because of his poor family. This developed his inferiority complex. There is a saying that does not erupt in silence, just die in silence. Under Draco's various humiliations, Dolphin chose to explode and punched Draco directly on the cheek. Draco staggered back a few steps by his punch, but didn't fall to the ground. Then Draco and Gol Crabbe, who were so embarrassed and angry, gave Dorphin a severe lesson, and afterwards expelled Dorphin and his parents from Malfoy Manor. Dolphine returned to Hogwarts with a whole body injury, and the first thing he did when he got to Hogwarts was to find Mike. "You are serious about agreeing to help me?" Dorphine's face was blue and purple, and he grinned with pain when speaking. "Of course, if you have any trouble, just say it." Hearing that Mike got up from the sofa by the stove, he knew that business was coming. "I want you to help me teach Draco, that guy beat me like this. And humiliated my parents." Dorpine pointed to the bruise on his face and said viciously. Mike walked around Dolphin to observe his injuries, and said, "It seems that he killed you very badly. I don't ask what happened. You are my friend. I will definitely be busy with you. Help. It's just a matter of cost." Dolphin was furious when he heard Mike's words, and stepped forward and grabbed Mike by the collar and shouted, "Didn't I give you the recipe for the magic drink? Didn't you say you want to help me? Do you know it's because of that? You." Before he finished speaking, Mike raised his right foot and kicked Dorphin in the abdomen, kicking him out. "Be polite to me, kid." Mike tidied his collar. "You don't want to think about who else would help you now, Cedric? I'm afraid that guy would be fine if he doesn't trouble you. In a word, if you want me to help, just take advantage of it, or you won't talk about it." But I have no money." Dorpine curled up into a ball. "I'm not short of money." Mike's face showed a successful plan with a smile. "I know that your Carlo family is one of the 28 pure-blooded families, even if it is almost defeated by your prodigal now, but a thin camel bigger than Marathon, there must be some good things in your family. Our family heirlooms have long been sold out." It seems that Mike used his foot with great strength just now. You reading www.youcanshoe.com is still lying on the ground until now, struggling to get up several times but failing. So there is nothing to talk about. Mike winked at Franklin beside him. Franklin knew, and nodded to Mike and walked to Dolphin, preparing to throw him out of the Ravenclaw lounge. Wait. I know what I should give you." Dolphin thought that Franklin was going to teach him another lesson, and hurriedly put his head in his hands. Mike raised his hand to stop Franklin's movements when he heard the words, then sat back on the sofa and said, "Tell me." "Wind speed curse. The inheritance curse of our Carlo family can make people move faster. I have learned it." Dorpine knelt on the ground with sweat. "The wind speed curse is very useful." "Really?" Mike reached out to help Dorphin up, and whispered in his ear, "Deal." After watching Dolphin write down the spell-casting method of the wind speed charm by himself, Mike took Franklin to the Slytherin lounge. This time Mike didn't plan to use any conspiracy. This was the first time he had come forward for his little brother. He was going to give Malfoy a lesson in full view. Only then would others know how loyal he was. People. As for the school rules, Mike doesn't care at all. Based on his relationship with Professor Flavy, the school cannot expel him for this kind of thing. Not to mention the college points. At the beginning, Mike had the idea of winning the College Cup, but then he wanted to understand that this year's College Cup had already been assigned to Harry Potter by Dumbledore. No matter how much points he earns for Ravenclaw, Dumbledore will use various titles to help Gryffindor extra points at the end of the grade until Gryffindor becomes the first. Chapter 35, Chris closes the door. In the Slytherin lounge, Draco was telling his companions how luxurious the Christmas party held in his home, and how honorable the guests were. He was interrupted by a voice just as he was talking about being excited. "Draco! It's not good!" Chris said out of breath. "Mike, that lunatic, he's blocking the Slytherin door and asking for trouble." "What?" Draco was shocked. Chris closed the door. "Don't let him in." Draco really didn't want to deal with Mike anymore. He only offended Mike last time because of language. Originally, according to his expectation, Mike should be angry but helpless. He didn't expect Mike to be petrified. Curse. The most hateful thing is that Mike did not receive any punishment afterwards, but he was detained for half a month. Professor McGonagall is not his godfather, and Draco's half-month confinement has actually been facing the wall for half a month. The 11 or 12-year-old boy was originally mischievous and could not calm down. When Draco faced the wall several times, he was directly placed in front of the wall by Professor McGonagall with a petrification curse because of his improper standing. After half a month of confinement, Draco felt that the most hated spell in his life was the petrification spell. In Draco's eyes, Mike was a utter lunatic, who didn't take the school rules into his eyes. If he were allowed to enter Slytherin and beat himself up under the gaze of so many classmates, then he would really have no face to meet people. "I think you'd better go and have a look." Chris looked weird. "There have been a lot of people gathered at the door." Mike said a lot. Said a lot of awful things. Draco couldn't help clenching his fists when he heard Chris say this. Chris knew what Chris meant. If he let Mike clamor at the door and refrain from fighting, the consequences would be no different from letting him have a fight in the public. And he may not be able to beat Mike. "Brother, you still want to be thoughtful." Draco patted Chris on the shoulder hard. "Let's go." When Draco and Chris came to Slytherin's door, many people had gathered there, all of them Slytherin students, and the center of the crowd was Mike, Franklin, and Dolphin. Draco understood what was going on the moment he saw Dolphin. It was nothing more than a small one and an old one. After looking at the so many Slytherin students around him, Draco finally let go of his heart, and Mike couldn't beat so many people no matter how strong he was. So he calmly said, "Mike, don't deceive people too much." "And Dolphin, your little rice bucket," the rice bucket is Slytherin's contempt for Hufflepuff, "actually has a face in front of me. It seems I didn't clean it up for you last time." Hearing Draco talking about this, Dolphin was almost furious. But with so many Slytherins onlookers, he didn't dare to attack, and he looked frustrated with anger but not words. And this time Mike spoke. "Draco, don't you think your behavior is despicable? Claiming to be a pure-blooded nobleman but bullying Dolphin, who is also one of 28 pure-blooded families, and there are still several bullying ones. Are you afraid of beating yourself but Dolphin? You fart." Draco was very angry. "Dolphin is my friend, I have to find justice for him. Since you are all pure blood, then use pure blood to solve the problem, wizard duel. Time and place are up to you." Mike's face with a mocking smile, "But you won't be afraid to come this time like Harry did." "You're so nonsense. Just the same place tonight, whoever doesn't come is a puppy." Draco was a little panicked. He was afraid that Mike would continue to tell him about the last time he fudged Harry, and he would do it by then. "It's a joke." "Okay, but you may be mistaken. It is Dolphin who is going to duel with you. I am only his assistant." After that, Mike pushed Dolphin up. Dolphin didn't expect Mike to come out like this, and he almost didn't fall into a shit. After stabilizing his figure, he wanted to say a few ruthless words, but after seeing Draco's cannibalistic gaze, he was shocked and retracted back to Mike's side. The people around them all laughed when they saw Dolphin, but Draco couldn't laugh. Mike is a very optimistic student of Flitwick. Needless to say, how strong he is. If he takes Gore or Crab, he may not be able to beat Mike. As for releasing their pigeons like the last time, Draco would never dare, but this time many people knew about it, and it would be more embarrassing to not go than to be defeated. After thinking about it, Draco finally found a suitable assistant, Chris. Chris' full name is Chris Flint, and he is also one of the 28 pure-blood families. He and Gal Crab are different from those two idiots. The Flint family is not weaker than the Malfoy family. Needless to say, Chris's own strength can be described as fierce. Malfoy asked Chris' opinion with his eyes. The two were of equal status. Malfoy could not call Chris like he called Gol Crab. Chris received Malfoy's eyes and nodded gently. The Flint family and the Malfoy family have been close for generations. He and Draco were also friends who grew up together. He couldn't ignore the difficulties of friends. Seeing that Chris promised Malfoy, he smiled and said to Mike, "My assistant is Chris. You are dead this time." On hearing Draco mention Mike, he noticed the dark-haired boy who had been standing next to him since. "I saw this young man about the same age as Draco, with some naturally curly black short and medium hair, standing there straight like loose, and I knew he had a good education." Seeing Mike staring at him, Chris even smiled at Mike. Mike nodded at him as if to say hello, and said to Draco, "Let's take a look." Leaving Slytherin, Dorfin finally couldn't help it, and said, "Why did I fight Draco? Shouldn't you help me teach him? This is not the same as the appointment." "Don't worry, I won't lose." Mike yawned lazily. "You will defeat Draco in name by then. Isn't it a good thing?" Dolphine was a little moved when he heard Mike's words, but his cowardly temper made him very hesitant. Mike looked at him in such a wasteful look and didn't bother to talk to him, and greeted Franklin to go back to the Ravenclaw lounge. Before leaving, "Don't forget tonight, if you let me dove, you will know the consequences." Chapter 36, Midnight Duel. At midnight that day, Mike left the Ravenclaw lounge under the phantom spell. Malfoy, Chris, and Dolphine were already there when he arrived at the trophy showroom where the duel was held. "Little Rice Bucket, where's Mike? Isn't he afraid to come?" Malfoy was yelling at Dolphin. And Dolphine heard Malfoy's clamor but didn't dare to reply. He looked around to find Mike. He was very nervous now. Normally he would never dare to swim at night, but this time Mike threatened him. "Are you looking for me, Malfoy?" In a clearing not far from the three, Mike lifted the phantom spell. I saw Mike slowly appear in front of everyone. Mike's sudden appearance shocked the three of them. Dorfin screamed, and then he was afraid that Filch hurriedly covered his mouth. Malfoy and Chris recognized the phantom charm, and their faces were not very good. As a high-level spell, the user of the phantom charm must be a powerful wizard. "Since everyone is here, let's start." At this time Chris stood up and said. Chris doesn't want to talk any more nonsense. The trophy showroom is not a good duel place, especially at night. Filch can come here anytime. Mike agreed. "Then let me introduce first. The fighting parties are Draco Malfoy and Dorfin Carlos." Dorfin spread his hands and pointed at them respectively. "Their assistants are me and Mike Tonley." Chris nodded to the two of them, then stepped back to Malfoy and said, "Now the duel begins, please salute each other." Dolphine and Malfoy are both pure-blooded wizards, and they are familiar with the etiquette of wizard duels. I saw both sides held their wands like swords on their chests, and then they bowed to each other. The etiquette of the two is impeccable. Needless to say, Draco is a little surprised that Dolphine can master such a standard duel etiquette. Of course, he wouldn't be surprised if he was forced to learn by his family with a stick every day until Dorfin was 3 years old. As the 3-second countdown ended, Malfoy slammed the wand held on his chest toward Dolphin. "The legs are stiff and dead. At the same time, Dolphin didn't react to the red light flying towards him from Malfoy's wand, and it took a while before he tried to avoid it. It's a pity that his reaction was too slow, and Malfoy's leg-locking spell had already hit him when he turned around to avoid it. Only a pop was heard. Dolphin fell a dog to eat shit, and Dolphin, who was on the move, undoubtedly lost his balance under the sudden leg-locking spell. Just as Draco was about to pursue the victory, Mike dodged and blocked Dolphin. "We change," Mike said coldly. "Hey! Just agree with me, let you see my new magic." Oolong out of the cave. With Draco's roar, a black smoke fell from Draco's wand and fell on the ground and turned into a black snake. The little snake spit out a red letter and rushed towards Mike as soon as he appeared. "Wind speed curse." Mike's wand danced lightly, and a green light flashed on Mike. Then Mike rushed towards Draco like a rocket. Mike didn't plan to use magic spells against Draco. That would be too boring. He would fight Draco with his newly learned wind speed spell. After using the wind speed curse, Mike's speed has increased several times. Now he can definitely win a sprint gold medal in the Olympics. Slightly sideways to avoid the black snake that was flying towards him, Mike rushed in front of Draco in an instant. Bent his knees and bowed his waist. Mike's right fist hit Draco's abdomen severely after a short period of power accumulation. The surprised look on Draco's face was not cleared before Mike's punch made him arch his abdomen. Mike pursued the victory, grabbing Draco's meticulously combed blonde hair with both hands, and at the same time, his right knee hit Draco's face with a knee blow. "What?" Mike slapped a knee on the face and Draco screamed and leaned back. His nose was broken, and his nosebleeds splashed out of his nostrils like tap water without money. Bang! Draco fell to the ground with his head up, groaning in pain while holding his nose. 2 blows knocked down Draco, which made the rest of the 2 people present at a loss. Mike ignored Draco, who had lost his ability to resist, and tilted his head to look at Chris. Chris looked at Draco, who fell on the ground with nosebleeds and tears, still clutching his nose and rolling. Then he looked at the Mike who was staring at him fiercely, as if he was about to rush up the next moment and gave him a knee slap of love. "You won. I don't want to eat that much." Chris raised his hands in a surrender without hesitation. "We will give Dolphin enough compensation, don't worry." Mike looked at Chris from the heart in front of him, a little surprised. This guy is not stupid. I thought that mixing with Draco was just as stupid as him. It seemed that there were smart people. Not far away, Dolphin, who was still locked by the leg-locking curse and unable to stand up, saw Draco's miserable appearance, and couldn't help laughing loudly. "Ha ha ha, you reading www.yuyugonshu.com, you have today too. You are not. Are you crazy? Why are you still crying now? Ha ha ha." Chris glanced at Dolphin silently. "It wasn't you who played, what are you proud of?" Mike was about to answer Chris, but Filch's voice came from outside the trophy display room. "Aha! Sure enough, here. You naughty bastards. You don't sleep in the middle of the night and do some wizard duels." Everyone looked towards the door and saw Filch looking at the 4 people in the room with red eyes. Appearing to be startled by Draco's horrible situation, Filch retreated to a place invisible to everyone. "You wait, I have notified Professor McGonagall. You can't run away." Before Filch could finish speaking, Professor McGonagall appeared at the door. "You guys! All of you are locked up." Professor McGonagall was almost out of breath. "Another 50 points. 50 points for everyone." Hearing Professor McGonagall's words, Draco, who was still lying on the ground, turned pale, and he didn't want to be held against the wall by the petrification curse in his life. Not to mention that he and Chris let Slytherin be deducted 100 points, and the seniors will definitely kill him in the future. Mike is very calm, he doesn't care about scores and confinement at all. As for whether Draco would find his dad to retaliate against him afterwards, he didn't even care. Mike is barefoot and is not afraid of wearing shoes, so Malfoy has the ability to let his father come to fight Mike himself. As for Malfoy's father, who is a Hogwarts school manager, it is even more impossible to fire Mike. Dumbledore would not allow school directors to expel students at will because of personal grievances. In fact, in Dumbledore's opinion, school directors are nothing more than cash machines. Who made his old man the best in Wizarding World now? Chapter 37, Forbidden Forest. That night Mike and others were escorted back to their respective colleges by Professor McGonagall one by one. Of course, except for Malfoy, he had to go to Madame Pomfrey to receive treatment. Malfoy's injury is not serious, he recovered after only one night under the treatment of Madame Pomfrey. But he tried his best to put on an unbearable pain, and wanted Madame Pomfrey to let him stay in the infirmary for a few more days, because he knew that if he went out now, he would definitely be greeted by a storm. However, Madame Pomfrey didn't eat this set and forced him out. So Malfoy could only bite the bullet and came to the hall in the early morning of the next day. He knew he could not escape. There are 4 huge hourglasses in the hall, which are used to record the scores of the 4 colleges. Now, the hourglasses belonging to Hufflepuff, Slytherin, and Ravenclaw are missing a large part of the gems used to represent scores. Among them, Slytherin's is particularly obvious. They lost 100 points last night because of the night tour of 2 little wizards. Mike arrived in the hall early, and he is now eating breakfast slowly. The deduction is nothing to him. The score he earned for Ravenclaw has already far exceeded 50 points. The little wizards of Ravenclaw know this well. And Draco and Chris are different. Slytherin has won the Academy Cup for 6 consecutive years. This year's graduates not only put their energy on their own to win the Academy Cup Grand Slam, but also warned the students underneath. Younger brothers and sisters, if they misbehave and cause them not to win the Academy Cup this year, then whoever is their enemy of all 7th grade graduates. Draco was taken away by 2 senior students as soon as he arrived in the hall, and he didn't know where he was taken to communicate his life. As for Chris, although he was not taken away, looking at the scars on his face, he should have been beaten after returning last night. Dolphine should be the best paid among the 4. Hufflepuff's classmates not only didn't blame Dolphin for making their poor academy points less, but they also surrounded him and kept comforting him, hoping that he would not be bothered by this. Self-blame, after all, they are used to bottoming out every year. Mike is indifferent to these things. Today's breakfast at Hogwarts is beef curry. Although Mike is a bit surprised why he eats curry for breakfast, it really tastes good. Suddenly an owl threw a letter onto Mike's dinner plate. Mike reacted quickly and immediately got up to avoid it, and there was no curry splashed. The little witch sitting across from him was not so lucky. She was doused with curry splashing all over her face, and after a moment of daze, she cried and ran to the girls' toilet. Mike didn't care, he took out his wand and used it to clean up the curry-stained letter, then picked up the letter and read it. Mr. Mike Townley, please arrive at Mr. Filch's office at midnight today. Mr. Filch will take you to the Forbidden Forest and begin your confinement. Mike was a little surprised when he saw the content of the letter. This is not right. Isn't this the story of the trio going to the Forbidden Forest? How did you get caught on yourself? Mike is a bit big. The Forbidden Forest plot is the first time that the original trio has faced Voldemort, so this time he is likely to meet Voldemort. However, with Mike's current strength, he might rush to the street if he rushes into Voldemort. It looks like I need to make some preparations, and I can't sit and wait. Mike stopped eating, turned, and walked to Ravenclaw's lounge. The next whole day Mike was preparing for the night's trip to the Forbidden Forest. Among them, he was most proud of putting together a life defense curse. This protective suit is actually not much different from an ordinary vest, except that there are many pockets on the vest, and Mike has stitched an experimental mouse into each pocket. If the Avada sorcerer hits this dress, it is very likely that he will only hit the mice, so that Mike can survive. This protective suit is not actually Mike's invention, but the half-blood wizards who were afraid of being found by Voldemort during Voldemort's rampage. The effect of this dress is definitely there. Many people rely on this dress to escape from the Avada's curse, but the only drawback is that it requires luck. If it is hit in other parts, then it's still dead. However, the last thing Mike lacks is luck. Everything is ready. Mike sets off to Filch's office. Dolphine and the others had arrived when Mike arrived, but Filch was not seen in the office. "Mike, do you know? My mother told me that there are 8-eyed giant spiders in the Forbidden Forest." Dolphine was very nervous, and he pulled Mike's sleeves and lowered his voice. "Spider, I heard that they are as big as the night business. Oh, don't you know the night bus? The night bus is..." Before Dolphine could continue speaking, Filch's signature voice came over. "That's right. You will all be eaten by the 8-eyed giant spider tonight." Filch limped in from the door and looked at the 4 people in the office. "Okay, come with me www.readaloud.com, we are already late." Filch lit an oil lamp. "Let me say, the school does not need to punish students in such a troublesome way. Directly just hang the offending student from the ceiling for a few days as before, and make sure to be honest when you put it down. I'm serious, in fact, I maintain those chains very well." "Well, I don't have time to listen to you continue to brag. Go, Filch." Mike waited a little impatiently, and the mice sewed in the vest kept moving, making him uncomfortable. Filch was furious, but Mike walked straight out of the office. Malfoy and the others saw Mike taking the lead, so they followed suit. They didn't like Filch. Mike came to the entrance of the Forbidden Forest according to his memory. A huge black figure was standing motionless there. It was Hagrid. His figure was very recognizable. "Oh, are you the students who are here to help tonight? Where is Filch?" Hagrid was a little confused. "That old dumb gun went too slow, it was thrown away by us long ago." Malfoy glanced at Mike triumphantly after he said that, meaning that it wasn't just you who would show up. Call. You're crazy." "I am not." Filch breathless rush over, just heard Malfoy just words. "I saw the letter you put on the table. Quit chanting course, ha ha ha. Poor old Filch can't chant a spell yet." Malfoy laughed. "Okay. Stop arguing, you are already late." Hagrid interrupted Filch, who was about to refute. "Let's go." Hagrid held the torch in one hand, and took the lead into the Forbidden Forest with Houndstooth in the other. Mike did not hesitate to follow him, and Dolphine and others, "You see me and I see you," hesitated to follow. Chapter 38, Shock. In the middle of the night, Hagrid and Mike walked among the dense woods. Today's moonlight is very bright. At first Mike was able to observe the surrounding environment through the moonlight, but as they gradually penetrated into the Forbidden Forest, the moonlight was also affected by the dense foliage above their head block. They are very lively all around, the sound of insects, the rustling of unknown creatures passing through the leaves and bushes, the roar of unknown creatures coming from a distance, and a pair of green-lighted eyes that appear not far away from time to time. All this reminds everyone that they are not the only creatures in this forest. Draco and Chris were very nervous, and Dolphine was trembling, almost unable to walk. Don't talk about them, even Mike felt the creeps. Mike, who had experience in jungle survival, knew better than them the danger of going deep into the jungle at night. They have only just entered the Forbidden Forest. Normally, the trees should not be dense enough to block the moonlight. This is simply unscientific. The only thing they can rely on in this environment is Hagrid, the Hogwarts hunting ground guard. The torch that Hagrid held in his hand was like hope in Pandora's box, attracting 4 people to approach involuntarily. Hagrid also noticed the nervousness of the people, and softly comforted, "It's okay little guys, it's very safe to have me and Yaya with you. This time our task is very simple. Just check out the unicorns in the Forbidden Forest. That's all, they're a bit unusual recently." The four did not respond to Hagrid. They could hear Hagrid comforting them, but they were really not in the mood to thank him now. Not long after everyone left, Hagrid stopped. "Well, when I get here, I should act separately," Hagrid said to everyone. "What? Split up? Are you crazy or am I crazy? You let us split up in such a dangerous place." This was Draco. Hagrid was a bit big when facing Draco's yelling, but he didn't change his doctrine: "We don't have much time. If we don't act separately, we won't have time. By the way, you're Mike, right?" "That's right. Oh, I remember you, you were with us the last time I took Harry to Gringotts. Later, Harry often mentioned you and said he wanted to come and see me with you. Yeah, I was delayed because of something. Harry told me a lot about you. You are a good Hagrid." Mike shrugged and spread out his hands to explain. Hagrid, who received the Goodman card, was very happy, and handed the rope-holding Yaya to Mike. "Ha ha ha, what a good boy. Come on, I'll give you Yaya." Hagrid's face covered with thick beard twitched a few times. He should be laughing. According to Professor McGonagall's orders, you want team up with little Malfoy. Dolphin and Chris are following me. Don't worry, you will be warned whenever there is danger, and I will be there when you know that you can put a signal curse. Mike nodded and agreed. Anyway, if you meet Voldemort with anyone, it's no use. Draco on the side refused to agree. What? You let me be with him. Draco's eyes were almost staring. Do you know that he interrupted my nose yesterday? Didn't you say you would protect me? I want team with you. Professor McGonagall knows your grudges. She thinks she should let you get along a lot. Hagrid looked at Draco helplessly. Well, you go, Mike has already set off. You should know that if you don't follow the school rules, even if your father has money, you will be expelled. Draco heard the sound and looked at Mike, who had gone away, gritted his teeth and followed. And Mike was getting used to the surroundings at this time. He glanced at Draco, who was behind him without a glance, and didn't care too much. He is now no longer afraid of this trip to the Forbidden Forest. He is fully prepared for this. At this moment, he even looks forward to seeing Voldemort, the top combat power in the wizarding world. The two slowly moved forward under the light of the fluorescent blinking curse. Although the fluorescent blinking curse brought light to them, it did not bring them a sense of security like torches. Mike was passing a bush and suddenly a luminous object flew out of it, and Draco screamed in fright and turned around to run away. Shut up! That's an elf! Mike yelled while suppressing his voice. Draco stopped when he heard the words, shaking his head and looking at the luminous body. I saw a Cornish elf with insect wings about 6 centimeters long but with a humanoid shape was opening his teeth and dancing claws at him. Draco breathed a sigh of relief. This elf did not have too much attack power, just estimated it was Mike who disturbed his sleep. Why are there Cornish elves in the Forbidden Forest? They only live in Cornwall. Draco asked. Don't ask such irrelevant questions, just take care of yourself. Mike, you are strong, right? I know. Draco swallowed. You reading www.yuyugonshu.com. If you protect me tonight, I will forgive you for breaking my nose. I will also let my father give you a large sum of Jinjialong. Shut up, look what it is. Mike ignored Draco. He noticed the anomaly. In a clearing not far in front of them, there was something shining with a dim silvery white light, which was especially obvious in the Forbidden Forest where the fingers could not be seen. Mike hurried forward to check. What is this? Draco asked. Unicorn blood. Mike dipped his hand in the silver liquid and rubbed it. It looks like we found it. Unicorns are very powerful creatures. What kind of creatures can hurt them? Draco was a little scared. Let's go. It's too dangerous, as if we found nothing. Mike did not pay attention to Draco. In order to achieve the perfect phantom spell to hide the magic of the forbidden area, he needs an item that can emit a lot of magic power to cover his own magic fluctuations, and the blood of powerful magic creatures is the best. Select. Originally Mike was planning to use dragon blood, but it was not long after Hagrid's Norwegian Styracosaurus was born, and he could steal the blood. But now he has a better choice, unicorn blood. Mike started to look around, and saw that the unicorn's silver-white gleaming blood spread far and wide. It seemed that the unicorn was injured. Mike and Draco followed the blood stain all the way to search, and soon found the end of the blood stain. I saw a unicorn exuding holy silver light lying motionless on the grass, a black figure was throwing on it and nibbling, and silver-white blood continued to spread from under the unicorn. A large pool of glowing blood was formed. Chapter 39, Fierce Battle. Mike felt that his scalp was about to explode, and the shadow lying on the unicorn was definitely Voldemort. Draco, who rushed over, was also taken aback. He opened his mouth wide in horror, staring blankly at the tragedy that was happening before him. The hound Yaya, who was with them, also slumped on the grass in fright. Its tail was tightly sandwiched between its legs, looking very scared. Mike was afraid that Draco would scream, went up to cover his mouth, and whispered in his ear, "Go back slowly, don't make any noise, understand?" Draco nodded when he felt that he was covering his mouth, and Mike let go of the hand covering his mouth. The two looked at each other, and they started to back away slowly. They backed very slowly, for fear that if they stepped slightly larger, they would attract the attention of the black figure not far away. But Draco's ability to understand Mike doesn't mean Yaya can understand it. Fang, who had been lying motionless on the ground like Draco, suddenly stood up and rushed in the direction they came, with a rustling sound. This voice was especially obvious in the silent night. The black figure turned to look towards Mike. "This dead dog! I must kill it to make soup when I go back!" Mike roared, "Wind speed curse!" Mike couldn't care about the others, he cast a wind speed spell on himself, picked up Draco and ran away. However, there was a hoarse voice behind Mike before he ran far. "There are many obstacles." As soon as the voice fell, Mike just felt like he had hit an invisible wall. He lost his balance and fell to the ground, and Draco didn't know where he was thrown. "Wind speed curse, you are the kid of the Carlo family?" "Hey? No, the smell on you is, you are a mudblood." A hoarse voice came from behind Mike. Mike, who heard the voice, only felt that the eyes that had been slammed into the Venus head suddenly woke up. I saw Mike quickly lifted his right hand, and the black prickly wood wand that had been thrown away came back to Mike almost instantly under the call of the flying curse that came with the battle wand cover. Flaming flames. A woven white flame sprayed from the tip of the black pearwood wand, and the flame rose into the sky, drowning the black figure. Mike tried to maintain the flame curse while thinking about how to escape. He knew that the flame curse would not last long. Suddenly, a scream caught Mike's attention. It was Draco. The guy turned his head and ran away when he saw him facing the black figure. Just when Mike was lost, the hoarse voice in the white flame rang again, "Accept your weapon." This time the voice was obviously angry. A red glow flashed through the flames, and the flame curse released by Mike flew towards Mike at a very fast speed. Mike's flame curse was simply vulnerable under the red glow. Boom! Mike flew upside down at the sound. Although the wand was not knocked off by the disarming curse because of the wand sleeve, the black figure's disarming curse was obviously unusual. The knockback effect alone knocked the Mike away more than 3 meters. Mike struggled to get up. Although his whole body hurts terribly, he may really die here if he doesn't work hard now. At the critical moment, Mike only felt that something was burning in his chest. His magic perception became very clear, and the magic in his body seemed to sense the owner's crisis and began to boil. Something seems to be leading him. Under the guidance of this mysterious power, the magic power in his body began to arrange and combine in a unique way, forming a magic symbol, and then collectively rushing towards the black pearwood wand. Mike raised his wand based on his feelings, and yelled, "Flame!" I saw a ball of woven white fireball the size of an adult's head flying out of a black pearwood wand. All care. Looking at the fireball that was flying towards him, the black figure began to be anxious, waving his wand in the air, almost instantly drawing a set of wonderful magic runes in the air, following the composition of the magic runes and the spell as he read. A white transparent shield wrapped the whole body of the black figure. Boom! With a loud noise, the woven white fireball collided with the translucent shield fiercely. Almost only in an instant, the white transparent shield was shattered by the fireball. The violent shock wave slammed the black figure into flight. The explosion of the weaving white fireball brought up a little spark and ignited the trees around the two of them. The temperature of the weaving white flame was extremely high, and the flame spread almost instantly. Mike felt that there was no strength in his body. The blow just consumed almost all the magic in his body. Fortunately, the effect of the wind speed curse was still there, and Mike Chiang struggled to flee in the direction they came. However, the battle is not over yet. The black figure that was hit by the shock wave slowly climbed up. The black hood on his head was shattered in the explosion just now. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Kiluo's young face is missing come out. Seeing Mike fleeing backwards at a very fast speed, Quirrell struggled to get up and chase him, but the severe pain in his right leg stopped him, and his right leg was unfortunately fractured in the explosion just now. Just when Quirrell was at a loss, a cold, unfeeling voice came from the back of Quirrell's head. "Trash, let me come." "Yes, master." A strange black mist floated from the back of Quirrell's head, and soon covered Quirrell's whole body. Quirrell's expression immediately became sluggish, and his body stood up in an extremely twisted posture. "Quirrell, no, it's time to call him Voldemort now." Voldemort glanced at Mike's fading figure and raised his wand. Killing curse. A line of green representing death slashed across the night sky, attacking the Mike at a speed that human eyes could hardly catch. At this time, Mike, who was running desperately, seemed to feel the danger coming and turned to look behind him. A touch of green gradually enlarged in Mike's pupils, and the green light accurately hit Mike's chest. In an instant, the green light that hit Mike's chest exploded, and Mike flew out as if hit by a Mercedes car. Snapped. Mike fell to the ground like a rag. He can't hear or feel anything now. There is still a touch of green on his retina. Gradually, Mike's consciousness began to blur. Vaguely, Mike felt as if someone was turning his body, but at this time Mike was already unable to resist. "I don't know how long it has been." The person who just flipped his body seemed to be gone, and Mike's consciousness finally plunged into darkness. Chapter 40, Strange Ceiling. Hogwarts Medical Room, bright sunlight shines on the snow-white bed. Mike lying on the hospital bed frowned, and the sight of the green light hitting him kept playing back in his mind. He felt that his head was about to explode with pain. Mike finally couldn't bear the severe pain. He clasped his head tightly with his hands and suddenly sat up from the hospital bed. It doesn't matter if he doesn't sit up. Mike just felt a sharp pain in his chest, and he almost didn't breathe. "What?" Mike couldn't help but yelled. Hearing Mike's painful roar, Mrs. Pomfeller hurriedly walked in from the front room. "Merlin, you finally woke up." Attracted by the sound, Mike looked in the direction of the sound. I saw Madame Pomfleur's fat face looking at him with concern. "How are you feeling? Is there anything uncomfortable?" Mrs. Pomfleur asked. "My head is sore. And my chest too." "Then there is no problem. Chest pain is normal. You have 3 broken ribs, child." Madame Pomfeller stroked Mike's forehead with her hand. "The charm. Yes, I can't believe that you actually survived the Avada mantra only by relying on an old-fashioned life defense curse suit. Know that the probability is very small." After that, Mrs. Pomfleur took out a bottle of blue liquid and a bottle of purple liquid in a cabinet, and poured them into a transparent cup. I saw that after the 2 liquids in the transparent cup were mixed, a strange green color was formed unscientifically. Come on, you will feel better if you drink this. Mrs. Pomfleur took the cup to Mike's mouth. Mike looked at the glass of unknown green liquid still bubbling with weird bubbles, and retched. When he saw something green now, he would think of the green light in the Forbidden Forest. Mrs. Pomfleur saw Mike as if she couldn't drink. She stretched out her hand and opened Mike's mouth, and poured all the green liquid into Mike's mouth. Mike just felt a warm current running down his throat to his stomach, and after going around his stomach, it went straight to his brain, and then he lost consciousness again. It was already dark when Mike woke up again. I have to say that although Mrs. Pomfleur's medicine didn't look very good, it really didn't work. Mike's head no longer hurts as much as before. Mike did not get up immediately, but slowly moved his body from his fingers to confirm his physical state. After examining himself, Mike breathed a sigh of relief. Mrs. Pomfleur didn't lie to herself, and she had no other adverse reactions except for a slight pain in her chest and head. "Good evening, Mike." Mike was taken aback, and hurriedly looked at the source of the sound. He hadn't noticed that there were other people in this room just now. "Relax, do you want some sizzling bee candy?" Dumbledore made a gesture to relax Mike, and then passed the candy in his other hand to Mike. "Sweets are a very magical potion. They always make people happy. I heard that Muggles have worked out the principles of this, and it seems to stimulate nerves or something. Professor Dumbledore, why are you here?" Mike dumbly took the candy that Dumbledore handed over and said, "I want to talk to you about what happened in the Forbidden Forest that night." Dumbledore found a chair and sat down. "You have been in a coma for 3 days, and everyone is worried about you. After all, not everyone can survive being hit by the killing curse, even if you were wearing a lost killing curse. You are lucky, Mike, you survived almost unscathed. It was Hagrid who saved you. I have to say that your flame curse is really good. It is very powerful and almost ignited 1/9 of the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid went in your direction after discovering that the Forbidden Forest was on fire. I met little Malfoy halfway, and found you under the guidance of little Malfoy. It was really dangerous at the time. You were in a sea of flames, and Hagrid used a clear water curse to find you. Fortunately, the place where you fainted happened to be a clearing, or you might be burned to death. Oh! I ask you to keep it secret about Hagrid's use of magic. He had his wand cut off because of an accident, and the Ministry of Magic ruled that he could not use magic for life. At the same time, you are also very brave. Even in that dangerous situation, you can stand up to protect your classmates against unknown dangers. Little Mr. Malfoy told us that you chose to let him go first to protect him. He left his stomach against the monster with a height of 8 meters and a waist circumference of 8 meters. Hearing that Mike couldn't sit still, he spread his hands and raised the volume and said, "What? That coward told you that? It was the coward who left me and ran away alone. Fortunately, I thought at the time. I want to take him to escape." Dumbledore smiled, looking at Mike's frustrated look. The smile was very bright. The bright moonlight shone on his white robe and beard from the window, making him seem to be shining. "Anyway, the result is still good, isn't it?" Dumbledore chuckled lightly. "There is also that monster. He is not at all an 8-meter square with a height and a waist circumference. He is a human." Mike murmured endlessly www.readaloud.com. Hearing Mike talking about the monster, Dumbledore hid it. The eyes behind the lenses flashed with a ray of planned success. "That's a humankind? Can you describe it to me?" "That man is about 1.78 meters, of medium build, and he is a man." Mike found out that Dumbledore had been talking about him, perfunctorily. Dumbledore waited for a while, and when he saw that Mike didn't intend to continue speaking, he asked, "What else?" "What else?" It was pitch black and he was still wearing a hood. I didn't even see what he looked like. Mike used his signature moves again, spreading his hands and shrugging his shoulders. I lowered my voice, and I couldn't distinguish his true voice. Hearing Mike's description, Dumbledore was silent, and he lowered his head as if thinking. After a while, he seemed to have thought of something. He raised his head and asked, "What was he doing when you found him?" "I believe the coward of Malfoy has already answered you this question. If you need confirmation, I can answer you again. That man was lying on the unicorn and biting." "I see. Thank you very much for your intelligence, Mike." Dumbledore didn't care about Mike's attitude at all. He stood up and prepared to leave. "I should leave, Mike, you can rest. Maybe you should eat that candy before sleep, fill your mouth with sweetness and then go to sleep slowly. That is my favorite thing to do." "Oh, yes." Dumbledore walked to the door and suddenly turned around and said, "Because of your bravery and wisdom, Ravenclaw will add 100 points." After that, he blinked at Mike playfully, and finally disappeared into the darkness in Mike's speechless eyes. Chapter 41, Wand Mutation. It was noon the next day when Mike woke up. After Dumbledore left last night, Madame Pomfrey once again filled Mike with a large cup of medicine. This medicine seemed to have a soothing effect. Mike felt that after drinking it, sleep time is far beyond normal. Mike's wand and the wand cover given by Professor Flavy were all quietly placed on the bedside table. Mike reached out for the wand, ready to check whether the wand was damaged in the previous battle. As soon as he started with the wand, Mike noticed the strangeness. Although this black pearwood wand looked the same as before, it felt very different to him. Ollivander's technique has nothing to say. Mike has used other people's wands, but compared to the black pearwood wand that Ollivander has chosen for him, it is much worse in every respect. Although other magic wands can also be used to release magic, there is always a sense of blockage during the transmission of magic power to the magic wand, which greatly reduces the magic power used. The black pearwood wand has no such feeling at all, and the magic can come and go freely in it. Compared to using other wands, the magic released by Mike using the black pearwood wand is at least 30% stronger. After experiencing the First World War of the Forbidden Forest, this magic wand gave Mike the feeling that it was not a magic wand at all, but an organ of Mike himself. When the palm of the hand touches the wand, the magic power will automatically fill the whole wand. This feeling is very strange. Under Mike's perception of magic power, the operating state of the magic power in the wand is exactly the same as the operating state in his own body. In this state, Mike does not need to put the magic power into the wand when he releases the spell. The magic power will automatically supplement the magic power in the wand, just like having his own consciousness. Mike knows exactly what this means. In the future, his spell release speed will rise to a very exaggerated level, and the power of the spell will become even greater. The specific range needs to be tested in the room after healed. Mike didn't know the reason for this change in his wand, but he didn't care. As Dumbledore told him last night, no matter what, as long as the result is good. Just find time to ask Ollivander about the magic wand's change after the holiday, and you don't need to care about it now. Crack! The door of the infirmary was opened, and Draco sneaked in. "Hey, Mike! I rushed to see you as soon as I got the news that you woke up. How are you?" "You coward," Mike said, staring at Malfoy blankly. "I didn't run away, I was looking for a rescuer." Draco scratched his head awkwardly. "Look, didn't I bring Hagrid to save you? You should thank me. If it weren't for me you might have been burned to death." "You coward." "I didn't mean it, I was just frightened." Draco's face flushed. "You coward." Okay. Sorry." "All right," Draco said angrily. "I'm sorry, it's over. What else is the Auror doing?" "Then what do you want?" Draco heard what Mike meant. "Well, I forgive you for interrupting my nose. Don't tell anyone what happened that night, how about it?" Mike stroked the wand in his hand and looked at Draco with a smile. "Plus 10 ounces of dragon blood, I'll keep it secret for you. You don't want you to leave your classmates and run away alone to spread the word. It's 5 ounces at most, that stuff is too expensive. Draco looked at Mike's smiling face with no anger. Mike knows how to accept as soon as he sees it, and nodded at Draco. The market price of an ounce of dragon blood is about 100 gold gallons, and it has been out of stock for a long time. 5 ounces is 500 gold gallons, which is almost comparable to the income of selling 1 semester of dolphin magic drink. Seeing Mike nodded in agreement, Draco was obviously relieved, and the look on his face eased a lot. He walked to Mike's bed with a very twisted pace, raised his head proudly and said, "In addition, after experiencing the Forbidden Forest, I think you may be a special mud. Well, Muggle wizard. Maybe we can make a friend. One of the 28 noble pure-blood families, the descendants of the Malfoy family would want to make friends with a mudblood? Malfoy, did you get hit by a troll in the head?" Mike said sarcastically, "Also don't use that talking to me in a gesture, I can only see your dirty nostrils and disgusting nose hairs inside." Draco was a little surprised to hear Mike claiming to be a mudblood at first, but he ran away immediately when he heard the following words. "Do you think I want to make friends with you? I wouldn't care about someone like you if it wasn't for my dad to ask me to have a good relationship with you. If you don't want to, then treat it as I haven't said it." The bedside said, "But believe me, if you continue to mingle with those without talent, sooner or later you will become like them." After that, Draco slammed the door and left www.readaloud.com. This is really surprising. Draco's father would even attract the talented Muggle wizard, which is not shown in the original book. Mike thought, but this is reasonable. Discrimination such as racial discrimination, bloodline discrimination, etc., is insignificant in the face of sufficient benefits. I have performed well enough to attract their attention, which is normal. Although the trip to the Forbidden Forest did not get the blood of the unicorn, Draco, the bully, took the initiative to give Mike 5 ounces of dragon blood, which was considered a solution to Mike's concern. Otherwise, with Mike's financial resources, it is still a bit difficult to buy an expensive material such as dragon blood. It is good now, and there may be some left. After I figured it out, Mike lay down again, no longer thinking about Draco. The conversation with Draco just made his head hurt again, and he needed a good rest. Unfortunately, Mike is destined to be unable to rest well today. Not long after Draco had left, Harry and the others came to visit him again. Harry and Ron, 2 heartless guys, just asked Mike about what happened that night so he could go back and brag with his friends, which made Mike's already aching head even more painful. It's better for Hermione's little Lolita. As soon as she walked in, she squatted by Mike's bed and asked for warmth. She would cut an apple and pour water for Mike. Hermione's eyes were still red, obviously she had cried before coming. Looking at the beautiful little Lolita in front of him, Mike just felt that his heart was about to melt. Mike didn't have the slightest desire in his heart. Some people were like this. Their smile and temperament alone could awaken the hope in others' hearts. Mike thought Hermione was such an angel. What a nice girl. Why did you marry Ron in the original? Chapter 42, Hogwarts. After finally coaxing the 3 of Hermione away, Mike, who wanted to take a good rest, was desperate. Everyone received the news that Mike had awakened and began to visit him in an endless stream. Needless to say, people like Pinello and Franklin who knew each other, and more of them were people whom Mike had never even met. These people all wanted to take a look at Mike who had cast a life-killing curse that night but didn't die. Later, Mrs. Pomfeller really couldn't stand it anymore. She drove away all visitors with a loud roar, and prohibited anyone from visiting Mike on the grounds that the patient needed a rest. This made Mike calm down. Mike exhaled heavily, thanking Mrs. Pomfeller from the bottom of his heart. The beds in the medical room are lined with extremely thick quilts, which makes the entire bed very soft. Mike relaxed his body, only feeling that he was stuck in the bed, very comfortable. The quilt on his body has a unique smell of sunlight, which is very unscientific. Mike remembers that he has been covering this quilt for more than 2 days. There is also a lavender-like fragrance on the pillow. The faint scent slowly penetrated into Mike's nose, and Mike's brows tightened from the pain gradually unfolded, and finally fell silently into sleep. In the next few days, Mike's headache symptoms improved day by day. Mrs. Pomfeller said that the headache was due to the death curse, but Mike knew that the main reason for his headache was because of excessive use of magic power, which hurt his spirit. This kind of injury is not like the one on his chest that can be restored with just a few potions. What it needs is calmness. The green potion that Mrs. Pomfeller gave Mike before was a pain-killing potion called elm leaf, which had no therapeutic effect on his injuries. After lying in bed for a full month, Mike's injury was healed. In this month, Mike's life is not as good as death. What he can do every day is to eat and sleep, and eat. Madame Pomfrey forbids him to release magic while lying in bed, even reading books and newspapers, on the grounds that his current physical condition is not suitable for such energy-consuming activities. When Mrs. Pomfeller announced that he could be discharged from the hospital, Mike had an urge to scream up to the sky. He felt that if he continued to lie down, he would go crazy soon. It was so boring. Pushing open the old wooden door of the infirmary, a black boy appeared in front of Mike. It was Franklin. Mike was stunned. He didn't expect that someone would pick him up at the entrance of the infirmary and leave the hospital. You must know that it was school time. Franklin stepped forward to give Mike a big hug, and said softly, "Next time you encounter this kind of thing, remember to take me." Hearing that Mike patted Franklin on the back hard, he replied firmly, "Definitely." The two went to the hall together. Mike was in a very good mood. He had been telling Franklin about his experience in the Forbidden Forest along the way. Of course, some places were appropriately exaggerated by him. Franklin is a very good listener, always able to ask the right questions at the right time, which makes Mike's cowhide extremely comfortable. When the two came to the hall with a chat and laugh, it happened to be in time for the meal, and the little wizards were walking into the hall scatteredly. Mike originally thought that the topic about himself should have cooled down after a month of precipitation. However, it turns out that Mike underestimated the Forbidden Forest incident in the minds of these boring little wizards. The moment they walked into the hall, they attracted almost everyone's attention. The cowardly little wizard only dared to hide in the distance and looked at Mike curiously, while the bolder one went directly to Mike. They surrounded Mike, their eyes flashing, and their mouths chattering, not knowing what they were talking about. Mike couldn't help his scalp numb as he watched the battle before him. The headache he had healed seemed to be aching. This is the time for Franklin to perform. Taking advantage of his size, he forcibly squeezed a passage through the crowd, and took Mike out of the hall before there were more people. Finally escaped to a remote corridor, Mike panted against the wall and said, "What's the situation? It's been a month, are they crazy?" Franklin on the side was even more unbearable than Mike. He had just opened the way for Mike. He had expended a lot of physical energy. He was lying half dead on the ground at the moment, dripping with big drops of sweat on his face sliding down his dark skin to the floor. "Don't you know, this time you are famous," Franklin replied after a while. At about 2 o'clock that night, Dumbledore woke up all of us. We were assembled in the lobby. Professor McGonagall changed a lot of sleeping bags to give us rest. Dumbledore said that the Forbidden Forest was invaded by a monster, and that monster might enter Hogwarts Castle. Although the professors said that there would be no danger as long as everyone stayed together, we were still terrified. Later we discovered that the Forbidden Forest was on fire, and the light almost lit up the entire sky. Professor Flitwick summoned some 7th grade seniors to put out the fire together. And then put out the fire. www.readaloud.com. We were all scared. Many people couldn't sleep for almost the whole night. It wasn't until the next morning that Dumbledore announced that the alarm had been lifted, and he also told us something about you. You have become a hero. Mike. Franklin grabbed Mike by the shoulder excitedly. Later, Malfoy told us everything that happened that night. You are amazing. I almost forgot to say that Dumbledore gave Ravenclaw a full 100 points. Our current Academy points have surpassed Slytherin to become number 1. There is not much time left in this school year. No, the accidental Academy Cup is ours. Mike didn't catch the last paragraph of Franklin's words at all. He was already confused by the previous content. Unexpectedly, Dumbledore would have such a big battle. To be honest, Mike felt a little flattered. But according to the content of my previous conversation with Dumbledore, Quirrell or Voldemort was not caught that night. In that case, it means that the plot will continue to develop as in the original book. What Mike fears most is the collapse of the original story. He knows very well that his biggest advantage as a traverser is his familiarity with the plot. If Quirrell is caught in advance and the plot collapses, all his plans for the future will be vanished. Mike has seen many sci-fi movies in his previous life, and he has some knowledge of time travel. He knows that whether he participates in the plot or not, as he stays in this world longer, the damage to the original plot will be greater. This is the butterfly effect. At the very least, before the plot is completely out of control, I must take advantage of my profit to improve my strength as much as possible. Mike lowered his head and murmured with a voice that was so soft that no one could hear. Chapter 43, The Ugly Face of Capitalists. In the next few days, Mike felt like the big stars of his previous life, who could cause a commotion in the crowd wherever he went. This may sound great, and if you change to Ron, you may have been happily unable to sleep, but for Mike it is simply torture. When the class was in class, the attention of the whole class was on Mike, and some daring ones even passed notes to Mike. Many professors are already dissatisfied with this. Mike estimated that if he hadn't done well, he would have been driven out of the classroom by angry professors. Can't live well while eating, as long as he appears, it will become the focus. Some people even fight with others in order to be able to sit next to him. The little wizards in the lower grades can't beat the higher grades, so every time Mike eats, there will be a group of senior wizards around him. This puts a lot of pressure on Mike, because some senior sisters will tease him with their feet under the table. He really can't understand that his body is only 11 years old, and he doesn't even have the ability to do bad things. What is the purpose of the sister doing this? Fortunately, Mike was soon relieved, because the exam is going to be in a month. The final exams, OWL exams, and NEWT exams are 3 big mountains that are pressing everyone's minds. The lively Quidditch stadium in the past has become deserted and deserted. On the contrary, the usual ridiculed library has been crowded. Everyone is busy reviewing. Candidates for the final exam are relatively relaxed, while candidates for the O.W.L and N.E.W.T exams can be uncomfortable. O.W.L exam and N.E.W.T exam have so much learning content that makes people break down, which makes candidates have to study all night to get a good result. According to statistics, candidates for N.E.W.T exams only had an average of 3 hours of sleep per day in the month before the exam, which is simply desperate. But thanks to the desperate review of these candidates, the Dolphin Magic Drink, whose sales had declined because of hunger marketing, became in short supply. Candidates found that even if they review all night, they can regain all their energy and face a new day of study with the best mental outlook after squinting a bottle of Dolphin. So almost all the examinees went crazy, and the Dolphin Magic Drink in the hands of the second dealers was quickly sold out by the crazy examinees. The Weasley brothers were very excited when they told Mike the news. After you told Mike all the reasons for the matter in one word, the two of them blinked 2 big eyes and looked at Mike with expectant eyes. Previous hunger marketing strategy was a big success, and the 2 brothers made a lot of money. After that, Mike was no longer a person in their eyes, but a god, the of wealth. They looked forward to Mike being able to think of another idea to make them make a lot of money. Mike will naturally not refuse. The better the Dolphin Magic Drink sells, the more Jinjialong he will get, and he has a plan during the summer vacation that requires a lot of Jinjialong. McMom moved his chin, which had not grown his beard, and walked back and forth with his head down. The Weasley brothers fixed their eyes on Mike, heads turning around with Mike's pacing. In the empty classroom, only Mike's footsteps can be heard echoing. Mike's footsteps are like stepping on the hearts of the Weasley brothers. Every time they sound, they get nervous. They worry that Mike can't think of an increase in income. A good way. In fact, their worries are superfluous. About how to increase revenue, Mike thought about it a long time after he understood what happened. The reason for thinking about it for so long now is entirely thinking about how to maximize revenue. I don't know how long it took, the footsteps finally stopped. Mike walked up to the Weasley brothers kindly, and said in a slightly bewildered voice, "Do you want to make more money?" The Weasley brothers nodded like pounding garlic. "Then do what I said." The smile on Mike's face became more kind. "We tripled the price on the original basis and sold 3 gold gallons a bottle." The expectant expression on the faces of the Weasley brothers froze as soon as the words came out. The two of them reacted and shouted in unison, "Are you crazy? 3 bottles of Jin Jialong, they are almost catching up with ordinary energy monsters. It's medicine. Aren't those candidates now using dolphin magic drink as energy potion?" Mike smiled, "And as far as I know, the effect of ordinary energy potions seems to be even half of dolphin magic drink." "No? If you want to achieve the same effect as the dolphin magic drink, you must use a high-level energy potion. Let me think about how much a bottle of high-level energy potion costs. It seems to be 10 plus long 1 bottle, right?" Hearing that the Weasley brothers have fallen into a sluggish state again. Actually, they are not to blame. Mr. Weasley's salary is only 80 gold gallons a month, but with this 80 gold gallons, he has supported the whole 9 people of the Weasley family. Reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Although the eldest brother Charlie and the second brother Bill graduated earlier and can reduce the burden on the family, there is no doubt that the spending power of the 80 Jin Jialong is definitely not weak. Seeing that the Weasley brothers had a broken expression, Mike slapped his hands hard in front of the two of them. The applause was particularly harsh in the quiet night. The Weasley brothers were scared and shivered and sober. "Come here." Seeing them sober, Mike nodded in satisfaction. Spread his hands and shrugged his shoulders and continued, "Then it is decided. You only need to supply the Erdeo dealers at the price of 3 gold gallons a bottle at that time, so you don't have to worry about offending the senior students. As for the specific price of the Erdeo dealers, you don't have to worry about it. In addition, we recruit senior students to help make dolphin magic drink. The salary is paid by their own dolphin magic drink. Give them an employee discount and a bottle of dolphin magic drink counts them 2 Jin Jialong. And don't forget to use the assembly line to configure the magic drink. Each step must be completed in a different place, and we must protect our formula. As for Dolphing, I will warn him not to revealing the magic drink formula." Mike's kind smile still hung on his face, but at the moment it seemed to the Weasley brothers that it was a devil's smile. God! I'm afraid only the devil can come up with such an evil plan. Those who don't have the money to buy the dolphin magic drink but are afraid that they will not be able to keep up with others, so they can only work for them. How miserable the time will be. The Weasley brothers glanced at each other and thought. Thank you book friend GM845660 for your tips and recommendations. You are the one I have seen who voted for the most recommendations at once, thanks to the big brother. Chapter 44, Examination. Facts have proved that there are still many wealthy people in the wizarding world. Dolphin magic drink is like a plug-in. After using it, the study time can be almost twice as long as usual. This is an irresistible temptation to candidates who want to get good results. Even if Mike increased the purchase price of Dolphin's magic drink to the sky-high price of 3 gold gallons a bottle, the supply still fell short of demand. The final retail price of each bottle of Dolphin magic drink basically ranges from 5 gold gallons to 9 gold gallons, which allows the second dealers authorized by the agent of Dolphin magic drink to earn more than Mike. But Mike doesn't envy them. He knows that if a brand wants to become bigger and stronger, it must maintain a good reputation. Increasing the price uncontrollably for profit is an act of killing chickens. And don't look at the current scenery of these Erdeo dealers. After the exam is over, after everyone's demand for the dolphin magic drink drops, it is time for them to suffer. Who can afford the dolphin magic drink now is not the richest person in the family. Will these people allow others to take advantage of the fire and not retaliate? Killed Mike and didn't believe it. The big sale of Dolphin's magic drink has naturally aroused the peeping of interested people. From the name of the magic drink, it can be guessed that this kind of magic drink should be related to Dolphin. Absolutely. However, Mike had warned Dolphin a long time ago. If he dared to disclose the formula of Dolphin's magic drink to others, it would make him a life and death dilemma. Of course, Mike still knows how to slap a sweet date. After trembling with fear, Mike promised to give him a 5% dividend as a royalty. After this set of operations, the cowardly kid, Dolphin, finally began to gratitude to Mike. Mike doesn't care whether Dolphin is born with this personality or Stockholm psychosis has occurred, as long as the final result is in Mike's interest. Day after day passed, the sales of Dolphin magic drink also increased steadily. When Mike and the Weasley brothers got together the day before the exam to calculate the income, everyone was stunned by the exaggerated amount. After removing the fraction, the net profit in the past few days has reached 12,000 gold gallons. Except for the 5% profit dividend promised to Dolphin, the Weasley brothers and Mike shared the remaining 11,400 gallons. Looking at a total of 5,700 Jinjialong, enough to smash them to death, the Weasley brothers both fell in a dream. Such a large sum of money is enough for them to open a large-scale toy joke shop on Diagon Alley. They even have the urge to quit school now to fulfill their dreams, but after thinking about how their mother would react when they discovered this, they decisively gave up the idea. After finishing dividing the spoils, Mike finally ushered in his first final exam at Hogwarts. Mike didn't care about this exam. The first grade questions were not difficult at first. Besides, Mike has no family. Even if he fails the exam, he doesn't have to worry about being mixed doubles by his parents when he returns home. However, the minimum pass is still required. I heard that people who fail too many subjects are likely to be expelled from the school. The first exam was Professor Flitwick's curse studies. There is nothing to say. As a proud student of Professor Flitwick, Mike's curse class is definitely the best he has learned in all subjects. The practical test of magic spells is to release a floating spell on a pineapple and control it to tap dance across a desk. To tell the truth, it's quite difficult. Most little wizards can only make pineapples float, and they can fly over the desk smoothly. That's pretty good. As for tap dancing, that requires very precise spell control. But this is not difficult for Mike. After a school year of meditation, his spell control is far from comparable to that of a young wizard of the same grade. With a light wave of the magic wand, the pineapple made various difficult flight movements in midair as if it was alive, and finally it bounced across the desk like a juggler. Although it is not tap dancing, Professor Fluffy is very happy. After the exam, he asked Mike why he could control such complicated flight movements but couldn't tap the pineapple. Mike is very speechless about this. He can't say that he was a big boss in his previous life. He doesn't even know how to tap dance. The content of the practical examination of metamorphology is to turn a mouse into a snuff box. When he heard the question, Mike looked confused. What is a snuff box? In the end, Professor McGonagall gave Mike a demonstration first. After changing a snuff box full of emeralds, Mike knew what the snuff box looked like. It's a pity that even if Mike knew the appearance of the snuff box, the transformed snuff box couldn't be as exquisite as Professor McGonagall. After all his strength, he turned into an ordinary snuff box. Looking at Professor McGonagall's unsightly face, Mike felt that his grades in the transformation class were suspended. Unlike the previous two exams, Professor Snape is obviously a relatively rigid person. The content of the potion exam is to make a bottle of forgetting potion, which is not as weird as the spells and metamorphology. Mike secretly said steady, his potions lesson was good, just a bottle of forgotten potion, it was a piece of cake for him. Professor Snape not only failed to mock Mike's forgotten potion, but even nodded in satisfaction. Seeing the reaction of the old bat, Mike was overjoyed, and his potion results this time would certainly not be too bad. Other subjects like the history of magic do not need to be mentioned. You read www.uuganshu.com. Mike thinks that if you can pass those subjects, you can burn a lot of incense. Finally, with the end of the last exam, the little wizards of Hogwarts were liberated. The laughter returned to the Hogwarts campus, and the faces of the little wizards were filled with bright smiles again. The exam is over, and they can play for a whole week until the exam results are announced. Mike walked quickly down the aisle leading to Ravenclaw Tower, surrounded by cheerful little wizards. He is not smiling like everyone else. He decided to sneak into the restricted book zone of Hogwarts tonight. Whether it is a wave of wealth or being caught and expelled from school depends on tonight. Just now, he saw the trio of Salvation hurriedly walking towards Hagrid's hut. According to the plot, tonight should be the time for the trio to go to the trapdoor to play the game. It is mentioned in the original work that Dumbledore went to London because of a letter when the trio went to the trapdoor. This is undoubtedly the best time for Mike to sneak into the restricted area. However, according to Mike's guess, Dumbledore probably did not go to London, but kept guarding the trio to prevent accidents of his little savior. If Mike's guess is true, Dumbledore will find out if there is a slight error in this invasion. But now Mike can no longer manage so much. The plot slowly collapsed, and the terrifying green light of Voldemort in the Forbidden Forest all puts a lot of pressure on Mike. He knows that he must use all methods as soon as possible. The strength, otherwise there is only a dead end. Thinking of this, Mike's pace hastened a bit. P.S. Thank you Trooper 1770 for your reward again. Old readers won't say much anymore, and kowtow to the boss. Chapter 45, Night in the Restricted Area. In the evening, the equipped Mike released the phantom spell on himself, and his figure twisted and disappeared into the bedroom. Now his control of the phantom spell has improved several levels, and the black pearwood wand plus the greed pendant can be invisible almost instantaneously. Laving Cross Lounge is very lively, the desks are put together to form a large table, which is filled with a variety of food. The little eagles who did not leave the original book put down the books in their hands and sat around the table struggling to eliminate the food. The exam has just ended, even Ravenclaw, who loves learning the most, is caught in a festive atmosphere. Mike released another silence to himself to prevent his footsteps from being discovered. Carefully bypassing the celebrating classmates and walked out of the Ravenclaw lounge. Walked around corner after corner against the wall, and Mike finally saw the library door. The door of the library is closed tightly, and Mrs. Pins should have gone to rest after get off work by this time. Quietly, a Reho cave opens. As the two spells went down, Mike opened the library door silently. Carefully closed the library door again, and Mac breathed a sigh of relief. All the exams this afternoon were officially over. Killing Mike didn't believe anyone would stay in the library now. It turns out that Mike is still too young. When Mike came to the entrance of the restricted area, he was surprised to find that there were already 2 people here. Because the light was too dim, Mike couldn't see the faces and costumes of the 2 people, but based on the intermittent haha at that time, he judged that this should be a pair of senior wild ducks working. Screamed damn, Mike's heartbeat that had calmed down started to speed up again. Was blocked by the 2 people at the door of the Forbidden Book Zone, Mike couldn't even cross the sea to enter the Forbidden Book Zone. After thinking about it again and again, Mike decided to wait. Anyway, according to Mike's previous life experience, this kind of thing can be done in 10 minutes. At this point, he can still afford it. So Mike squatted quietly in the corner and began to peep at the pair of wild mandarin ducks. However, after half an hour Mike was formally desperate. Excluding the previous time, it took half an hour for the first shot of the pair of wild mandarin ducks after Mike arrived. But just as Mike was checking his equipment and preparing to act, that yelled again. Mike couldn't bear it this time. Anyone with experience knows that the second time must be longer than the first time. In addition, the boy in front of him is excellent in talent, so this second shot must not take an hour. When Mike was about to forcibly stop the pair of wild ducks regardless of the possible exposure, a dim fluorescence came from the direction of the library gate. The pair of wild ducks at the entrance of the forbidden book area also noticed the fluorescence. With two extremely lightly suppressed curses, they disappeared. Magic body curse. This time Mike was really surprised. He guessed that the two of them should be senior students, but he didn't expect that both of them would have mastered the phantom spell, but judging from the speed of casting the spell, they should have just learned the phantom spell for not long. The sound of footsteps gradually increased from far to near, and finally Mrs. Pance's old face that could not hide wrinkles even with cosmetics appeared in Mike's field of vision. Mike let go of his magical perception to find the position of the pair of wild mandarin ducks. Now everyone is in a state of invisibility. It would be bad if they collided together. Fortunately, the strength of the phantom spells of these two people is not high, and Mike quickly found the position. I saw two faint blue lights and shadows still at the entrance of the forbidden area, and the man seemed to have not even put on his pants. Mike knew what was going on at a glance. The two people's grasp of the phantom spell was too weak, and they were afraid that they would show their feet if they moved too much, so they could only stand in place as wooden people. The dedicated Mrs. Pance quickly finished patrolling the library, and as the fluorescent light flickered away slowly, the two blue lights and shadows began to move in Mike's magical perception. The two people walked slowly on tiptoes as if they were thieves. Since they couldn't see each other, they would bump into each other from time to time. Once the blue light and shadow with long hair was even hit by another light and shadow and fell over. In the end, she was spared when her eyes were quick to hold the bookshelf. When the two finally slipped out of the library after a lot of hard work, Mike also walked out of the corner. Tonight has been delayed for too long, and it takes time. When he came to the entrance of the forbidden book zone, Mike's magic perception field of vision was a series of crisscross and dense blue lights. These lights were like infrared ray alarms in an agent's movie, covering the entire passage. Although I have stepped on it a long time ago, I still feel a bit of a toothache when seeing so many magic forbidden microphones. Mike walked closer to the entrance and took out the dragon blood that Draco had given him from the non-marking stretch curse bag. Open the bottle cap and sprinkle the dragon blood into the channel. The dragon's blood radiating a faint red light is scattered in the passage, and the red light is especially obvious at night. As the dragon's blood fell, the original trajectory of some of the thicker blue light in the passage changed, all shining on the dragon's blood on the ground. In the passage, the originally densely packed blue light wall with no cracks is also showing some gaps. www.readaloud.com. These gaps are extremely small, even adults who have undergone rigorous agent training can never make it, but they benefit from the size of children nowadays. This is enough for Mike, who was a professional in his previous life. Moved a bit. Because he had squatted for too long, Mike took a deep breath and rushed towards the passage. Mike made a stunt-like difficult movement in the channel. The fat wizard robes had long been replaced by tights that were easy to move. In the blink of an eye, Mike had already arrived at the center of the passage. The second half of the passage was not sprayed with dragon blood, and the blue light still densely formed a light wall. Mike propped his right toe on the ground, raised his left foot at 30 degrees, bent his left calf downwards at a 45-degree angle, and raised his left hand high. With the only right hand that can move freely, he took out the dragon blood with difficulty, and Mike threw out all the dragon blood left in the bottle. There was a gap in the light wall in front of him again. Mike is already sweating profusely and his legs are trembling slightly. Although the posture has only been maintained for a few seconds, it has consumed a lot of his energy. Took a deep breath and exerted force on his toes, and Mike rushed out again. There was another spin and jump, and Mike finally passed the terrifying passage. Mike, who passed through the first passage, slumped on the ground like a dead dog, panting. He didn't even dare to gasp in the passage just now. This body is still a child after all, and its physical strength is not as good as the middle-aged state of his previous life. After taking a rest for a while, the Mike, who finally eased back, looked at the passage. When he thought of repeating the operation when he left, the Mike felt his teeth hurt again. Chapter 46, Reward. Shook his head to throw the distracting thoughts out of his mind, and Mike continued to walk towards the depths of the restricted area. Mike didn't find any restrictions on the next part of the journey, which made him more vigilant. The passageway at the entrance is so densely prohibited that there will be no defense here. What Mike didn't know was that the restriction was actually arranged here, and it was still the kind of ban on the touch and death attack. However, Dumbledore ordered the removal of these restrictions. Dumbledore is definitely the kindest principal in Hogwarts history, not one of them. Before he became the principal, Hogwarts school rules were very cruel. Just as Filch told Mike and the others on the night of the ban, Hogwarts treated students who violated school rules and punished them very seriously. Filch's office still keeps the instruments of torture, not only the iron chains used for hanging, but also soldering irons, steel drills, strangely shaped knives, etc. These instruments of torture were carefully preserved by Filch, to be used again in the future. After Dumbledore became the principal, he ordered the abolition of all cruel punishments, including the dangerous prohibitions in the restricted book area. Passed through the second passage without risk, and the true face of the restricted book zone finally appeared in front of Mike. The area of the forbidden book area is not large. Mike can see through the entire forbidden book area at a glance. There are about 30 bookshelves scattered in the dark forbidden book area. These bookshelves are completely different from the bookshelves in the library outside. In Mike's magic perception vision, they are like light walls, exuding a faint magic power outward, and it is obvious that some kind of magic has been released. Mike turned around and found that the books in the restricted area were not only classified, but also all spotless, as if people were often cleaning them. Now Mike knows what the magic attached to the bookshelf is. It was cleaned up to protect these precious books. In the innermost bookshelves of the forbidden book area are stored high-end dark magic revealed, soul practice notes and other books that are known to be dark magic. The magic fluctuations on these bookshelves are much stronger than the rest of the bookshelves. In the field of magic perception, they are no longer walls of light, they are completely walls of fire. Looking at the rich magic waves on these bookshelves, Mike decided to abandon them, and turned to look at those bookshelves with weaker magic waves. Only then did the ghost know what strange magic was attached to those bookshelves with dark magic books. Walked to the bookshelf where the magic fluctuation was the weakest, Mike took out the Muggle camera from the non-mark expansion curse bag and started taking pictures. Judging from the title of the book, this should be the shelf for storing advanced spells, such as Close Your Brain, The Way of the Master of the Gods, Detailed Explanation of Advanced Curses, 100 Uses of Flame Curses. As the rolls of film are filled up by Mike, a large amount of advanced magic knowledge is collected by Mike. Mike originally planned to use a magic quill to copy these books, but after discovering that the Muggle camera could be used in Hogwarts, he decisively gave up the idea. The efficiency of the two is simply incomparable. These high-end magic books are thicker than each, and it took most of the film for Mike to shoot the first bookshelf. There is no way Mike can only pause and choose books that are useful to him to shoot. When Mike has finished shooting all the curse books he has selected, there is not much left of his film. To make matters worse, he spent too much time, and it will be bright in a few hours. The rest of the bookshelves in the forbidden book area are respectively placed with magic history materials and advanced potion formulas. Mike has no desire to understand the historical secrets of the wizarding world. On the contrary, the sales of Dolphin's magic drink made him very interested in potions. Walked quickly to the rows of bookshelves where the potion formula was placed, and began to search for the books he needed. Fortune elixir? This is good, take it. Wolf's potion? Rubbish. No. I haven't shot many recipes yet, Mike ran out of film. The complexity of the formulas of these potions is far beyond Mike's imagination, and the thickness of cutting-edge formulas like Elixir of Fortune is no less than that of curse books like detailed explanation of advanced spells. Looking at the bookshelf that was half unfinished, Mike let out a deep breath. I have no choice but to find a chance to come again next time. The harvest this time has actually exceeded Mike's expectations. He originally planned to take a few important spells and finish it, but this time he also took a few cutting-edge potion formulas. It was late, and Mike had no choice but to leave. By the time Mike returned to the Ravenclaw Lounge, the outside sky was already bright. The Kitty Hawks who had been carnival in the lounge returned to their bedroom to rest, leaving only a mess. Surprisingly, there is still one person who has not rested, and that is Franklin. Mike cautiously walked around Franklin, who was dozing off on the sofa, and prepared to return to the bedroom without knowing it. But looking at Franklin, who was shivering on the sofa, felt cold, took out a blanket from the bedroom and gently placed it on Franklin. www.readaloud.com. The moment the blanket was covered, Franklin scratched his face in horror. After holding Mike's hand, Mike was taken aback. He tried to pull out his hand but failed. He had no choice but to release the phantom spell. Watching Mike appear in front of his eyes, Franklin opened his mouth in surprise, and the atmosphere became a bit awkward for a while. If I say that I just went out to the toilet, do you believe it? Mike scratched his nose and said. Franklin, who finally reacted, slowly let go of Mike's hand, and said weakly to Mike, I looked for you all night. You tell me the truth about where you went? Why didn't you get on me? Are we friends? These three fatal questions made Mike extremely embarrassed. He really didn't expect that Franklin, a dumb man, would wait for him in the lounge all night stupidly, but he was still a little moved in his heart. I went to a dangerous place. I didn't take you there because I was afraid you would get hurt. To put it bluntly, it's because I'm too weak to hold you back, isn't it? I'm so stupid, I thought we were friends who said nothing. Franklin was paralyzed on the sofa, watching the tears come down. After a long silence, Mike stepped forward and gave him a big hug, and whispered in his ear, Hi, brother, listen to me. I promise you this is the last time, okay? I'll take you next time. Franklin clenched his fist tightly, choked back, Mike didn't deny Franklin just now, this undoubtedly admitted Franklin's words in disguise. Tears finally couldn't help streaming down. Franklin hugged Mike tightly, and at the same time vowed in his heart that he must study hard and improve his strength as soon as possible. Otherwise, I might never be able to help Mike. Chapter 47, Year-End Dinner. P.S. Ask for votes. Happy hours are always so short, a week of carnival time seems to pass in the blink of an eye. Soon after Mike returned to the dormitory, the trio of salvation was also rescued one by one. Ron and Hermione were not seriously injured, and they soon appeared in front of everyone alive. Everyone gathered around the two to ask about the situation last night. Hermione Laurie had a thin face, blushing and bowing her head without speaking. Ron was so excited, with a red face telling everyone what they saw and heard under the trapdoor. Compared to the two Harrys, it was much worse. He lay in the infirmary for 3 days before waking up. Mike took Franklin to see Harry as soon as he woke up. During the conversation, Harry apologized to Mike. In this Philosopher's Stone adventure, they didn't take him with him because they couldn't find Mike at the time. Speaking of Franklin and Mike, he was very big. Franklin was autistic after that day. This young man Mike is still very optimistic, but Mike can only comfort him. He recovered after Mike promised to give Franklin a makeup lesson during the summer. Finally, after such a busy week, Mike welcomed his first year-end dinner at Hogwarts. Because he wanted to help decorate the auditorium, Mike followed Professor Flitwick to the auditorium early. The kitty eagles hung the flags of the Ravenclaw Wisdom Eagle on the walls of the auditorium under the demonstration of Professor Flovey, and the tablecloths were all replaced with blue. Their current college score is the highest, which means that this year's college cup already belongs to them. The auditorium has become a blue ocean thanks to the efforts of the Kitty Hawks, and Professor Flitwick's smile is almost out of sight. Slytherin has won the Academy Cup for 6 consecutive years, and Ravenclaw has been the second child for 6 years. Originally, he thought it would be the same this year, but he didn't expect Mike to show his power and directly push Ravenclaw to the first place. After that, look for Mike in the crowd. Such a good boy should be rewarded. Mike did not smile like everyone else. He knew that Gryffindor had already been assigned to Gryffindor for this year's College Cup. No matter how many points they lead Gryffindor, Dumbledore will make up for Gryffindor tonight. Professor Flitwick looked at Mike with a gloomy look and thought it was because he was about to leave and Mike was about to become homeless again. Thinking of this, Professor Flitwick couldn't help but feel a touch of tenderness in his eyes. "Mike, why are you staying here alone?" Flovey patted Mike's arm. "Don't be unhappy, you are our hero today. I'm afraid you will be unhappy soon." Mike thought to himself, meanwhile a smirk on his face. As soon as Professor Flovey saw it, he strengthened his guess, and said softly, "Don't worry about the holiday. If you don't mind, you can live in my house. I just have a few old friends to introduce you to." Mike felt a little strange, but his face remained calm. It's not so good, will it trouble you too much?" Mike wanted to refuse. He had promised Franklin to take him to make-up classes during the summer vacation. "You don't have to be polite with me, that's the decision." Professor Flitwick slapped his hands. "Tomorrow you don't rush to leave, I will take you to my house when I finish handling the affairs in the college." Mike could only agree with a wry smile, and at the same time mourned poor Franklin for 3 seconds. Just as Mike and Professor Flovey had a very happy conversation, the students came to the auditorium one after another, and soon the auditorium was full. Seeing that the dinner was about to begin, Flovey greeted the students to return to their respective tables and return to their places. Mike saw Draco in the crowd. Draco's face was not very good at this time, his original big-backed head became a bit messy, and he was walking a little lame, as if he had just been beaten. Not only him, all the Slytherin students looked bad, just as everyone present owed them $1 million. Mike understands their feelings very well. Slytherin's legendary record of winning the Academy Cup for 6 consecutive years has been broken in their hands. These people will definitely become Slytherin's shame. In sharp contrast to them are Ravenclaw and Gryffindor. One of these two colleges is the biggest winner of this school year, and the other is that they are satisfied as long as they see Slytherin luck. When the Slytherin students saw that the Gryffindor people looked like a new disaster, they were so angry that they would lose to Ravenclaw. After all, they were not good at learning. Lanfender is ranked 3rd, what qualifications do you have to be so arrogant if you lose? So the people in the two colleges scolded each other. The Eloquence little snakes are obviously not the opponents of the little lions, especially the Weasley brothers and Lee Jordan. These 3 can scold Slytherin as a whole 3rd grade. Speechless. Seeing that the scolding battle was about to escalate into a fight, Dumbledore finally arrived. With Dumbledore's wand waved, a violent explosion echoed in the auditorium. Everyone under the stage was attracted by the sound. It was Dumbledore who came and hurriedly returned to his position to sit quietly. And Dumbledore nodded with satisfaction as he watched the silence regained in the audience and began his speech. Not surprisingly, Mike www.readaloud.com as Dumbledore announced time and time again that he had added points to the Salvation Trio, Gryffindor's score went from 3rd to tied with Ravenclaw. The first. This is not over yet. After adding 10 points to Neville, Gryffindor surpassed Ravenclaw and became the number 1. It looks like the decoration here needs to be changed tonight. With the waving of Dumbledore's wand, the blue auditorium that the Kitty Hawks had arranged after a busy afternoon instantly turned into a golden red representing Gryffindor. The little lions of Gryffindor exploded. They cheered and came to the trio of salvation. They raised and lowered them high, shouting their names. Kitty Hawks are all autistic. The male student chair abbot sitting next to Mike clenched his fists, and didn't even notice that his nails pierced his palms. Drops of blood continued to drip on the table, and disappeared after being absorbed by the golden red tablecloth. This meal was extremely uncomfortable for the little eagles, and the usual delicious and tempting food became like white wax in the mouths of the little eagles. Professor Flivy on the stage had a bad face, and he left soon after the banquet began. Mike can't eat anymore, surrounded by melancholy little wizards with no appetite. It is obviously inappropriate for him to eat by himself at this time. Seeing Professor Flitwick walking out of the auditorium, Mike also got up and left. Mike's departure was like a signal, and Ravenclaw's kitties also got up one by one, followed Mike and left the auditorium. Slytherin's little snakes were amused, and under the leadership of each prefect, they also left the auditorium. The original lively auditorium only left the little lion who was still carving and the little badger who just focused on eating, and Dumbledore's smile on the stage slowly became stiff. Chapter 48, Door Key. Ravenclaw was embarrassed this time. The Academy Cup was taken away by Gryffindor. Fortunately, the auditorium that had been so painstakingly decorated also made a wedding gown for others. After everyone returned to the Ravenclaw lounge, they finally started to complain. Some said that Dumbledore was covering Gryffindor, and some said that Harry Potter and the group were lucky. The clever little eagles can see the silliness in it, and Mike only added 100 points when he carried the monster in the Forbidden Forest. And Harry Potter and the 4 men who carried a wave of that monster were added a full 324 points. The Kitty Hawks were filled with righteous indignation, and some of the more sensitive seniors even shed tears. How happy they were before, how sad they are now. Fortunately, Professor Flivy rushed over in time. I can see that Professor Flivy is also a sentimental person, his eyes are red, maybe he has already cried. But at this moment he still stood up to comfort everyone. Facts have proved that more girls are good, and everyone gradually calmed down under the comfort of Professor Flivy. This is to be replaced by the fact that Gryffindor's Academy Cup was snatched by Slytherin, and maybe the little lions have already engaged with the little snakes. Mike looked at all this blankly. He was already mentally prepared for tonight's affairs, so he didn't feel too uncomfortable. What happened tonight directly led to Ravenclaw and Griffin's feud, and it seems that this feud will not be solved for at least the next 7 years. Gryffindor's current situation is very bad. They hadn't dealt with Slytherin. If they were the same as the original book this time, it would be okay. At most, it would be a grudge. But now he offended Ravenclaw again, and it seemed that Gryffindor's life next semester would be difficult. But none of this has much to do with Mike. He still has a burning eyebrow problem to solve. You mean, the training plan for the holiday was cancelled? Franklin shut himself down again. It's just a postponement. Mike took out a strip-shaped wooden box and handed it to Franklin. You take this one. Inside is a wand without traces. I don't know the specific material and core. Anyway, you can use it. The Muggle world has cast a spell. You practice it by yourself these few days, and I will go to you when I'm done. Franklin took the wooden box silently, without saying anything. He knew that Mike could only do so much for him. Late at night, Mike was lying in bed without sleep. In this year, Mike has seen all kinds of magic in the magical world, and also learned the powerful spell. I made trustworthy friends and gained the love of teachers. He has gained a lot this year, but he is still dissatisfied. He knows that now he is like a boat against the current. If he does not advance, he will retreat. In the future, he will need more efforts. I don't know how long it took, and Mike fell asleep deeply. Early the next morning, the little wizards packed their luggage and gathered at the school gate waiting for the Hogwarts Express. Although Mike didn't have to get in the car, he got up early to say goodbye to his friends. Harry's envy almost overflowed his face when he learned that Mike had been invited to spend the vacation at Professor Flitwick's house. He didn't want to go back to Dursley's if he could. Compared with Hogwarts, it was a hell. Harry had a desire to jump off the building at the thought of staying there for the whole holiday. Because Ravenclaw left too early last night, Professor Fluffy could only announce Ravenclaw's results to the Kitty Hawks this morning, and Mike also received his own report card. Surprisingly, he actually did quite well in the exam. Both the spell and transformation courses got full marks, the potions course also got a high score, and the other courses also passed. After finally sending all the little wizards away, Professor Fluffy's work is finally over. Hogwarts could not use space such as phantom shift or door key to transmit magic, so the two of them could only come to the school gate first. Sorry for keeping you waiting. Professor Fluffy took out a teacup and handed it to Mike. This is the door key, I think you should know how to use it. Mike nodded nervously and reached out to hold the corner of the teacup. This is the first time he has used the door key. I heard that the experience of using this teleportation magic is not very good. I hope he will not vomit by then. The moment Mike's hand touched the teacup, the two disappeared into a twisted afterimage. The next second Mike appeared on the floor of a strange room. Professor Flitwick helped Mike up and patted Mike on his back to relieve his discomfort. Mike felt that he was going to die. Just now he felt like he was thrown into the washing machine. His whole person was squeezed and deformed and kept spinning. I finally reached the destination when I was about to vomit, but unfortunately I lost my balance and fell to the ground. Mike, who had been slowing down for a long time, began to look at this room. This should be the living room. The all-crystal ceiling chandelier is reflecting the brilliant light under the sunlight. There are many microphones hanging on the wall that can recognize and agree. The unrecognizable animal specimens are also placed in the most conspicuous part of the room with a shiny medal. It is estimated that this is Professor Fluffy's fighting championship medal. Professor Flitwick saw that Mike noticed those medals. Reading www.yuyuganshu.com introduced him. This is the championship medal I won in the International Wizarding Fighting Competition that year. You haven't seen it, those arrogant ones. What is the expression of purebloods being defeated by my 1-meter-high hybrid? Mike is very cooperative with an expression of admiration. Fluffy was even more energetic when he saw it, and began to introduce Mike to the stuffed animals on the wall. This is a curled winged demon. It is a cunning hunter. Don't look at it as a big guy with a wingspan of nearly 3 meters, but when it is curled up, it is only the size of an egg. They will hide in the shadows waiting for the prey to approach, and then suddenly stretch out so that the whole body wraps the prey's head and its brain. This is... Professor Flitwick became more and more vigorous as he talked, and Mike couldn't interrupt him. He could only cooperate with him to make expressions of surprise and admiration, and his face became a little sour. Coo! A long sound rang from Mike's belly, and Professor Fluffy woke up from his feverish state when he heard the sound. Oh, sorry kid, I'm guilty of old problems again. Fluffy stretched out his hand and snapped his fingers. Lolo, is lunch ready? With the sound of snapping fingers, a house elf appeared in front of Mike. I saw it bowed, the angle was very exaggerated, and its head reached the floor. Mike couldn't see what it looked like. He could only tell from the clean and tidy pillowcases that it should have been pretty good. Yes, master. A shrill voice came from his mouth. Lolo prepared roast potatoes, roast chicken, and mushroom sweet soup for you and your respected guests. I hope that you and your respected guests' satisfaction. The house elf Lolo burst out a long list of dish names in a huffled tone. Mike was dumbfounded when he heard it. It's a pity that this guy didn't become a comedian. Chapter 48, Professor Flitwick's Home. Ravenclaw was so embarrassed this time that the Academy Cup was taken away by Gryffindor. Fortunately, the auditorium that had been so painstakingly arranged also made a wedding gown for others. After everyone returned to the Ravenclaw lounge, they finally started to complain. Some said that Dumbledore was covering Gryffindor, and some said that Harry Potter and the group were lucky. The clever little eagles can see the silliness in it, and Mike only added 100 points when he carried the monster in the Forbidden Forest. And Harry Potter and the 4 men who carried a wave of that monster were added a full 324 points. The Kitty Hawks were filled with righteous indignation, and some of the more sensitive seniors even shed tears. How happy they were before, how sad they are now. Fortunately, Professor Fluffy rushed over in time. I can see that Professor Fluffy is also a sentimental person, his eyes are red, maybe he has already cried. But at this moment he still stood up to comfort everyone. Facts have proved that more girls are good, and everyone gradually calmed down under the comfort of Professor Fluffy. This is to be replaced by the fact that Gryffindor's Academy Cup was snatched by Slytherin, and maybe the little lions have already engaged with the little snakes. Mike looked at all this blankly. He was already mentally prepared for tonight's affairs, so he didn't feel too uncomfortable. What happened tonight directly led to Ravenclaw and Griffin's feud, and it seems that this feud will not be solved for at least the next 7 years. Gryffindor's current situation is very bad. They hadn't dealt with Slytherin. If it were the same as the original this time, it would be okay. At most, it would be a grudge. But now he offended Ravenclaw again, and it seemed that Gryffindor's life next semester would be difficult. But none of this has much to do with Mike. He still has a burning eyebrow problem to solve. You mean, the training plan for the holiday was cancelled? Franklin shut himself down again. That's not what I mean. The plan has not been cancelled, but it just needs to be slowed down. Mike explained hurriedly, I have a wand with no trace of wire here. I will give it to you first. You will see it first. Practice by yourself with the notes I gave you, and I will go to you when my affairs are finished, okay? Franklin was finally coaxed. It was midnight. Mike was lying on the bed with his eyes open, not sleepy at all. His first year at Hogwarts just ended. In this year, Mike has seen all kinds of magic in the magical world, and also learned the powerful spell. I made trustworthy friends and gained the love of teachers. He has gained a lot this year, but he is still dissatisfied. He knows that now he is like a boat against the current. If he does not advance, he will retreat. In the future, he needs more efforts. I don't know how long it took, and Mike fell asleep deeply. Early the next morning, the little wizards packed their luggage and gathered at the school gate waiting for the Hogwarts Express. Although Mike didn't have to get in the car, he got up early to say goodbye to his friends. Harry's envy almost overflowed his face when he learned that Mike had been invited to spend the vacation at Professor Flitwick's house. He didn't want to go back to Dursley's if he could. Compared with Hogwarts, it was a hell. Harry wanted to die at the thought of staying there for the whole holiday. Chapter 49, Godric Valley 210. House elves are excellent slaves. They are born with magical abilities and do not need to learn like wizards. At the same time, after thousands of years of brainwashing, they are now proud of helping their masters for free, and ashamed of being abandoned by their masters. The original house elves were the spoils captured by the families that participated in the war to suppress the rebellion of the goblins. After being passed down to later generations, they became a symbol of family glory and heritage. Therefore, any family would never sell house elves unless they were unable to survive. This made house elves a priceless and marketless treasure. Lolo was won by Professor Flitwick and others. It is said that the guy who lost Lolo was beaten to death by the elders in the family after returning home. Mike doesn't have any sympathy for house elves, and he will be beaten if he falls behind. This is the unchanging truth in the world. But I have to say that Lolo's craftsmanship is indeed good, not at all like a house elf from the UK. This meal Mike and Professor Flitwick had a very enjoyable meal. After lunch, Fluffy took Mike and began to visit his house. The address of this house is 210 Godric Valley. You are not mistaken, it is the Godric Valley where Harry Potter's parents lived. To tell the truth, this house is not magical at all from the outside, just like a normal British two-story building. But if you open the door and enter it, you will find that there is a cave inside. The door that opens and closes automatically, the mop and rag that you clean yourself, the specimen whose eyeballs turn around. The most exaggerated thing is that there are 46 rooms in this small house. From a guest room of tens of square meters to a spell training room of hundreds of square meters, a large number of non-marking retractable spells have been attached to each room. Such a big pen shook Mike. If this amount of engineering is used to make non-marking telescopic bags, I'm afraid it will be enough to buy a small diagonal alley. After learning that this house was built by Professor Flitwick himself, Mike's eyes looked different. Are you so rich and still go to Hogwarts as a professor? I'm afraid it's not Sheila Z. Professor Flitwick also went to the Hogwarts lounge. Mike. Although the conditions were good, it was a sky and an underground compared with this moat house. Mike raised his doubts to Flivvy, but Professor Flivvy did not explain to Mike, he just laughed and changed the subject. Stop asking these boring questions, let's go to the magic training room. I want to take a good look at your magic level. The magic training room in the moat house is more luxurious than the one inside the secret door of Professor Flivvy's office. The material on the wall has been upgraded directly from anti-magic stone to obsidian. Mike raised the black prickly pear wand under Flivvy's gaze. Flaming flames. A blazing white flame spewed from the tip of the stick and swallowed several dummies not far away, and the brightness of the entire training room was reduced a bit. The quality of the dummy here is obviously better than that of the dummy in the responsive room. It took 10 seconds to melt under the burning of the white flame. With Mike's thoughts moving, the fire column ejected from the tip of the stick disappeared, and blazing white fireballs the size of adult fists were launched. These fireballs do not fly fast, but they can automatically adjust the flight trajectory and finally focus on the target as if they have automatic tracking. Boom! 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 As the fireball concentrated on the dummy, a series of explosions flooded the area where the dummy was located, and the air wave hit Mike and Flivvy, blowing the hem of the two of them. Professor Flitwick was very excited and applauded again and again. However, Mike's performance is not over yet. Wind speed curse. Obstacles. Blazing flames. Torn apart. All petrified. Mike started to run. Under the blessing of the wind speed curse, he was like a lightning flashing in the training room. A series of curses were released from his wand, and the few active targets left in the training room were blasted into scum. Mike, who finished the performance, was panting with his hands on his knees. At this moment, he was just as if he had just been taken out of the water, and he was covered in sweat. Although the performance just lasted only less than 5 minutes, it took Mike a lot of energy. Professor Flitwick on the side hurriedly changed a glass of water and handed it to Mike. You are definitely the best student I have ever taught. I will only demonstrate the variant technique of the flame curse for you, and then you can teach yourself for a year. Do this. I can't believe you just finished first grade this year. How can it be taught by the dean? Mike took the cup and drank it. I am a helpless orphan without your care. How could I have achieved today's results without your care? Professor Flivvy is a very emotional person. He turned his eyes red when he heard Mike's words. He stretched out his hand to touch Mike's head, but found that he was too short to reach him, and his expression became a bit awkward. S outstretched hand quietly changed its direction and patted on Mike's arm, and continued to say compliments to Mike. And Mike continued to talk to Flivvy as if he hadn't seen what Flivvy had just done. Before dinner, Professor Flitwick took Mike around again in Godric Valley. www.readaloud.com. They just walked out of the gate, and the moat house behind them disappeared. Mike knew it should be a kind of protection. Magic, the evaluation of this ditch house in my heart rose a bit. Godric Valley is the birthplace of Godric Gryffindor, one of the 4 founders of the famous Hogwarts. After the International Secrets Act came into effect, it became a village where Muggles and wizards live together. If the two live together for a long time, Muggles will naturally discover some secrets about wizards, so this is also the key work area of the Amnestics Division of the Ministry of Magic. According to statistics, every Muggle resident here has been forgotten, perhaps because of the after effects of the Forgotten Curse. The Muggle memory here is not very good. At the same time, this is also the birthplace of the famous Harry Potter. It was here that Voldemort was defeated by the baby Harry Potter. In order to commemorate the Potter family, a bronze statue of their family was erected on the village square. These bronze statues have been given a Muggle expulsion curse. To the Muggles, this is only a monument to commemorate World War II. But in the eyes of the wizards, it was a bronze statue of the Potter family of 3. Almost every wizard who came to Godric Valley would choose to come here and give a deep bow to this brave family to thank them for their contribution to the wizarding world. The church in the village is also unusual. The small cemetery behind the church is the ancestral burial ground of many pure-blood families. Those powerful wizards who were stunned during their lifetime can only be buried in this small and broken cemetery after death. Death is really an equal and terrifying thing. Mike looked at the dense tombstones in front of him and thought. It's no wonder that Voldemort is so desperate to pursue longevity. There is a great terror hidden in death. Chapter 50, Crow and Number 039, S Nest. The next few days Mike had a very fulfilling life. Every morning he ran around the village. The residents in this village were mostly Muggle old people, and the young people went out to work. It's probably been a long time since these old people saw a teenager like Mike. Every time he met Mike running, he would invite Mike to his home. After being refused, he would give Mike some food. Every time Mike went out for a run, he went out empty-handed and returned with a load. Professor Flitwick woke up after he came back from the run. After breakfast, Flitwick will teach Mike. Professor Flitwick is indeed a fighting champion. The proper way to teach Mike is to go to the training room to play a game. Field. Under Flitwick's teaching, Mike felt that his skill in avoiding the spell was getting more and more adept. The rest of the time, Mike will stay in the room alone and study the books brought back from the restricted book zone. As early as the first day of his vacation, those films were handed to a small camera shop in London to wash the photos. The owner of the camera shop seems to be a fan of occultism. When Mike went to get the photos, he took Mike and talked about various occult things for a while. Mike thought that the other party was also a wizard at first, so he almost took out his wand and fainted on the ground, but then after experimenting with the topic of mudblood, he found that the other party was just a Muggle and didn't care about it. On this day, Mike woke up early to go for a morning jog as usual. When he came to the living room, he found that Professor Flitwick had dressed up and was waiting in the living room early. The young man is very energetic. Come here, we are going to set off. Go? Where to go? Diagon Alley. Mike asked, a black question mark on his face. Didn't I tell you? We are going to a party today. Mike then remembered that Professor Flitwick had indeed said this when he was at Hogwarts, but after so many days, he had long forgotten it. Okay, let's not talk about it. We are about to be late. Professor Fluffy waved his hand. Come on, grab my shoulder, this time we use apparition. When Mike heard the apparition shift, the heart felt tight. He still remembered the unpleasant experience sent by the door key last time, but he still bit the bullet and grabbed Professor Fluffy's shoulder. As Professor Fluffy gently waved the magic wand in his hand, a familiar dizziness came, and the next moment the two appeared in a jungle. The jungle in front of me is not as gloomy as the Forbidden Forest. The morning sun shines through the sparse branches and leaves on the lush vegetation on the ground. Colorful flowers are blooming in the green forest, and the breeze blows them. While bringing up a scent of flowers, they also blow these flowers slightly, like a girl bathing in the sun, stretching lazily. What a sight only in fairy tales. A small bowel path in the woods leads to the distance. The road is very smooth, without a stubborn rock. From time to time, there is a squirrel jumping and falling on it. Looking around, he quickly disappeared after seeing Professor Mike and Fluffy. In the jungle. Professor Flitwick was walking along this trail with Mike, and there was a constant sound of birdsong around him. After walking for less than 10 minutes, a clearing appeared in front of Mike. The clearing was covered with green grass, and there was a dilapidated hut in the center of the clearing. The little animals in the forest gathered around the hut to play around. They didn't run away when they met Mike and Fluffy. Instead, they blinked their big watery eyes and stared at them curiously. On the way here, Professor Flitwick has already told Mike about today's meeting. This is a monthly gathering of the Raven's Nest. The Raven's Nest is an organization spontaneously formed by the Ravenclaw graduates. At first it was just a gathering similar to the classmates' reunion, but as time has settled to the present 1,000 years later, the Raven's Nest has become a behemoth. The members of the organization are all over the world. If new members want to join the Raven's Nest, they must be from Ravenclaw. They must also be recommended by a member who has joined for more than 10 years, and then tested. Under such strict screening of membership conditions, all members of the organization are talented and extraordinary. There are 4 colleges with similar organizations: Slytherin's Thoroughbred, Gryffindor's Order of the Phoenix, Hufflepuff's Badger Cave. Among them, the most influential one is Badger Cave. Hufflepuff's wizards are not as smart as Ravenclaw, as rich as Slytherin, and as bravery as Gryffindor, but there is an advantage that no other college can match, and that is the number of people. You may find it a bit funny to see here, but in the sparsely populated world of wizards, the number of people is indeed a huge advantage. No money or strength. It doesn't matter, we are crowded. Compared to Badger Cave, Raven's Nest is more like a classmates' mutual aid association, and the monthly gathering is more like a classmate gathering than the organization of friendship. As for the Order of the Phoenix in Gryffindor and the Thoroughbred Society of Slytherin, these 2 organizations have suffered both losses after the war provoked by the 2 Dark Lords. UU reading www.uugonshu.com. The Order of the Phoenix is a little better. At least Dumbledore, the strongest wizard, is supported. The Pure-Blood Society is already in a semi-disbanded state. The powerful pure-blood families have all withered, only left 2 or 3 big cats and kittens. The Raven's Nest actually participated in these 2 wars, but because most of the organization was composed of pure-blood wizards, it was on the side of the Dark Lord. Fortunately, the people of Ravenclaw were still very witty, and they left immediately when the situation was wrong. Because of this, the Raven's Nest suffered little losses in these 2 wars. While Hufflepuff is neutral, it is amazing to preserve his strength. In this case, Badger Cave has become the undisputed king of the British wizarding world. From the drivers who drive the night bus to the top of the Ministry of Magic, the members of Badger Cave are all over the wizarding world. And Hufflepuff is notoriously united. One party is in trouble and all parties provide assistance. In the academy, you can still laugh at Hufflepuff's students as a rice bucket. You can try again in society. Someone will immediately beat you up from society. Professor Fluffy brought Mike to the Raven's Nest party this time to recommend Mike to join the Raven's Nest. According to Professor Fluffy, the entrance test for the Raven's Nest is very strict and the pass rate is extremely low, but as long as you join the Raven's Nest, you can get great benefits. Not only can internal knowledge be shared with you, members who ask for help from the same organization when encountering difficulties will also get help within their capabilities. And the organization has special help for members who have not yet graduated, providing a free meditation idea passed down from Ms. Ravenclaw. Professor Fluffy is not clear about how strong this meditation idea is. It is said that it varies from person to person, but according to Professor Fluffy's own experiments, the effect of meditation will increase at least 3 times. Chapter 51, Test. The space in the hut is very large, and it can be seen that it is also attached with a traceless stretch curse like number 210 in Godric Valley. When Mike and Professor Fluffy entered the cabin, they found that someone had arrived early. I saw 2 middle-aged men sitting around a huge strip-shaped conference table, talking and laughing with Erlang's legs upright at the moment. Seeing Mike and Flitwick coming in, a middle-aged man with brown curly hair greeted them enthusiastically. "Fellows! Long time no see." The middle-aged man squatted down and gave Fluffy a hug. "Today we have to have a good drink. It's true that you stay at Hogwarts every day and want to see you. It's difficult. Ha ha ha, we won't be drunk until today's business is finished." Hearing Fluffy talking about business, the middle-aged man looked at Mike and asked, "This is the good seed you said?" "Yes, Mike Tonley, the most talented kid I have seen for so many years teaching at Hogwarts." Professor Flitwick introduced, "Mike, this is Mario Foley, the current deputy director of the Auror office. You should be familiar with his son, Abbott Foley of our college, and the chairman of the Hogwarts Boys Student Union last year. I've been admiring a big name for a long time, Mr. Foley." Mike stretched out his right hand and said, "Neither humble nor humble, Senior Abbott has always been my idol. I often hear him talk about having a good father. I heard that he has owls this year. I got 12 excellent exams, which is really amazing. Facts have proved that whether it is Eastern or Western, parents like to hear others praise their children." This Mr. Mario laughed as soon as he heard Mike talk about his son, and shook Mike's outstretched hand vigorously. "I can see that this is a very straightforward person." Seeing how happy they are, the smile on Professor Flitwick's face is a bit brighter. "I'll introduce this gentleman again." Fluffy stretched his hand to the middle-aged human who was sitting alone at the conference table and looked a little cold. "Mr. Barty Crouch, the current director of the Magic Law Enforcement Department. Visangamo members of Parliament are also strong competitors for the Minister of Magic." Old Batty heard Fluffy introduce him like this, his dark face turned black. Everyone knows that he lost to Fudge in the Minister of Magic election that year because his son Barty Crouch Jr. was a Death Eater. Fluffy even today called himself a strong leader of the Minister of Magic. A strong competitor. In his opinion it was a stark insult. But his good self-cultivation didn't make him make any drastic actions, and he nodded slightly towards Mike. Mike naturally wouldn't use his hot face to stick to someone's cold when he saw it. After introducing the two professors, Professor Fluffy stood on tiptoes and started looking around, seeming to be looking for something. "What about old Carter? He is the host of today's test, why didn't he see him?" Fluffy turned to Mario and asked. "Who knows? I'm lost. You know, he is old, and some dementias are normal." Mr. Mario joked, "Ah, say CAO is here." While the two were talking, a man with a goatee, white beard and hair, and looking older than Dumbledore pushed the door into the cabin. "I seem to have heard someone say bad things about me, is it you, Mario?" the old man asked with a smile. "Haha, you must have heard it wrong, Carter. We are introducing you to little Mike." Mr. Mario laughed twice and began to change the subject. "This is Gilga Carter, the former director of the Department of Magical Accidents and Disasters, a permanent member of the Visangama Council. This is the little Mike, what a handsome young man." Before Mike could speak, Gilga's big hand covered his head and said kindly, "Fellows told me about you. A poor child." Mike felt the temperature from the top of his head and was a little uncomfortable. Even though he has been in this body for more than a year, he still doesn't like other people's behaviors of treating children like touching his head and killing him, so he can only say hello with a smile. The four of them were chatting and laughing at the door, and the old Batty on the side felt a little uncomfortable. He took out his pocket watch and took a look, then interrupted impatiently. "Now that everyone is here, let's start. I still have a lot of work to do." Was interrupted in the conversation. Mario was obviously a little unhappy, he still wanted to continue talking about his son with two old friends. "Well, since Crouch still has business to do, let's do business first." Mr. Carter reached out his hand to stop Mario who was about to attack, and talked. After finishing speaking, he took out his magic wand from his robe and waved it lightly, and a silver-white bird stand appeared on the conference table with a huge raven standing upright on it. This raven is about 1 meter high, its dark feathers are shining with gloomy light, and its lines are clear. The pair of feet are about the size of an adult's palm. www.readaloud.com. The sharp tips of the claws flashed with cold light from time to time. Mike thought it was a living raven at first, but he noticed that the raven was standing motionless on the bird rack before he realized that it was a sculpture. "Well, gentlemen, today's testing ceremony begins." Carter's dry voice recalled Mike's consciousness. The person undergoing the test this time is Mike Tonley, and his recommender is Felius Flavie. The host is Gilga Carter, and the test witnesses are Mario Foley and Batty Crouch. Carter introduced the on-site personnel to the raven statue and said to Mike, "Don't be nervous, this raven statue is one of the relics left by Ms. Ravenclaw. It can test the talent of a wizard. The test method is very simple, just stare into the eyes of the raven, there is no danger, come on." Hearing the words, Mike also had no ink marks. He took a deep breath and forced his inner tension down, and he came to the raven statue under everyone's gaze. After walking in, you can find the exquisiteness of this statue even more. Anyone who sees this statue for the first time will definitely mistake it for a living raven. Its eyes are not as dead as ordinary specimens or statues, but rather give people a clever feeling. It seemed to have a kind of magic power. Mike just stared at it for a moment and felt the surrounding things begin to fade, and only the dark brown vertical pupil in his vision began to become clearer and clearer. As time passed, all Mike's attention was focused on that eye. Suddenly, the originally quiet statue blinked suddenly, and that eye suddenly looked at Mike. Mike was taken aback by the sudden change. His eyes swept around, but he found that he was already in a light blue sea of light. Chapter 52, Scratches. Chapter 52, Claw Marks. P.S. Let me ask for a vote brazenly. The momentary switching of scenes made Mike's heart beat wildly, and the black pearwood wand hidden in his cuff appeared in his hand. Armor Bodyguard. The newly learned amulet was released. With this layer of invisible armor on his body, Mike finally had a little bit of ground and began to observe his own situation. There is a light blue light wherever he enters the eye. Because there is no reference, Mike can't tell the difference between east and west. Suddenly, in the sea of light, a dead tree that is more than 10 meters high and needs 2 people to hug to be able to hug it appeared not far from Mike. The branches of the dead tree were covered with ravens, and they were all looking at the Mike below. The raven at the top was so huge that Mike recognized it was the sculpture at a glance. It doesn't even look like a sculpture now, the dark brown pupils are shining with cold light, the neck is flexibly twisted, and the eyes on each side of the head take turns looking at Mike. This weird scene puts a lot of pressure on Mike. The wand instinctively waved, and another layer of armor was wrapped around him. Unexpectedly, this action seemed to anger the largest raven, and saw it suddenly spread its wings and uttered a hoarse and unpleasant chirp at Mike. It was like a signal, and the other ravens on the dead tree all fluttered up and flew towards Mike like an arrow. Looking at the crowd of crows rushing towards him like a dark cloud, Mike couldn't help but freak out. Raising the wand high, a blazing white flame rose to the sky. The scene of flame engulfing the swarm of crows did not appear as expected. These ravens rushed out of the white flame one by one, ignoring the 2 layers of armor protection, and continued to attack Mike. The first raven quickly hit Mike's body. The strange thing was that the raven turned into a plume of black smoke and got into Mike's body. With the penetration of the black smoke, Mike only felt that the magic power in his body began to become uncontrollable, and the flame curse he was releasing could no longer be maintained. And this is just the beginning. One raven after another turned into black smoke and penetrated into Mike's body. Soon Mike's whole body was enveloped in a rich black. The magic power in the body could be forced by mental power at first, but as time passed, the magic power soon boiled like boiled water. The magical runaway brought Mike an unbearable pain. After a while, Mike's consciousness began to blur and he was about to faint. Just at this moment, Mike's chest sent a biting cold to his brain, forcibly pulling his consciousness back from the edge of coma. As we all know, Coma is a protection mechanism of the body, but under the action of that cold breath, Mike's protection mechanism fails. So, Mike finally understood today what life is better than death. Every inch of his whole body was radiating pain, like the kind of pain after being bitten by a bullet ant, but his consciousness was so clear. What Mike didn't know was that the greedy pendant on his chest was emitting a dazzling blue light at this moment, and the black air on his body quickly faded and disappeared under the light of this blue light. The giant raven at the top of the dead tree saw this scene in his eyes, and a very humane surprise flashed through the pair of beast eyes. Mike found that his limbs had lost consciousness, and a numbness was spreading from his limbs to the torso. Suddenly realized that he couldn't sit still and wait for death. If this continues, I might be going to die here today. Didn't Carter, the dead old man selling batches, mean that testing would not be dangerous? Mike endured the severe pain and began to try to control the magic power in his body. The cold breath saw Mike start to shrink his mental power, and it turned out to be attached to Mike's mental power as if he had a sage. The mental power with this cold breath seems to have the effect of cooling the magic power. After being swept away, the unruly magic power started to quiet down, and Mike's limbs are slowly regaining consciousness. I don't know how long it took, the magic power became soft again, and the cold aura added to the mental power was also consumed. Without the refreshing effect of the cold breath, Mike only felt that his consciousness began to become confused. Faintly only heard the familiar call, a huge bird's claw quickly enlarged in the blurred vision, and then a fiery pain on his face. What? Mike held his face and let out a scream and finally passed out. When opened his eyes again, I saw 4 old faces looking down at him straightly. Mike instinctively punched out, and one of them screamed and fell back. After hearing this scream, Mike reacted. He seemed to have escaped from the sea of light. He hurriedly sat up and fumbled on his face, but his hand was smooth and there were no scars. "What's wrong with your face?" Professor Flitwick asked strangely. "I just saw a giant raven scratching my face." "It's okay, the injury you suffered in the test is not real, it is just an illusion created by the raven statue." Carter stroked his goatee and said, grinning, "Congratulations, you passed the test." "What? I passed? How did I pass?" Mike looked dazed. "You passed when you were pulled into the illusion by the raven statue. Only the talented person can trigger the raven statue. The illusion you enter is more like a reward. The longer you stay in it, the more benefits you will get." Big Mario, who was hit in the left eye by Mike's punch, got up. "I have to say, your kid is quite strong." "Yes, you can feel it carefully. Your magic capacity and mental power should have increased." Carter added, "In addition, the thoughts of the meditation should have been printed in your head. This is the raven statue to the minor wizard benefits." Mike turned on the magic perception www.readaloud.com and he found that his perception range had increased by nearly 3 times, and his magic capacity and magic control had also been significantly improved. Not only that, but paragraphs of esoteric and inexplicable text began to appear in his mind. These words Mike didn't even know, but they seemed to carry a kind of magical power. As soon as Mike focused on it, he fell into a deep meditative state. Not long after entering, Mike was awakened by a severe headache. This kind of meditation state consumes a lot of mental power, and Mike has already consumed a lot of mental power in the illusion before, and it is no surprise that there is an overdraft phenomenon at this moment. It seems that our wine bureau is going to be postponed. "Phileas, take this kid back to rest. His mental power is overdrawn." Mario said helplessly to Flivvy, "Next time you can, there is absolutely no escape. Don't worry, I will accompany you to get drunk next time." Professor Flitwick hurriedly stepped forward and helped Mike to walk outside the cabin. The space restriction was released here, and the apparition could not be used. Mike didn't lose consciousness. The mental overdraft this time was nothing compared to the one in the Forbidden Forest. The two quickly walked out of the hut. The little animals who had gathered around the hut to play around saw Flitwick and Mike as if they had seen something terrifying and fled. Fluffy felt strange in his heart, but he didn't care about it. At the moment, it's urgent to settle the Mike as soon as possible. What they didn't know was that on a tree not far from the hut, a raven did not run away like other animals, but stared at Mike curiously. In its field of vision, there is a huge claw mark on Mike's left face that is emitting a deep blue light at the moment. Chapter 53, Dreamland. Followed Professor Flitwick back to his room at 2:10. Godric Valley, enduring the dizziness caused by apparition and the headache caused by mental exhaustion. Mike didn't even bother to take off his clothes and lay down on the bed to sleep. Finished. In his dream, Mike seemed to have once again returned to the world made up of light blue rays, but this time the dead tree covered with ravens did not appear. There was a blur in front of her eyes, only the light blue light was shining, and her body became very light, as if she had no weight. It was warm all over, very comfortable. Mike knew that this should be his dream. He ran around like a headless fly, hoping to escape from here. However, no matter how far Mike walked, there was only the familiar light blue. I didn't know how long it had passed between half dream and half wake, when a sweet bird's song came into Mike's ears. After experiencing the attack of the flock of crows, Mike was overwhelmed by the sound of birdsong. At this moment, he heard the birdsong instinctively. Consciousness quickly returned, and Mike woke up. The morning sun hits the blanket through the window, and Mike's body is warm. There was also the sound of birds singing from outside the window. Looking towards the source of the sound, it turned out that two unknown birds were arguing about a bug. Mike breathed a sigh of relief, wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and cursed, "Damn bird. Luo should have cleaned herself last night, and now not only her clothes have been changed into pajamas, but she can even smell a fragrance." Now that he is awake, there is no need to continue falling asleep. Mike's mental power seems to have become a lot tougher after the last trip to the Forbidden Forest. The discomfort caused by the mental power overdraft this time, he just slept and disappeared. Not only that, but now he even feels that his spirit is better than before. Can't wait to pick up the magic wand set on the bedside to his arm, trotting all the way to the spell training room. Yesterday, due to mental power overdraft, I didn't test in detail how much my magic power has become stronger. I just got a rough perception. Now I am fine. Of course I have to test it carefully. As for the dream of last night, Mike only regarded him as thinking day by day and dreaming night by night. Yesterday's experience was so scary that he was almost hurt to death. It is not impossible to have a nightmare at night. Turned on the dodge training mode, and dense hollows appeared on the surrounding obsidian walls, and arrows shot from it from time to time, turning into a silent afterimage to hit the microphone. Mike's body was covered with a layer of armor protection long ago, and the arrow hit the transparent shield and could only make a metal crash and fell to the ground unwillingly. With a light flick of the magic wand in his hand, dozens of fireballs the size of longan were thrown out. These fireballs did not fly far, and after being thrown a certain distance, they flew back to Mike and floated in the air. Mike's magic perception is fully open, and the movement of the arrows that are difficult to catch with the naked eye can be seen clearly under the field of magic perception. With a thought, the fireball that originally floated around Mike spread out and hit the arrows, bursting out a flowery spark in the air. Flap! Pop! Pop! There was applause, and Mike looked towards the source of the sound. It turned out that it was Professor Flitwick. Yes, you have surpassed many adult wizards in terms of magical perception and control alone. Professor Fluffy laughed. The power of the curse is also very strong, and it is not inferior to those 7th grade old students. I did not misunderstand you, you are definitely the most gifted student I have ever taught. Mike put away his wand, and bowed sincerely to the half-fairy who was just over 1 meter tall. Professor Flitwick has neither married nor had children in his life. Mike can feel that Professor Flitwick has probably regarded himself as his child. Thank you, if you weren't there, I wouldn't know me. Don't say such things, it's all your hard work. Flavie interrupted, come on, let's have breakfast. Lolo's breakfast was as delicious as ever, and both of them at the table ate very happily. After breakfast, Professor Flitwick bid farewell to Mike. He is going to Hogwarts today to handle some school work, leaving Mike alone on the sofa in the living room. Mike is in a very happy mood now, thanks to the statue of the Raven. Mike's current strength has improved by leaps and bounds. If he enters the Forbidden Forest again to face Quirrell, who is possessed by Voldemort, he will definitely not be so embarrassed. Not to mention defeating him, at least he can still retreat. The next second year Mike intends to take care of himself, but the noise he made last year was still too great. Although it is said that he passed the Eris mirror test prepared by Dumbledore, it does not mean that he is at ease. You must know that Dumbledore is a master of contemplation. If he sends a contemplation on himself on a whim, and knows the secret of his own rebirth, it will be all over. Don't talk about improving your strength and finding a way to go home. Reading www.yuyugonshu.com can hold a small life on its own, then it is not bad. Dumbledore was an unscrupulous man who did not achieve his goal, a poor boy like Harry Potter. He was not ready to let him sacrifice at any time. To paraphrase Snape's words, to Dumbledore, Harry was a hog. He gave a little favor at random so that he could grow up, and when the fat on the pig was slaughtered. It seems that the practice of occlumency must be on the agenda. Mike said in a voice that only he could hear. The practice methods of occlumency and sensational mind have been brought out by Mike from the Forbidden Book area, and he has read it roughly several times these days. Its cultivation method and release are very different from other spells. It does not have a fixed spell. If you want to learn it, you only have to practice over time. Occlumency is a very special kind of spell. It is the only way to resist the chanting mantra, but at the same time it is complementary to the chanting mantra. Without learning how to recite the mantra, what occlumency can do is to empty the brain, leaving the operator in an extremely calm and rational state. In this state, not only will sensation mind not be able to read any information, but the speed, power, and accuracy of the spell will be increased to a certain extent. And after learning how to recite the mantra, what occlumency can do is not only to close the brain, it can create a memory while emptying the brain. This memory has no effect on the operator, and there will be no memory confusion. But if someone uses the mind of the surgeon at this time, they can only read the memory that the surgeon has made up. Therefore, every Occidental master is also a master of mindfulness. Chapter 54, Dreamlike. The practice method of occlumency is very simple, you only need to empty your brain. However, emptying the brain here is not thinking about nothing, but completely emptying one's brain, abandoning all emotions, and entering an extremely rational state. The simple training method does not mean that it is easy to learn. In fact, occlumency is an extremely talented spell, and people with no talent will not improve even if they practice for 10 years. Novices often confuse emptying the brain with a daze when they just practice. Such practice is useless and will only make people a fool. In theory, as long as the brain can be completely emptied successfully, it means that the occlumency is successfully released. But in fact, beginners can only enter this state by meditating for a while in a quiet and comfortable state, and they cannot move. This degree of occlumency cannot be used as a defensive technique for chanting mantras. Only by entering the occlusion of the brain in an instant under any environment can it resist the mind. There are some masters of occlumency who can even conduct daily life in an occlumency state, and Snape is one of the best. Snape kept his brain closed all year round, even when he was teaching students. This can be seen from his cold eyes that don't carry a trace of temperature and emotion. Mike has always been a person who does what he thinks of. After deciding to practice occlumency, he immediately tried to empty his brain. However, he apparently made the mistake that beginners often make, conflating emptying the brain with being in a daze. So in the floral-scented air of Godric Valley, Mike gradually fell asleep on the sofa. Consciousness slowly sinks, and when Mike opens his eyes again, he finds that he has once again come to the blue sea of light. The alarm bell in my mind is loud. The dream last night can still be explained by thinking day by day and dreaming night by night, but now I dream of the same dream again, but I can't explain it. Subconsciously summoned his own magic wand, but found that the magic wand sleeve that was originally hidden in his forearm was missing. Mike fumbled around for a while and found that not only the magic wand cover, but also the dagger he hid on his waist and the greed pendant on his chest had all disappeared. Now he was only wearing a very ordinary plain mage robe. After taking 2 deep breaths to force himself to calm down, Mike began to look around. It's okay if I don't look at it, I was shocked when I saw Mike. Not far from him, the familiar dead tree stands quietly. However, unlike the last time, this time only a petite raven fell on its branches. The raven saw Mike found himself, and yelled and flew towards Mike. Seeing it, Mike turned his head and ran away without even thinking about it. He didn't want to experience the feeling of losing control of the magic to his heart. However, the 2 legs naturally can't run the wings. Mike just ran out and felt his left shoulder sink. He turned to find that the raven had landed on his shoulder. He was using the dark brown one. The pupils looked at Mike curiously. Not feeling the raven's malice, Mike stretched out his right hand to grab it. But just as the hand approached, he was pecked severely by the raven. Under the pain, Mike quickly took his hand back, checked the injury on his hand but found that his hand was unharmed. Gah! Gah! The unpleasant cry of the raven came from his ears. Mike looked at the source of the sound and found that as the cry sounded, the surrounding scenery slowly began to change. The light blue light around him began to dim quickly, and blocks of dark blue bricks emerged. In just a moment, they formed a room that Mike was very familiar with. This is Ravenclaw Lounge. Mike couldn't believe it. It should be night now, all around it is dim. Mike relies on the faint moonlight to search carefully. The statue of Ms. Ravenclaw is still erected in the lounge, and the bookshelves are full of various books. The full-length mirrors placed in the lounge because of the stinky beauty of the seniors are still there. This is indeed the Ravenclaw Lounge is correct. Mike walked to the full-length mirror and looked in the mirror, but was surprised to find that the mirror was empty and there was no sign of himself. The wind came from his ear, and the raven standing on Mike's left shoulder slapped Mike with his wings. Is tolerable or not? Angry Mike decided that he must give the broken bird a bitter taste today, but turned his head to find that the raven was pointing its wings in the direction of the bedroom, clearly wanting Mike to look there. Looked in the direction the raven was pointing, and saw a girl slip out of the dormitory like a thief. Her face was covered by a grey mist, she couldn't see her face at all, Mike could only tell from her exquisite body that she was a girl. The girl is wearing a Hogwarts school gown with a blue tie around her neck. From the appearance of her attire, she should be a Ravenclaw student. But the hand of her wand was emitting a faint blue light, and she looked at www.readaloud.com. There was a claw mark on the back of the girl's right hand, which is the source of the blue light. She seemed to be unable to see Mike, sneaking around for a while and then walking up to the statue of Ms. Ravenclaw like no one. Mike's curiosity soared, and hurriedly followed to check. I saw the young girl facing the statue of Ms. Ravenclaw. She raised her hands to her chest and held her hands together in prayer, while still chanting words in her mouth. You are the breeze from the quiet lake, you are the prophet who explores the truth, you are the most beautiful human being in the world, and your stupid students are here to ask you to open the door to wisdom. As the girl's voice became more and more fanatical, the claw marks on the back of her hand began to emit a dazzling blue light, and on the statue of Ms. Ravenclaw, a blue light door was slowly opening. The girl yelled excitedly when she saw Guangmin, and then she quickly covered her mouth because she was afraid of waking her classmates. Watching the girl enter the light gate happily, Mike on the side was already stunned. Although he doesn't like reading miscellaneous books that can't help him improve, he still read the famous Hogwarts, a school history. It is clearly recorded that Ms. Ravenclaw came from a peaceful lake. Combined with the situation just now, the "you" in the girl's mouth clearly refers to Ms. Ravenclaw. So Ms. Ravenclaw is so stinky, Mike muttered to himself. But when I think of the 2-cent spell that Riddle used to summon the basilisk in the original book, I am relieved. Shouldn't they only allow Slytherin to be second, and not Ravenclaw to love beauty? On Mike's shoulder, the raven showed a very humane look of helplessness after hearing Mike's murmur. Chapter 55, Claw Mark's Reproduction. Just when Mike was stunned, the light gate on the statue of Ms. Ravenclaw began to shrink after the girl entered. Mike hurriedly stepped forward to enter when he saw it, but he was a step late. Instead of entering the light gate, hit the statue hard. Rubbed the flushed forehead, Mike couldn't help but worry secretly. But at this point, just complaining will not help. The most urgent task now is to figure out what happened. Based on the analysis of existing intelligence, the place that the light gate leads to is most likely the secret room left by Ms. Ravenclaw. Since Slytherin can leave the secret room in Hogwarts, it is also Hogwarts. Of course, Ms. Ravenclaw, one of the 4 founders of ZELS, can also. When I was reading the original work, it was not that Mike hadn't thought that the other 3 Academy founders also left their own secret rooms, and even thought about how to get in. For example, Ravenclaw's Chamber of Secrets may need a crown to open. It seems that Ravenclaw's secret room does exist, but the key to unlock it is not the crown, but the claw marks on the back of the girl's hand just now. But Mike still has questions in his heart. Why did he come here? What time is it? Could all the treasures in the secret room have been taken away by the girl just now? You brought me in, so please tell me what is going on. Mike said roughly to the raven who was still standing on his shoulders. The intelligence of this raven is obviously no less than that of human beings. Hearing Mike's question, he showed a sarcasm in his eyes, and then pointed his wings to the wall and the mirror not far away. Mike looked at the wall pointed by the raven, and found nothing unusual. This wall is used by Ravenclaw to hang portraits of famous people from Ravenclaw College. Mike can be said to be very impressed with this wall, because their male student council chairman A.B.T. Foley likes it if he has nothing to do. Pulling the freshmen to stand in front of this wall, telling the stories of these celebrities. After looking left and right for a long time, Mike finally found the strangeness. It turned out that there were few pictures on the wall for no reason. Mike couldn't remember the other pictures, but he clearly remembered that the picture at the end of the line was Gilderoy Lockhart. When Mike saw the portrait of this man actually mounted on the wall of the celebrity in the Ravenclaw lounge, he was stunned when he asked Pinello to find out that there was a former Ravenclaw female student council chairperson. Hart's admirers forcibly hung up Lockhart's portrait despite the opposition of the male prefects at the time. The sturdy school sister has graduated for 5 years, and I heard that she has entered the Ministry of Magic. And since there is no portrait of Lockhart on this wall now, it means that the image that Mike sees now is at least 5 years ago. Of course, it could be longer. After all, Lockhart's portrait is not the only thing missing on the wall. Mike remembered the appearance of the last portrait on the wall so that he could compare it with Ravenclaw's current celebrity wall and give a more accurate time. After collecting the information on the celebrity wall, Mike looked at the mirror again. Raven seemed to be using this way to answer his own questions, so there might be some secrets hidden in the mirror. Walked to the mirror and looked in, only to see that the mirror that didn't show Mike's figure turned back to normal now. A blonde teenager standing in the mirror, wearing a plain wizard robe, with a frightened expression, and a dark raven on his shoulders, looking at Mike at the moment. Can't tolerate Mike not being frightened, because the person in the mirror is himself, and the most important thing is that there is a huge claw mark glowing blue on his originally white and handsome face. Mike hurriedly got close to the mirror and stretched out his hands to fumble for the claw mark on his face. Mike in the mirror made the same action. Quah! Ga! Ga! The raven standing on his shoulder saw Mike's action making a nasty cry, which sounded like he was laughing. This sound was very harsh in Mike's ears, not because it was unpleasant, but because he heard a taste of schadenfreude. Anger is turned into anger. Mike reached out and grabbed the raven on his shoulder. Maybe it was because he was smiling so rapturously that he didn't notice that Mike's movements were strangled by his neck. The unpleasant cry stopped abruptly, and the raven fluttered its wings in Mike's hand, struggling desperately, and the dark feathers fell. "Don't think that I won't recognize you when you're younger, look at the good things you do," Mike shouted, pinching the neck of the raven with both hands. "Why don't you grab the back of your hand if you are a little girl, and grab my face if you grab me? I think you did it on purpose, you flat-haired beast." The strength in Mike's hand began to increase, and the raven obviously couldn't bear the force, and everyone who was pinched began to roll their eyes. Don't ask me why the raven would roll their eyes. Seeing that the strength of the raven in his hand was getting less and less, Mike hurriedly relaxed. The raven was obviously related to Ravenclaw's secret room, and he didn't want to choke it to death. As the force in Mike's hand became lighter, the originally dying raven became alive again, and the wings broke free of Mike's hands and flew to the statue of Ms. Ravenclaw. Looking at Mike glaringly, "This cunning little guy just pretended," was successfully played by the raven again, and Mike felt like he was about to explode. Quickly stepped forward, reaching out his hand to catch the raven again. And the raven on the statue of Ms. Ravenclaw looked at the Mike rushing towards it, but did not hurriedly flap its wings. With the flap of the raven's wings, a violent wind blows towards Mike. Mike only felt a strong attack, and his body flew out uncontrollably. The power of this violent wind is more than that. The tables and chairs in the lounge, and even the blue bricks on the walls have been blown down, and smashed towards the microphone that had been blown down by the violent wind. Mike hugged his head with his smashed hands, and curled up together with his back facing the direction of the strong wind. The gust of wind still didn't stop, with all kinds of things hitting Mike's back. Mike only felt that his back was so painful that he almost lost consciousness. But the pain comes and goes fast. As the wind rages, this Ravenclaw lounge is slowly torn apart. Reading www.uuganju.com finally turned into a light blue sea of light. Mike was also teleported out, and only the raven was left in the light sea. Raven glanced at Mike's original location with a complicated expression, fluttered his wings and took off back to the dead tree, closed his eyes and started dozing. At this time, at 2:10 Godric Valley, the house elf Lolo was looking anxiously at Mike, who was sleeping on the sofa, still talking to himself. "It's past lunch time, Lolo should wake up his distinguished guests for dinner." No. This is a distinguished guest of the host, Lolo will be scolded if he disturbs the guest to sleep. Lolo is really a waste, and there is no way to complete the master's order. No wonder the old master will give Lolo to the new master. While Lolo was complaining and mourning, Mike, who was sleeping on the sofa, suddenly sat up with a carp. Mike fumbled on his face, but he started with a smooth piece, not as if it had claw marks. But his back was still aching now, reminding him that what he had just now was not a mere dream. Turned his head and looked at Lolo, who was frightened by himself and sat on the ground. Mike ordered, "Go and get me a mirror." Hearing the order, Lolo ignored the tears. She was scared, and after snapping her fingers, a round mirror appeared in her hand. "Thank you." Mike took the mirror and ignored his gratitude. Lolo was excited and began to observe himself in the mirror. His face in the mirror is still so handsome, and the scary claw marks did not appear. Seeing this, Mike breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the claw mark would normally not appear. That's good. If you are really caught, how can you find a wife in the future? Chapter 56, Tentative. Professor Fluffy came back during dinner, carrying a tightly striped object wrapped in greased paper on his shoulder. From the shape of it, it should be a broom. Lolo hurriedly stepped forward to help the owner carry the luggage, but was swung back by Professor Fluffy. I ignored him and thought he had done something wrong again. Lolo, who was punishing himself by knocking on the floor with his head, walked into the living room carrying the package, and shouted, "Mike! Come and see me for you. What did you bring?" "This is," a flying broomstick. Mike looked at Professor Flitwick, who was carrying the long broom-like package in front of him, and he couldn't believe it. Wow, what a smart boy! This is the latest Guanglun 2001, a belated birthday present for you. I'm so sorry, boy. I forgot that the day before yesterday was your birthday. I went to Hogwarts today to be a new student. I suddenly remembered about enrolling in school. Professor Fluffy apologized. It is attached with the latest anti-magic coating, and it can't be stuffed into the non-marking stretch curse bag. It is said that this thing is really heavy. Come here soon. Hold it for me. Hearing this, Mike hurried forward and took the broom off Professor Fluffy's shoulder. As soon as he got it, Mike felt the weight of this broom far surpassing other flying broomsticks, and then looked at Professor Fluffy, who was rubbing his shoulders. A sorrow and grief rushed to the nose. How many years have you not had a birthday? 10 years? 20 years? I remember the last time I received a birthday present. It was a paper airplane made by Jimmy in the crafting class. Although this so-called birthday was just a date that Mike reported casually, as an orphan, he didn't even know his date of birth. Although Jimmy asked him afterwards for a remote control plane with a wingspan of 3 meters in return. But Mike was still very moved. After all, this paper airplane represented that little Jimmy still had his own father in his heart. Mike squatted down and hugged Fluffy, choked up and said thank you. His move shocked Fluffy, and hurriedly comforted, "Why are you still crying? Don't you like this gift?" "No, don't all the little wizards now like flying broomsticks?" Mike has the soul of an adult, and he quickly recovered from his emotional out-of-control state. "I like it very much. This is the best gift I have ever received." Mike raised the broom. "Next year I will join the Quidditch team and use this broom to win honor for Ravenclaw." "Oh? Are you so confident? Then I can wait, ha ha ha!" Fluffy quipped. The house elf Lolo no longer hits the floor with his head, but looked at the two chatting with a begging look. Since the honorable guest came, the host's mealtime is no longer punctual, it's the guest. "Oh! Do not! Lolo is really a bad elf, and he even said bad things about the guests behind his back. What a damn! Damn it! After that, I started to strangle my neck with the curtain on the side." With a glimpse of the action of the house elf Lolo, Mike hurriedly invited Professor Fluffy to the restaurant for dinner. It is estimated that if they get a little ink, Lolo might be able to strangle himself. Lolo on the side heard that the host and the respected guest said that he was going to eat. He immediately loosened the curtains around his neck, wiped away the tears on his face, and happily went to decorate the dining room. With a snap of Lolo's fingers, a sumptuous dinner table appeared in front of the two of them. While eating, Mike began to test Professor Flitwick. "Have you heard of the secret passages or secret rooms in the Ravenclaw lounge?" "Hey? Who did you hear?" "Fred and George, they told me before the holiday, they said they saw it on a map." Professor Flitwick was a little surprised at first, but he laughed when he heard that it was Brother Weasley. "Then they must have fooled you. I have worked at Hogwarts for decades, and I never knew what secrets there is in Ravenclaw. There are indeed many secrets in Hogwarts, but the 4 major colleges there is absolutely no secret way in the room, at least not as far as I know," Professor Fluffy said proudly. "Really? Isn't it true that as long as you chant a spell in front of the statue of Ms. Ravenclaw, or hold a token, a light door will open, and you will see Ravenclaw's treasure through the light door? That's what Brother Weasley told you?" Mike nodded. "I think you might have been fooled by them, Mike." Professor Flitwick put a cut steak into his mouth and mumbled, "You must have not studied the history of magic well. The founders of the 4 colleges, except Slytherin, reportedly built a secret room at Hogwarts to hide his treasures. The other 3 founders have left all their wealth and knowledge to their descendants. Absolutely there can be no treasures." Hearing Professor Fluffy's words, Mike's heart sank, and the emotion that he had just raised because of the birthday present from Fluffy disappeared. The claw marks on his face were bestowed by the raven statue used by the raven's nest for the entrance test. That statue has been in the hands of the raven's nest for thousands of years, and there are countless wizards who have been tested by it. According to the images he saw in his dreams, he is not the only lucky person. Mike is almost certain that there must be information about claw marks and light gates in the Raven's Nest www.readaloud.com. However, becoming a member of the Raven's Nest is more than for 30 years, as the Dean of Hogwarts Ravenclaw College, Professor Flavie, who would never be too low in the meeting, did not even ask 3 questions about that light gate. Mike smelled danger in it. Either the Raven's Nest really didn't know about the light gate on the statue of Lady Ravenclaw or knew but didn't tell Professor Flavie. Either Professor Flitwick is hiding something from himself. The probability of the former is not without, but very low. People with a gloomy heart will naturally think of others as the same person as himself. Mike almost instinctively chose to believe the latter. If you think about it carefully, Professor Flavie's behavior is indeed very strange. He is just a mudblood with outstanding talent. Why do people treat themselves so well? The greedy pendant is one of Ms. Ravenclaw's relics, but Professor Flitwick was surprised to give it to Mike, who had only known him for a few months. It's a Mike, but you can't be so selfless. Mike felt a behemoth named Conspiracy approaching him, waiting for him to step on the trap and then eat himself. At this moment, the joyous atmosphere continues on the dining table, and Professor Mike and Flitwick are still enjoying the exquisite food made by Lolo. Lolo stood by the dining table, ready to serve the two at any time. P.S. Push the novel Dungeon Player by the Blue and White Boss. The Blue and White Boss is a veteran author. Whether it is writing or brainstorming, it is not comparable to me. Dungeon Player has created a legend of 14,000 for the First Order. It is an anti-routine novel of the big guy behind the scenes. At present, it is 44W and it is fat to kill. Readers are welcome to visit. Chapter 57, Copy Spell. On the last day of July, a thin owl slammed its head against the windowpane of Godric Valley 210 with a protective curse, and made a dull crash. When Mike went to check it, the poor little fellow could no longer move. There was still a roll of parchment tied to his leg. It seemed that this owl desperately sent the letter here with a strong will. Respect it as a professional messenger. Mike took the letter from it and took it to the kitchen with 2 paws to prepare it for a great funeral and cremation. Unexpectedly, before Mike took off his thick feather coat for the warrior, the hero of this funeral woke up. This is not okay. The funeral will look like a funeral. The water in the kitchen is about to boil. I only wait for the warrior to take off his feather coat and go in for a bath. How can the funeral be carried out at this time? Mike stretched his hand to the warrior's neck, planning to let it fall asleep again. There is a collar on the warrior's neck, with a few large characters carved on it, Weasley. There is no way for the funeral to proceed. Mike hasn't been cruel enough to roast his friend's owl. Prepare water and food for the warriors, and Mike has the time to open the envelope. The letter was sent by the Weasley brothers. The two claimed that they had made a lot of money through trusting McFoo during the last school year, and they planned to hold a party at home and specially invited Mike to go. The letter also mentioned that Franklin had been taken to the burrow by them, and Harry also received the letter from them, and he would arrive soon. No wonder this old owl looked like he was about to die. It turned out to be running so many places. Mike curled his lips. The capitalist qualities of the two brothers became more and more obvious. An owl is only a few dozen gold gallons. Is it guilty that this old owl that is about to lose its hair is desperately trying to deliver a letter? People have worked so hard for your Weasleys for so many years. Isn't it good to let them stay at home and enjoy their old age? While despising the two brothers who gently stroked the owl's feathers. Probably because of old age, this owl has a very gentle temper. He squinted his eyes comfortably with Mike's caress, and rubbed Mike's hand with his wet beak. He didn't know that this person just wanted to bake it. Eat. Looking at the owl's still trembling legs, Mike decided not to let it send the letter back. Now let it send the letter back, and it will probably die on the road. Let's take a trip by myself. Thinking so, Mike told Lolo to take care of the owl warrior. By the way, he told him that Professor Fluffy had gone to Weasley's house and might have to stay there for a few days. Then he turned around and walked to his room. It's the first time I go to someone's house empty-handed, but I'm not ashamed. Hearing that Mr. Weasley likes Muggle things very much, that would be great, just buy him some messy Muggle toys. Took out one of his collections of £100, and Mike copied it into a pair and threw it up. As a burst of blue smoke rose, $200 bills that were exactly the same appeared in front of Mike. Mike picked up the 2 banknotes and looked left and right. He found that not only the patterns were the same, but the stains he accidentally applied were exactly the same. He nodded in satisfaction. The copy curse was brought out by Mike from the forbidden book area. This curse is not very difficult. However, it is not widely spread in the wizarding world. The reason is that besides it belongs to the strict control of the Ministry of Magic, it is also because of its the effect is too tasteless for traditional wizards. The items copied by the copy curse are no different from the original in terms of appearance or quality, but in the final analysis, the copy is a fake. For example, you copied a piece of bread with a copy spell. This piece of bread is exactly the same in appearance and smell as real bread, but it cannot be eaten. As time goes by, the magic power on it will slowly run out and eventually become nothingness. Eating it may be able to temporarily have a feeling of fullness, but it cannot provide any nutrition to the human body. Once time is up, the sudden disappearance of food in the abdomen will cause greater hunger. But using it to copy money or precious metals has no such shortcomings. Except for the sudden disappearance, Muggles' existing detection methods cannot detect the difference between the copy and the genuine product. In fact, the wizards are not stupid. The copy curse was once widely used to copy Jin Jialong for fraud. Later, it was because of the popularity of magic detection spells and the Ministry of Magic's strong control of copy curses that these behaviors slowly disappeared. So, what the goblins of Gringotts said to Mike was correct. Muggle currency is meaningless to the wizarding world. Only good law-abiding citizens like the Weasleys and those wizards who can't copy the curse can live their lives tightly. Mike holding a thick stack of pounds, he went to the living room excitedly, seeing Luo Luojang staring at the owl nervously, greeted him and rushed into the fireplace. Mike's magic power is not strong enough. The pound copied by the copying spell can only exist for 1 day, and you have to hurry up and spend them all. Patting the dust on his body, Mike walked out of the Broken Cauldron bar, and the lively streets of London appeared in front of Mike. www.readaloud.com. Mike took a deep breath of the air with the smell of fireworks and posed comfortably. After shaking his head, I haven't returned to the Muggle world for a whole year, and even this heavily polluted air smells so good. The money on is exactly the same, even the serial number. Mike is afraid to go to the expensive luxury shops, and can only go to those shops whose total consumption does not exceed £100. Fortunately, the value of the British pound in 1992 was still very strong, and £100 could buy a lot of things. The latest remote control plane, Mr. Weasley will definitely like it and bought it. What? Only £20 for one? Give me 5 cars. Recipe? Mrs. Weasley will love it. Only £5 a book? Pack me 20 recipes from all over the world. The shopping continued until the afternoon. This time Mike only copied about £10,000. However, until the few non-marking stretch curse bags that Mike carried on his body were all filled with the money was not spent, and there was about £3,000 or £4,000 left. Look like. Mike couldn't help but sigh that he hadn't lived in the Muggle world for too long, and he couldn't even spend the money he was best at before. Came to an uninhabited alley, Mike gave up enough space to extend the black prickly wood wand. Boom! With a loud noise, a 3-layer bus painted in bright purple appeared in front of Mike, and the window was written in golden paint, "Night Bus." Mike walked into the car along the opened door, and the conductor in purple uniform just wanted to say something. Mike threw out 11 silvers and said, "Go to the village of Ottery San Catchpole. You know the borough, right? P.S. Ask for a ticket. It would be great if I would also copy the curse, just copy the recommendation ticket, hehe." Chapter 58, Borough. You mean the Weasleys, right? Of course I know. Also, do you want chocolates? Just add 4 silver sykes and you. Before the conductor had finished speaking, Mike walked onto the second floor of the Cavalier's bus, leaving the conductor alone, bewildered. There are a few single beds on the second floor of the night bus, and a few hemp ropes are placed on the bed. This should be the seat belt of the wizarding world. It is really simple. Mike called the conductor up, collected the pillows from the other vacant beds and put them on his back, and asked him to help fasten Mike to the bed, and then ordered the driver to drive. There was another deafening noise, and the night bus started. Mike only felt a powerful push back, and the scenery outside the window turned into a stream of light and flew backwards. The speed of this magic car is really not super fast. Compared with the flying car modified by Mr. Weasley, it's just rubbish. When the sky gradually darkened, the night bus finally reached the destination, the borough. Mike was helped by the conductor to get out of the car. The driver's driving path was too wild. Drifting and everything are normal operations. Have you ever seen a direct right-angle turn on the spot? Obviously this magic car has been given space magic, so there is no need to worry about obstacles at all, but the driver still drives like a she. Mike vowed that he would never go to ride the Cavalier's bus anymore. Instead, he would sit by the fireplace. This experience was really bad. Strongly suppressed the nausea in his abdomen, Mike looked up and saw a 4-story tall, crooked and extremely unscientific small building greeted him. The Weasleys' burrow is very magical to the Muggles, which fits their impression of a wizard's residence, but in the eyes of the wizards, it is an extremely poor house. Wizards are also humans, and their aesthetics are not much different from those of normal Muggles. They also like gorgeously decorated villas and classical luxury manners. So the real wizard's residence should be like Professor Fluffy and Malfoy Manor. The exterior looks no different from ordinary Muggle buildings, but there are things inside. While Mike was looking at the burrow, a little red-haired girl poked her head out of the door and saw Mike standing outside the house and hurriedly retracted. After a while, the Weasley brothers and Franklin walked out. "Mike, why are you here at this time?" George opened his arms and hugged Mike and said, "Where is Errol? Why didn't I see him come back?" After hugs everyone who came to greet him, Mike explained, "You are talking about the old owl whose hair is about to fall out? I left it in Professor Fluffy's house to rest." "You really? Hey, if you use such an old owl to deliver a letter, aren't you afraid that it will be exhausted on the road? You earned." Before Mike finished speaking, George on the side stretched out his hand and covered his mouth. Looked nervously in the direction of the burrow, and breathed a sigh of relief when no one noticed it, and raised his index finger to his mouth to make a silent gesture. When Mike saw him like this, he knew that the Weasley brothers must have not honestly told the Weasleys about their partnership to make money, and at least he had concealed the amount he made. Of course Mike also understood their approach. With Mrs. Weasley's temper, he knew that they would have earned nearly 6,000 gold in just 1 year and Jialong would definitely confiscate them, so he nodded at George. George just let go of the hand covering Mike's mouth, and wanted to say something to Mike but saw Mike make an okay gesture towards them and walked towards the burrow, so he had to lead everyone to follow. As soon as he walked into the burrow, a smell of grilled sausages spread out. Mrs. Weasley was waving her magic wand in front of the stove, pots and pans and other kitchen utensils were flying in the air, and the sausages were roasted until both sides were browned, and then automatically floated into the already prepared dinner plate. After the last sausage was grilled, Mrs. Weasley noticed Mike. He wiped his hands on the apron and said with a smile, "You are Mike, come on, sit down. You have told me about George and Fred, and made 200 gold gallons in one semester. That's great. When will you invite the child named Dolphin over as a guest? I know about the Carlo family, blame it for me. After hearing Mrs. Weasley's words, Mike couldn't help but confuse his tongue. 6,000 jinjialong was said to be 200 jinjialong. This is how the Weasley brothers deducted their own mother. I despised the Weasley brothers but did not show any expression on their faces. He smiled and replied, "You are absurd. We can only make money by relying on George and Fred. By the way, I will pay you back this time. I brought a gift and almost forgot." While talking, Mike took out one gift after another from the non-marking stretch curse bag. Mrs. Weasley wanted to be polite, but as Mike took out more and more things, and there were still some things she hadn't seen. Attention is drawn to the gift. Not only her, but everyone in the room surrounded them unknowingly, and even the little red-haired girl who was hiding on the second floor peeking at them was attracted down. Reading www.yunsha.com. Come on, this is for you, recipes from all over the world. I think you will like it. This is for you, Franklin, the latest Game Boy handheld and the matching 20 cassettes, not bad. This is for you, Ginny. The sterling silver hairpin, don't be shy and get it. Look at the beads on it. Here you. Looking at the remote control cars left on the ground, Mike remembered that there seemed to be one missing person, and asked, "Where is Mr. Weasley?" However, no one paid attention to him. Mrs. Weasley was looking at the recipes with joy. The little girl Ginny rushed back to the second floor as soon as she got the card and she was going to look in the mirror. Ron and the Weasley brothers gave them Mike. The MP3 was thrown aside, and he curiously gathered around Franklin to study the Game Boy handheld. Mike spread his hands and shrugged his shoulders. Seeing that no one was paying attention, he had to sit down and taste the grilled sausage that Mrs. Weasley had just made. Not to mention, Mrs. Weasley's food is quite delicious, not at all like an English wizard maid. Just as Mike was eating with relish, the magic clock on the wall suddenly made a loud music, and a pointer with a photo of Mr. Weasley moved to the location marking the home. Then a slightly blessed red-haired middle-aged man opened the door. "Wow, why is the house so lively today?" Mr. Weasley put his hat on the shoe cabinet at the door and asked in surprise when he looked at the people in the room. Then he noticed the things in everyone's hands, opened his mouth wide in surprise, and said in a trembling voice, "Where did these things come from? P.S. I'll ask for another round of recommendation tickets. You won't bother me? Degree. Chapter 59, Goblin. The Weasleys are very satisfied with the gift Mike brought, which can be seen from their reaction at dinner. Mr. Weasley held the remote control car and didn't let go. He really didn't understand why this thing could move according to his instructions without any trace of magic. Little Ginny didn't have the mind to eat either. The sterling silver hairpin had already been worn on her head, and she would touch it from time to time. The hairpin was also dotted with a small pearl, shining brightly under the light of candlelight. As for the three Weasley brothers and Franklin, they had a great time playing with a Game Boy handheld. This was what they wanted to come after by pestering Mike. According to their conversations with each other, they should be playing a game called Pokémon. This game was also played by Jimmy, the youngest son of Mike's previous life. Fortunately, Mrs. Weasley was not obsessed with the recipes and couldn't extricate herself. At the table, she talked to Mike and kept helping him add food. Seeing that no one else had the intention of eating, she was the only one greeted the guests. Mrs. Weasley, who could not bear it, stopped everyone's unreasonable behavior with a roar of Hedong Lion. Turning his head and putting on a smiling face like the Sichuan opera's face change, he continued to entertain Mike. Thanks to Mrs. Weasley's great power, the atmosphere on the table finally returned to normal. At the end of the dinner, everyone left as if they had completed the task. They continued to study remote-controlled cars, and those who played games continued to play games. The stinky ones continued to be stinky. Even Mrs. Weasley went to study the recipes. The dishes on the table were all no one cleaned up. It is naturally impossible for Mike to help clean up. He grabbed Franklin, who wanted to continue catching the elf with the Weasley brothers, and came to the yard. "Don't worry about it, what's so fun about the game?" Mike hammered Franklin in the chest. "I ask you how well the notes I gave you learned." As soon as the notes were mentioned, Franklin, who had been frowning, immediately changed into a proud look. "Then you need to say?" "Of course, I learned all of them. I have even mastered the emotional casting skills, although the success rate is relatively low." "Oh? Are you sure? Then let us test it." Mike was a little surprised, but he reacted quickly, pointing to the goblins in the Weasleys' yard, and said, "Goblin is a very common humanoid magical creature in the UK. Adult goblin is about 30 centimeters tall, has a big head that is seriously out of proportion to the body and a pair of big feet. Goblins generally live in underground caves. Because they feed on the roots of plants, often mess up crops and gardens, and are extremely fertile, they are defined as pests." Mrs. Weasley obviously neglected to manage her garden. At this time, several goblins were playing happily in the overgrown garden. Franklin is a smart man, of course he knows what Mike meant. He gave Mike a look at me. He took out his wand and shot it to pieces. A red light flashed across, hitting a goblin on the far right. The goblin exploded like a watermelon hit by a hammer and exploded into a mist of blood. The goblins on the side looked at their little friends who were still playing with them just now, and suddenly burst into a piercing scream and fled in all directions. But Franklin's face is not very good looking, he just aimed at another goblin. As a shooting master, Mike naturally noticed it, shook his head and sighed, looking disappointed. Franklin's face became worse when he saw it. "Nonsense, who can tell the face of a black man?" He hurriedly aimed again, hoping to save some of his face. Fortunately, this creature like a goblin is extremely stupid, and it is almost a fight against a silly row. The news of the companion's explosion was passed on to the cave by the survivors. As a result, many goblins did not believe in evil and had to go up to the ground to take a look. A petrification curse was launched, and it accurately hit a goblin who probed his head at the cave entrance and looked out. Seeing his curse hit the target, Franklin's expression finally improved, and he glanced at Mike with some pride. At this time, the two Weasley brothers were being picked up by Mrs. Weasley's ears to tidy the table. After seeing Mike and Franklin's actions in the courtyard outside the house, the two brothers looked at each other and showed a weird smile in unison. Ron on the side shuddered when he saw this smile. This smile was so familiar to him, he would show this smile every time his two brothers wanted to fix him. "Hey, Mike! What are you playing?" "Playing goblin games." Brother Weasley came to Mike with his arms around his shoulders. "How about taking the two of us?" "Mike hasn't answered," Franklin said. "He and the Weasley brothers have been on a good relationship these past 2 days, come on, I promise you will be beaten." The Weasley brothers looked at the black guy in front of them, and once again coincidentally appeared a strange smile on their faces. "How can there be no bets in the game?" George said. "That's right. How about who is the last to wash the dishes?" Fred said. www.readaloud.com. Mike looked at the smiles of the two and didn't know their purpose, but he didn't pierce the two, but instead he smiled and said, "I think it is feasible. I will be the referee. I will be the referee for 5 minutes. The bottom one will help Mrs. Weasley wash the dishes. What do you think?" After speaking, he took out the magic wand and waved it lightly, and a scoreboard composed of magical power appeared above everyone's head, emitting a fluorescent light. The three nodded after seeing this. "Start." Following Mike's order, the garden suddenly became cursed, and the goblins either exploded, petrified, or burned to death, and they died in strange ways. But there are obviously a lot of goblins under the Weasleys' garden. After killing a wave, there will be a wave of goblins blinking curiously and looking on the ground, which is endless. The Weasley brothers have helped clean up the goblin in the house since they were 6 years old. They are experienced, and Franklin is their opponent. I saw that the two brothers cooperated closely. One used obstacles and transformation spells and other restriction spells to trap several goblins together, and the other had a flame spell to take everyone's heads. The two alternated back and forth. Killing efficiency was extremely high. On the scoreboard above their heads, their respective scores rose like a rocket, leaving Franklin far behind. "What are you doing?" Just as a few people were playing, a familiar roar came from behind, and he turned to see that it was Mrs. Weasley. Mrs. Weasley looked at the messy crops in the garden, feeling her heart dripping with blood. The family is already so poor, it is really unreasonable that George and Fred, these two bastards, dare to make trouble. P.S. Recommended ticket. I beg you guys. Give a recommendation ticket. The kid was blasted on the internet again yesterday. It's miserable. Chapter 60, Letter from Pinello. The Weasley brothers were brought back to the house by their old mother's ears. From the screams from time to time in the house, I could tell that the two brothers were hardly beaten. Looking at the two older brothers who had always bullied himself and being educated by his mother, Ron was obviously very happy. He leaned on the stair railing and looked down, and laughed out loud from time to time. However, it turns out that there is a price to be paid for informing you and gloating. Early the next morning, the Weasley brothers, who had found out what had happened, dragged their little brother Ron out of the bed and took them out of the door. They called it exercise. Judging from Ron's desperate expression, Mike guessed that the one being exercised must be Ron. Franklin was also picked up by Mike. The kid played games until midnight last night, and he looked like he was falling asleep when he came outside with Mike. I tested Franklin's spell level last night. Although Franklin lost to George and Fred, Mike was also quite satisfied. After all, although the two brothers are a little bit mischievous, they are real geniuses. Mike could see that the notes he handed to Franklin did indeed learn very hard, and he did well, but it was not enough to help Mike. "Just wake me up. Next I'm going to teach you a spell." Mike patted Franklin on the head. "We don't have much time. If you can learn before school starts, I will take you to a good place." Franklin was slapped twice on his head by Mike, and he suddenly came to his senses. Hearing Mike's words, he asked curiously, "Where? You can learn to speak first." Macbeth gave him a glance. "I'm going to teach you the Phantom spell, have you heard of it?" "Isn't the Phantom body curse a control curse?" Franklin exclaimed when he heard the words, and felt something wrong. He turned his head and saw that there was no one around and then whispered, "Where did you get it?" "Just leave it alone, just ask if you learn," Mike asked with a smile. Franklin nodded hurriedly, knowing that this is a curse of control. If you miss this time, you may not have the chance to learn it in your life. Well, you need to hide your breath as much as possible when you release the Phantom spell. It's very hanging, but it's actually very simple. Just slow down your breathing and heartbeat. At the same time, the magic wand draws a Z in the air, understand? Remember, this sounds like easy. Everyone in the wizarding world knows that the spell of the Zhanming curse is Avada Soul. Why didn't I see the Zhanming curse? Mike glared at Franklin. "Try it first and show it to me." Franklin was speechless by Mike, so he shrank his neck and started to release the illusion curse according to Mike's statement. Hidden. It took more than half an hour to adjust his breath. Franklin roared out the enchantment, and at the same time he waved his wand fiercely, causing a whistling sound. However, nothing happened. Snapped. Mike slapped Franklin on the head. "What do you think you are chanting an explosion spell? Why are you shouting so loudly?" "Ah! Brother, you are casting a phantom spell for invisibility." Mike looked at his flushed palm and sighed deeply, took out a book and threw it to Franklin. "Forget it, these are the notes of the phantom spell, you can practice slowly, and I will test you tomorrow. After that, he walked in the direction of the burrow, leaving Franklin alone and rubbing his head aggrievedly. After returning to the burrow, he happily drank a glass of iced plum juice that Mrs. Weasley handed over, and Mike's anger slowly dissipated. Franklin, this kid is simply a weird thing. Sometimes he is so smart that he can understand what he means with his own eyes, and sometimes he is so stupid that he just wants to kill him with a hammer. Just as Mike put the cup on the table, he heard the sound of tapping the glass. Just look up and you are happy. Isn't this our owl warrior? Hurriedly stepped forward to open the window and put it in. The little guy obviously remembered Mike. He rubbed his head against Mike's hand, raised his leg and showed him the 2 letters tied to his leg. Mike took the letter and read it. The sender of the first letter is not surprisingly Professor Flitwick. There is no special message in the letter, but I just wish Mike a good time. The sender of the second letter surprised Mike, who turned out to be Pinello. It seemed that Pinello had sent the letter to Professor Flivvy's house, and could only be brought by Errol. In the letter, Pinello enthusiastically invited Mike to go to Diagon Alley on the weekend of the week before school started, saying that he would like to thank Mike. Mike saw the word thanks and understood that Pinello must have received the prefect badge from Hogwarts. This little girl must have thought that she greeted Professor Flitwick, but in fact, Mike hadn't mentioned this to Professor Flitwick at all. Pinello was able to become a superior by her own efforts. Nodded in satisfaction, Mike carefully put the letter into the non-marking stretch curse bag. If this letter were seen by the Weasley brothers, it is estimated that everyone at Hogwarts after school will know that Pinello invited Mike to a date in Diagon Alley. www.readaloud.com. I have to say, this world is really amazing. Mike just thought of the Weasley brothers, and the 2 came back with Ron. Yo! Isn't this Errol? It just so happened. We sent Harry almost 10 letters and he didn't reply to us. Let Errol run again. The 2 put Ron, who was frustrated and unable to stand still, on the chairs and said with a smile. Do you want Errol to die? I didn't see it before flying back. If you want to send a letter, you can go to the Owl House in Diagon Alley to rent an owl. Mrs. Weasley refused, as the 2 brothers each hit his forehead, and Ron, what's wrong with you? It's okay, he just over-exercises a little collapse. The Weasley brothers explained with a stiff expression. While explaining, they looked at Ron collapsing on the chair with kind eyes. Yes, I'm just a little collapsed. Poor Ron could only give in under the pressure of 2 unscrupulous brothers. Okay, Mom, we're going to post the letter. The Weasley brothers looked like they had recovered their hippie smiles after seeing the Fool. If Harry doesn't reply this time, we can only go and see it in person. What's wrong? Mike, are you going to go with you? What do you mean? Send the letter or find Harry? Both are. Send the letter to me, let's just find Harry, there's still something on my side. I advise you not to be too anxious. Harry has the protection curse left by his mother on him, so it will definitely not be dangerous. Pi, recommend an aura recovery novel. I have a beautiful evening flower, it is almost 10 words at present. The test is going to hang up soon. If you have time, just go over and collect it.